We have resources, and I'm not sure of that particular area, but we have resources in those areas where we have structures threatened. I do not have an update on that particular area at this time.
Chief, where are your firefighters?
Under the circumstances, given that the fire is still uncontrolled, that is our advice, is that the residents of the area should stay away, let the firefighters operate. We have more resources on the way, and they need to get in here and to deploy, and that would really help in our efforts to try to successfully contain this fire. It's for everyone to stay away, let the firefighters, the law enforcement officials do their job.
Chief, what about firefighters? How far away are they coming from? I mean, everybody was stretched pretty thin last week. What does it mean for this fire?
It means that we're bringing firefighters once again in from all across the state, from Northern California, from further away than Bakersfield, and Northern California. We've already pretty well drained everything that we have here in the Southern California area on this fire already.
What do you anticipate to be the numbers of people fighting the fire?
Right now, the estimate would be approaching 500 firefighters, and we will have 300 engine companies here within the next couple of hours. No, a total. 300 engine companies.
And what about the air attack tomorrow? What's going to be up?
My anticipation is that we will have the fixed wing, which we had working on the fire today. And at one point we had 7 or 8 of the fixed wing, including the MAF units, and they pounded the west flank of the fire up behind us here. They worked that flank of the fire all afternoon. We got them on a very quick response turnaround, and as soon as first daylight, we'll have them back in the air supporting our operations.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you very much. Governor, where do you go from here? I'm going to find out where the chief's going.
Mike and Tricia?
There's a news conference after he has flown over and assessed the damage, talking about one of the things he's talking about is the penalty for this. You know, the state has a $50,000 reward for anybody with information leading to the arrest and conviction of an arsonist in a case like this. We have commissioned a bullet poll, a scientific poll on the penalties for arson. Now, currently, that penalty is 8 years in prison. We found that 38% of the people who responded thought 8 years in prison was about right. The majority wanted tougher penalties. Life in prison, 46% wanted life in prison. 14% of the people we questioned thought that anybody caught starting fires such as this deserved the death penalty. So clearly, people want tougher penalties.
And they'll be rethinking it after these fires as well. When we see the devastation at the end of this fire, there'll be a lot of people very, very angry.
Bree Walker joining me now here on the news set as we continue to survey the damage and looking down at a shot from Chopper 2 along, it looks like a river of fire burning down that hillside there, and tremendous flame.
Among men, as we go back to the bullet poll indicating whether people felt that the penalty for arson was strong enough, we see that among males, 37% thought that 8 years was about right. Life in prison as the preferred penalty. About 48% of the men polled said that's the preferred penalty. The death penalty, 14% of men thought that was the right penalty. 2% had no opinion.
Let's check females and see how they responded to this. 8 years, about 38%, about the same as the overall average. 45% favored life in prison. And again, among females, who generally do not tend to favor the death penalty quite as much as men do, 14% favored the death penalty for those caught committing arson. Again, 2% with no opinion expressed in our bullet poll.
This is an exclusive KCBS Channel 2 Action News bullet poll. We have drawn the respondents randomly from the Los Angeles area, simply because we knew that today would be the day people might be thinking a lot about it. Also a day when they go to the polls and decide whether the half-cent sales tax should be extended to cover public safety.
All right, let's go to Bob Turr up in a helicopter with some spectacular pictures of the nighttime down around Malibu and how the fire is lighting up the night. Bob?
There you can see my foot in the picture here. I apologize, but shooting straight down, you can see this tremendous fire. It's incredible. Look at this. Let me zoom on in. And you can just see this hot hillside, and I can feel the radiant heat. And this is the open flame that we've been talking about. The open flame is continuing to burn toward the Tuna Canyon. Terrible. It's just like a large barbecue burning and consuming everything in its path at this point. Now, we understand that the LA City Fire Department is still dropping water on this fire from helicopters. The county fire department, we understand, is shut down. The city fire folks think that they'll be able to do this for about another hour.
Of course, they're trying to...
There'll be another hour or so before they're going to stop their operations, and then at that point, it's going to be a hand crew operation and pretty much strike teams through the night. It gets very dangerous trying to fight these fires at night. Now, the reason the city fire guys are going to be sitting down and not flying anymore is that they've run out of pilots, and their pilots are complaining of extreme fatigue at this point and are unable to continue through the night. So at that point, they'll get their rest, and I can't blame them. Flying through this kind of weather condition takes a lot out of you.
Yes.
I thought that with sunset, they were not allowed to have aerial water droppings any longer. That's not the case, though?
No, it's really the judgment call of the independent departments. LA City, for the past several years, has been doing... Okay, I'm just getting information. 2 more hours. They're going to continue to drop for 2 more hours. It's a judgment call by the lead pilot, but after 2 hours, they're going to set down because they're too tired. And it really is very dangerous work. As we saw just the other day, a city fire helicopter at the Chatsworth fire took off and ran into a telephone pole. So it is very dangerous work.
But as you say, Bob, this is a call that they can make. For instance, last week when I was up in Chopper 2, we were being told at El Toro Marine Air Base that there were fixed-wing aircraft getting ready to pick up, to do some water drops after dark. We didn't hear anything later on as to whether there were any. We found out after the fact that there hadn't been any. Do you know how that call is made and when and who ultimately decides?
Well, fixed wings are never used at night, and I don't recall ever an instance where fixed wings are used because they have to get very low along the canyon walls to make their drops. Also, they use the red flash check to determine where they made their drops, and they can't see it at night. There's too many wires through here, too many obstacles, and it's too deadly. The fire department helicopters are more maneuverable. They have a night sun. We have a night sun on, in fact, as well, and what they do is they'll illuminate the scene in front of them. They have the ambient light from all the fires. They'll come in, make their water drop, and go back in for more water.
But it's still an inexact science, even with the night sun, because once you get a waft of smoke in front of you, there goes your visibility, right?
You know, you learn fast, Bree, and I know that you spent a lot of time in Chopper 2 just the other day, and that's true. It's just like driving in the fog with your high beams on. You lose your visibility. You could also, there's another problem with flying at night in mountains, and you get spatially disoriented. The pilot could he can lose his sense of balance and think that he's flying straight and level when indeed he's going straight down. Fortunately, we've got this ambient light below us, and we kind of know where the ground is, and that's the positive point about being overhead in these things. But, you know, just look at that. That's one area. Now we'll zoom on in. Now, these are structures burning right here, or what's left of these structures.
What we were just looking at, Bob, that was the Chaparral, right?
Right.
Okay.
This is a major hotspot. This hotspot separates the earlier burned portions with Tuna Canyon. And off to our right is where the earlier burns are. This area is already burned. All that you've got left in this area are the remnants of homes burning to the ground. The foundations are all that's left with a heap of burning wood, lumber. Over here, we've got the wildfire making its progression right now to the southeast. I'm sorry about that. Then you can see the beautiful night skyline of Los Angeles. Unlimited visibility.
Can you tell from up there, Bob, on the coast side of PCH, any homes on fire there yet? We know as of about 15 minutes ago, it still appeared that there were no homes on the coast side of PCH ablaze. Can you tell?
Actually, on the coast, there was one, Bree. We had one burning next to the Malibu sea lion that I saw, and I understand there was another one burning a little bit downrange. In fact, I've had reports from people on the ground that have told me that there have been a number of movie stars evacuating and taking their belongings and putting it out on the beach, including Bruce Willis and his wife. So, you know, everyone's caught up in this, and everyone's trying to do their best at staying out of harm's way. And in this case, that's darn difficult. I'm looking down toward Pacific Coast Highway. The Coast Highway has been blocked by the McClure Tunnel, by Chautauqua, Temescal. There are roadblocks in there. You need identification to get through. And then there's a roadblock where you can't get beyond, where it's a fire line, and that's closer to, from what I understand, Topanga Canyon. I see a whole contingent of fire engines coming up the Pacific Coast Highway, supplementing fire crews that are here, relieving these tired firemen that have been working since 11 o'clock this morning. This is back-breaking, grueling work.
Bob, where are you right now? Earlier we could get some perspective because you'd swing out over the ocean. We'd see how that fire was burning in relation to the ocean and where the homes are. Now it's a little bit difficult at night as we look down. We see a line of fire, but we don't know which way it's heading and where the homes are.
And where's downtown from where you are, just so we get perspective?
Real good. I'll tell you, this is the San Fernando Valley in front of us, okay? That would be the area of Woodland Hills all the way up to, let me zoom in, that would be out toward the Simi Valley Freeway. Right here in the center of the picture, you really can't see it, is the repeater point that burned earlier, Saddle Peak. Then down below here would be Las Flores Canyon. Down over here is where Tuna Canyon meets Las Flores, and then directly below us is where Rambla Pacifica is, also Carbon Canyon. And then if we were to let's make a left turn here. As Craig makes the left turn here, we'll be heading out toward Malibu Canyon and the Pepperdine University area.
This is an estimate that the fire department has put out. 30 homes have been burned in the Malibu fire as official figures from the Los Angeles County Fire Department, but he's seen more from the sky, that's
well, he
for
counted
sure.
70 or 80 just a few minutes ago that were burning right now. Now there you see, that's where Bob is, where you see the big two down below that in the circle. You see the fires burning all the way down to the ocean. You see on the left of your screen two other areas where the fires burned all the way down to Pacific Coast Highway. And in fact, there on the left of your screen, the fires jumped the road and set at least one house on fire. Bob, did that fire, we saw a little bit earlier, one of those beachfront homes had ignited. Did it spread, or what happened on that?
It looked as though it may have caused an exposure problem to the structure next to it. I couldn't tell from my vantage point. Look over here. That lighted area is part of Malibu Canyon, and in the center is Pepperdine University. Now that looks like it's doing okay, but it looks like the fire has jumped over the canyon just above Civic Center Way. This would be the Malibu Civic Center, where they have the courthouse, sheriff's department, and the shopping center. And it looks like a number of fire crews in that area. However, the only flames that they have to contend with is this ring fire right here. Now, I got something positive to tell you. The winds are dying down somewhat. I'd estimate the winds now at about 15 knots or so, coming from the northeast. Maybe higher down on the ground in areas where they're still burning. We're over toward Tuna Canyon, but we're seeing some clear air. I can see the Coast Highway. Let me see if I could. You talked about homes burning, and I heard Larry Welk earlier on our sister station KNX talking about his home, and it looks like the Coast Highway is fared pretty well. It looks like, as you look with me, we were talking about homes burning.
Looks pretty quiet along there.
Yeah, it looks pretty darn good, doesn't it?
Bob, as you continue to provide us that excellent picture, we want to run down the latest figures we have on the Southern California firestorms. First of all, the one we've been following the most closely, Calabasas fires now consumed 20,000 acres. 5 people treated for injuries. Officially, the blaze destroyed 12 homes, but that number is expected to go up probably in excess of 100 right now. 1 person killed so far. Moving to Riverside County, that fire burning near Banning and Beaumont remains at 7,500 acres. Officials there now say 3 people were hurt. 700 homes had to be evacuated. We also want to tell you about an out-of-control wildfire in the Rancho Bernardo section of northern San Diego County. It's being called the Old Coach Fire. It's blackened 1,500 acres, threatening homes in that area. We're told there have been some evacuations.
One of the problems in the area, of course, Malibu is so beautiful because it's covered with so much of the lush tropical vegetation that is a huge fire danger. They pay for that mature foliage, but it is a fire danger. In Malibu at the Colony Shopping Center, Malibu Colony, actually, have you moved your location, Chris, in the last 20 minutes?
We're not at the shopping center. We're actually at the southernmost tip of what is called the Malibu Colony. We're literally standing on the beach, and this is the Malibu Lagoon behind me. I'm actually going to turn the light off, and I think you'll actually be able to see a little bit better right there. For those of you who are surfers, you know that this is one of the most popular surfing areas in Malibu. From where we stand, I can tell you that the Malibu pier seems to be intact, but the horizon is just aglow with fresh flame, it would appear. And each one of those glowing dots in the picture, that's what used to be a home. And from here we can see that the smoke is really quite intense in that area, and that it is blowing out to sea. Now, one of the gentlemen who's been standing with us here for the last hour or so is a contractor. Your father lives here in the colony. You've been here all day. First of all, what is your name?
My name is Kevin Babineau. We've been here all day just making sure that there no embers or anything is getting on the roofs and watering down. We've got hoses out and just keeping an eye out on things, making sure that if we have to evacuate that we will.
Earlier there were quite a few embers that were coming over. That danger, at least for now, seems to have passed. There's no more flame really directly in front of us here. It seems to be.
I think we're going to be okay here. The people on the hills are it's still a bad situation there.
Now, as we turn and see behind you over here, we think that there is a historical museum which is directly behind us.
The Malibu Museum. And it has all the artifacts from history from the past, and I think that was saved. We had flame all around it. I'm not sure if it was saved or not.
Okay, thank you very much. Sure. We'll just go back and leave you with these very, very sad pictures of this hillside. As we see, this is on the other side of that is Carbon Canyon, but here on this side, those little twinkly lights are along PCH, and above it you can see the glowing embers. Still very hot on that hillside. Back to you.
It certainly does look like it. Thank you very much, Chris.
We'll go to Kim Mariner now. He's in the 21,400 block of Pacific Coast Highway. Kim, tell us what's changed.
It's a horrible sight. There's no other way to put it. We're in the 21,400 block. We've watched the homes go. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, a little further down, 7, 8, at least 8 homes burning here on Pacific Coast Highway between Las Flores and Carbon Canyon. A little while ago, a gentleman came down and he looked up at the hillside and he said, damn it, I was on top of that house for 2 hours watering it down, and it went. And that's the way it's been here. They've just gone up. The homes that we've seen here on Pacific Coast Highway in this particular area, there have been firefighters in attempting to protect them. Their attempts, as you see, have been successful right down on PCH, but up in the hillsides, not so good. And the wind continues to pick up, hot embers flying down Pacific Coast Highway. At this hour, all they can do is try to protect the structures that are here on Pacific Coast Highway. Down on the highway itself, there are fire units in front of virtually every house from Las Flores up towards Carbon Canyon. That is right against PCH, but as you see, the hillside's just an absolute mess tonight.
Now, Kim, are the fire units, I know they're sending in fresh troops all the time, they're heading north, right? Are they using PCH now by you?
Oh yes, we've seen units going up and down here all night long, and they've come from all over California. The units right now that we've got Los Angeles County and some neighboring fire units that are along the structures here on Pacific Coast Highway. You can see up in the hillsides there, and that's Rancho Pacifico up there along with Las Flores Canyon. You're looking towards Las Flores Canyon down Pacific Coast Highway. Each one of those fire engines is stationed in front of a house that is on Pacific Coast Highway. But the embers continue to fall from the sky, and they're doing what they can.
They're falling like some kind of fiery snowflakes all around you there, and that obviously is the danger of the fire spreading there. Kim, you say there are about 8 fires you can count there right around you. Do you see any houses that escaped, or do you see any way they could escape?
Well, that's a good question. We've been watching with a gentleman here all evening. His home is right next to, Vic, if you would, right over here, to the house that's burning up on the hillside. Now, he's been keeping an eye on it most of the afternoon, and his house is okay. But who knows what's going to happen. This wind shift, the embers, he's been doing what he can, watching, doing, standing, and just hoping and praying.
All right,
you know, you can really feel for the homeowner who was saying that I was up there for 2 hours watering down my home. We hope that at some point what he'll be left with is how lucky he perhaps was himself.
To get out. I mean, that is the main thing in any of these fires.
The anger must be incomprehensible that you feel because fire is too big.
Well, we saw some of that anger voiced earlier when people were turned away from Pacific Coast Highway from getting into their homes. There you see a map of where some of the fires are. And we're told now there has been a fire reported in Baldwin Hills. How large is it? We're not sure yet. We're trying to get all the information we can.
You know, the mental health department is standing by in situations like this. They were an activated organization after the riots last year, and they work around the clock now. So if you need to call the Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health, They're ready to talk to you.
Bree, so far we have been looking at that fire from the ocean side. Here is a reverse view as you look from the valley into the fire. That's a shot from Air 2, and Mark Dunn is up there right now. Mark, what can you tell us?
That's right, Mike. We're looking out at the Santa Monica Bay right now, and as you can see down to the right-hand side of your picture, this is the southeast corner of the fire. This is near the point of origin today, so you can see that the flanks of this fire are spreading laterally as well as they burned all the way to the ocean. What we're going to do now is we're going to travel the length of this fire line. This is the south flank of the fire, or the east flank of the fire. We're going to travel the length of this fire line down toward the beach where you have been witnessing the devastation that's been going on all afternoon. As you know, and as you've been reporting, the fire department now is reporting that this fire has burned upwards of 20 to 25,000 acres. They've had at least 5 injuries and 1 fatality in this fire. Right now, what firefighters are trying to do, when we flew over the beach coming over to this location, we saw 2 different lines of defense. One a little bit higher on the mountaintop, which seemed to be behind the homes that line the shoreline. Not right on the shoreline, but are in the hills that overlook the ocean with the views, so to speak. There seems to be a line of firefighters behind those homes between the fire and the homes. And then there's another line of firefighters down on PCH. It looks to us like they're going to try and make a stand, defend those homes that are in the highlands of Malibu, so to speak. The firefighters have a little bit more going for them when they actually get down to PCH. As you know from traveling that road yourselves, that part of PCH is very steep cliffs and not a lot of brush and grass grown on those from landslides and mudslides that we've had over the years. So that's almost a natural fire break. Firefighters, they can, as long as embers don't travel over PCH and jump the coast or jump the highway, as you've seen it happen earlier this afternoon, those homes were probably along the beach there be saved. Those are south now of the Malibu colony. As far as the Malibu colony is concerned, Chris Caneglia and Kim Mariner, they've been reporting from that area all afternoon. I think if they could defend that shopping center, if they can keep that shopping center there where the Malibu colony coffee shop used to be, they've moved it. They're still in there, but they've moved their location, that historic little area in there. If they can protect that area from fire, the colony which lies behind that with the ocean to its back will probably be saved. Mike, back to you.
Mark Dunn reporting from Air 2 with news of a 2-pronged attack by firefighters right now up on the hillside. They're trying to attack the flames on the hillside behind the homes on the shoreline, and they're using PCH as a barrier for their second prong. And our Pat Lalama is standing by at the update desk with, we hope, some news we're hoping that the news about the Baldwin Hill fire is not true.
We can tell you that we have been on the phone with City Fire and County Fire, and both say categorically they are not showing any reaction to brush fire anywhere in the Baldwin Hills area. So that is not correct information, and we are happy to report. One other interesting note to tell you about: fire officials have declared the Malibu fire area a disaster zone. And that, of course, makes it completely off limits to media. And according to the CHP media, all members of the media will be ordered out of the area, but they will be able to meet with county fire officials at a command post to, of course, help us with our endeavor to keep all viewers posted of all important information. Once again, Malibu fire area, a disaster zone. Bria, Mike.
All right, we're glad to hear that the Baldwin Hills fire report was just that.
Does not exist.
Report.
Right.
Not true.
Yeah, but it shows the tension.
It does, certainly, and people get very stressed out by this, and those maybe who are doing some wishful thinking of their own about what they could be out doing in this fire danger time, let's just hope they stick to false reports.
Right now, we are preparing a kind of an overview for a lot of people who just tuned us in or who just arrived back in town and want to know when these fires started, where they started, just a kind of a broad overview. Tricia Toyota working on that right now, and she's going to have that for us in just a short while. But in the meantime, you're looking at a live shot from Chopper 2 as we look down on this snake-like serpentine line of fires snaking its way through the hillsides there, and everywhere you see a bright spot, for the most part, that's a burning home or what's left of a burning home. And here you see the fire coming up over a ridge line, and that is a spectacular sight at night when a fire climbs to the top of a ridge and then goes down the other side.
You know, it's absolutely mesmerizing. My experience last week up in Chopper 2 in the evening hours, it is a frightful sight, but mesmerizing, and one that you cannot take your eyes away from. You understand in some ways, in some horrible ways, what firebugs are attracted to, because it is an intense sight.
There is no sympathy for anybody with that sickness here in the Southland, nor has there been for at least a week now. Let's go back up to Bob Turr in Chopper 2. Bob?
Well, really no sign of anything letting up. The smoke has died down because most of the brush is burned from Saddle Peak down to the shoreline. But that main flank that we're also worried about is right in the center of the picture. And the fire department helicopters are continuing to make their water drops through the area, and they've been very successful in extinguishing flames that are approaching some of the homes. However, they plan on dropping out of the fire attack in about an hour and 40 minutes because of fatigue. Their pilots can't do it any longer. And looking over here, it's just not showing any sign of letting up. There you can see the tremendous flames boiling up in that area, and that would be just about above Carbon Canyon, Las Flores Canyon, and then out to the right. The area that's pitch black right now is the area of Tuna Canyon. There are hundreds of homes in there, but the power for that area has been knocked out, so you can't see the homes. The fire department helicopters that come in are using night suns to light up the scene from above, and they're able to pinpoint where they want to put the water. Now let me zoom in on one such helicopter that's flying overhead right now, and you can see the night sun working, and that helicopter just let a load of water out, which is a tremendous sight, especially for the people down on the ground trying to save their homes. Now what they're trying to do is stop the fire spots and stop the burning embers and stop the continuation of the fire line. However, this jagged fire line continues to consume the heavy fuel, moving to the west at this point. In terms of wind, I think the wind has subsided from the air, has subsided somewhat. The problem is that, once again, these fires create their own wind and are still eating away. Now, we counted over 60 homes burning. I think that number is going to be much higher. The smoke has cleared in some other areas, and you can see, wherever you see a bright spot down in the picture right now, is the hulk of what was left of a home. Moving off to the right down here, you can see a line of fire engines. Those fire engines are surrounding homes, although you can't see it because it's too dark. Put up hyper gain, maybe we can see it. There you can see them, and they're lined along these streets, and they're ready to make their fire attack. The fire right now, Michael, is about, I'd say 200 yards away, but slow moving. It has really slowed down. That's the good news. It has slowed down considerably from what we've seen earlier. This is one of the fastest moving fires I have seen in 17 years of doing news, moving its way from the area of Mulholland Highway and Old Topanga Road, across the highway, and then up to Saddle Peak, and then across this Malibu Bowl area. Now, looking off to the picture over here, those, of course, are the burning hulks of homes. Let me zoom in there so you can get a better picture. And there you can see the foundations of these homes.
How many have you counted, Bob?
Well, I was up over 60, and I started counting again, and I got up to 70, and I just don't know where to begin. It's such a hodgepodge of homes here, and you know what? Michael said something that is true, and I know that you've said it before, that these aren't just homes, these are memories, these are people's homes. Their families lived here, and the real loss here, you know, and there's another loss, and that's to the wildlife of this area. Dogs, you know, pets, horses that have perished in this fire. And it moves so quickly, I don't know how they possibly could have gotten them all clear from the area. We're up about 2,000 feet. We're in some smooth air. The air temperature out here is about 59 degrees, so it's quite chilly up here. Although down closer to Earth, it is very hot. It's still very, very warm. Now, let me show you the western flank of the fire. This would be close to Malibu Canyon Road near Pepperdine, and you can see some fire over there. We'll take another look at that area in just a moment, but this is the area that really bothers me right here, and this is the western flank of the fire, the one that continues to progress on its way over to Tuna Canyon, where they have all those homes.
How far from the ocean is that flank of the fire, Bob?
Well, okay, it will extend, Michael, all the way. Let me go back to hypergain here. You see those lights right there? Those are boats. Okay, there's the shoreline in the very center of your picture. Okay, and then so it extends all the way from the shoreline up to Saddle Peak. So it's a jagged line, about 3.5, 4 miles.
Is it moving south?
Pardon me, sir?
Is it moving south?
Yeah, it's moving to the southeast at this point.
Southeast?
Very slowly.
And ultimately toward the ocean.
Yes, it will continue to do that. There is the major fire break that they have will be Topanga Canyon, where there is a major separation of peaks. And if the wind is somewhat cooperative, it should do fairly well there. However, in between that area, you've got all these homes.
This is all part of that fire line that extends all the way to Saddle Peak at the top. 3 miles or more winding from its origin at Saddle Peak all the way to the coastline. We were talking about tourists and how this will be devastating to the tourist industry as well in Southern California, and for folks maybe just arriving to partake of some tourist attractions in Southern California for which we are famous. The J. Paul Getty Museum is one of them. It will be closed to the public tomorrow as a precautionary measure due to concerns about traffic in the air. Of course, the tie-ups of traffic have been horrible.
Let's get a ground view. Kim Mariner down on the ground, and I assume that's your picture we're looking at right now, Kim. Those flames are really climbing up there.
Yeah, several homes still going here along Pacific Coast Highway between Carbon Canyon and Los Forest. Earlier this evening, we spoke with Marshall Coben, whose house had been spared from the problems up there. But Marshall...
Yeah, no, I just want to tell everyone who lives in the neighborhood and my rest of my family who's back at my apartment in Santa Monica that our house is burning. There was a few houses like ours that held out for a while on Rambla Vista, but you live on Rambla Vista, your house is burning tonight.
Yours was in between two homes that were going.
Mine looked like it was about the last one to go. I really had a lot of hope that it wasn't going to burn. But you know, the embers are flying all over, and there's just no way that anything made out of wood is not going to burn tonight.
And several more homes behind yours or near yours that have the potential of going?
Yeah, the house that's on the highway right in front of mine is where the fire department says they're going to make a stand. I tried to talk them into going up to my house, but they didn't have the water pressure to go up there.
Were they protecting the structure earlier in the day?
No, they couldn't get near my house. The flames came down so fast down the hill, and I live up on the hill, so there was just no way. There was no way that they could get up there and stay. It was just too hot.
Marshall, our sincere sympathy and condolences over your loss today. And everybody got out and everybody's fine, though. Is that?
Everybody's safe. Unfortunately, they didn't fill their cars when they left, but. You know, we'll get over it.
Kim?
Marshall Coben, thank you. Yes.
Can you hear us?
Yes,
Can
I
you
can.
keep Marshall just for a second?
Marshall, hang on just a second here.
We want to ask him, just so we get an idea of, in some cases, how futile even having all precautionary measures taken for your homes was in fires this intense. Let's find out what he had done in his home to try to save it.
Good point, Bree. Marshall, Bree Walker asked the question, as far as prevention is concerned, how was your house protected?
My house had a gravel roof, which probably helped for a little while, but we had a lot of redwood decks as well that were all around the house, and those are pretty hard to keep from burning. I mean, the best thing you can do in an area like this is try and build your house all out of metal and, you know, bricks, but, you know, how realistic is that?
What about brush clearance?
Brush clearance would be a real good idea.
But was it cleared around your property?
Well, the fire department, you know, comes around every year, and they make all the residents clear the brush from around the houses, but yeah, there was trees around the house, and that's I'm sure what caused it to burn.
We watched a number of them go up along the roadway here as we continue to watch other houses go up, Bree. The situation here on Pacific Coast Highway between Carbon Canyon and Las Flores, many homes continue to go.
Thank you, Kim. Yeah,
Marshall,
that
thank you.
Makes a very good point. You can clear brush around your house. You can have adobe walls. You can have the tile roofs, but somewhere in that house you're going to have some wood. And when you become encircled by those flames, 2,000 degrees, your house is going to go up. Something is going to catch fire, and it's going to go. Right now, we're going to Chris Canangla. Chris?
All right, Mike, we're still here at the Malibu Lagoon on the southern end of the Malibu colony. It's still safe. Everything is still fine out here in the colony area, but folks have just sort of watching off here in disbelief off into the distance across the lagoon area. We'll turn our light off now so you can get a better picture of that as the embers continue to glow here into the night. The situation has not changed much here. It's a very low tide. Boats are patrolling the coastline. We've seen flashing blue lights, and when you see those are boats offshore that are patrolling along to check out, among other things, for instance, the Malibu Pier. And from where we're standing here, it looks like the Malibu Pier is fine. And for a stretch of road, you can see in your picture here, maybe for about a mile down the coast there. But above PCH, the ugly glowing embers, and we can now see fresh flame. Marshall, can you see that? Marshall, our photographer, now on the top. And I have no monitor here, so I can't really tell whether we're on that right now or not, but we're seeing fresh flames, and even as dark as it is, the sun having set already, it is very clearly illuminating that other side. That is called, by the way, Sumac Ridge, and beyond Sumac Ridge is Carbon Canyon, and that is the area where the glow is coming from. That is where the hot fire is now spreading, and the winds, let me tell you about the winds. We heard earlier that the winds were dying down. Well, you couldn't prove that by us here at this point. The winds have been real steady. They ebb, but then they continue to blow pretty well. The good news is for this part of Malibu is that there are no more embers coming out towards us here in the Colony area. So the real hellfire now is further on down the coast there towards Sumac Ridge and Carbon Canyon, but it is still a terrible, terrible sight to see. Back to you.
Chris, a lot of the folks are spread out around you, folks who are victimized by this fire. What are they doing? Are they just watching in a state of shock, basically?
Well, we're out pretty far on this point. There actually is nobody here right now except myself and my cameraman, but behind us, probably 50 yards away or so, there are about a dozen or so cars that are parked. They've simply left the cars there for precautionary reasons. We're going to swing the camera around, and Marshall, let's go ahead and swing around over here, and we'll see if we can poke through the darkness and see. I don't know how well you can see it. That white van is ours here at the end of the cables, and beyond that you'll see about a dozen cars. Basically, folks have just gone back into their homes out there. Some of them are walking up and down. There's a road that runs along in through here, more or less parallel to the beach. But on the inland side of it, of course, since most of these homes are all oriented towards the water. And occasionally folks will walk up and down. There are 5 fire trucks, 5 fire companies that are stationed here, and they've been here and they will stay here in order to protect these homes should any fire begin to come in this direction. That's their job, so they're not going anywhere tonight. And certainly by no means is the emergency over, but as I said earlier, the colony appears to be safe for now. There is a creek that runs across here. There's a lot of sand, and frankly the burning seems to have gone further south down the coast, and if there's anything else beyond us, we can't quite see it.
Okay,
that's the
Chris.
situation from the colony. Mike, Bree, back to you.
Thank you very much. We have on the telephone with us right now, Chris, Captain Steve Valenzuela, joining us once again from the LA County Fire Department. Captain Valenzuela, thanks again for joining us. It appears that you've drawn a line in the sand for this approaching fire, and that you have men lined up there. It's almost as if your soldiers dug into foxholes in the face of an approaching army. Tell us about how you intend to try to stave off this fire tonight.
Well, it's been difficult to draw a line up to this point because of the type of terrain that we have there. Actually, along PCH, we do have a tremendous amount of fire equipment that is there protecting the structures on both sides of the street. And recently we were able to update some of the information in regards to this fire. We now have a total of 20,000 acres involved in this fire. We have over 2,500 firefighters fighting the blaze at this time, and another close to 2,000 firefighters en route to the location.
A little while ago, we saw a line of fire trucks around a residential area. Is that your strategy? You'll just make a stand there?
That's exactly right. What we try to do is place ourselves between the fire front and the structures. Of course, we want to make sure that the people are out of their homes to begin with, but we will locate our water, we'll place our equipment and our firefighters in a position that they can battle the blaze from a distance and continue to fight it as long as they possibly can, and hopefully either divert the fire, put it out, keep it from catching the structures on fire, and if it gets too hot for the firefighters, then they in turn have to also retreat to another point.
Captain Valenzuela, we know that it can't be an exact science when you've got this much wind and you've got a lot of different spots on fire, but when you take a look, for instance, at a two-pronged attack, fighting flames on the hillside to protect homes there and then using PCH as a barrier, how do you pick and choose which homes you're going to go after at this point to try to save?
Well, it's not really a matter of picking and choosing which houses do we feel are more valuable. We're going to try to protect as many structures as we possibly can. We're going to try to extinguish the fire at the hottest part of the fire so we can maybe stop some of the progression or the growth of the fire. But our main goal is to save the lives of the people. We had many people lose their homes, for example, in the Altadena fire. But when they returned to their homes, they were just grateful that they still were healthy and they had their lives to begin again. It's important that people that live in the area, when asked to evacuate, do leave their homes, and many of them have started doing so on their own because of this threat. The firefighters in the area will continue just to keep a stronghold and fight the flames back as long as they can.
There were some people that had not evacuated as of an hour and a half ago, right?
That's true. It's not easy to get people to leave their homes because they just try to protect their homes as much as they can to the very end. But what it does in turn is it sometimes hampers firefighting efforts because of the congestion in the roads and because we're also having to keep an eye on those people that are left and not just fight the fires. So it makes our job a little more complicated.
Captain Steve Valenzuela, thank you once again for joining us. I know you're quite busy. We do appreciate your time.
We have to hear these lessons again and again, don't we? We heard these
over.
same pieces of advice last week.
One of the truly hot spots has been Carbon Canyon. Our Jody Baskerville, we have not heard from her for a while, but she is set up now, ready to bring us the latest from that area. Jody?
Yeah, we're in Carbon Canyon. We're kind of overlooking a lot of the homes that were burned out. It looks to be about a dozen structures in the distance. Most of the flames are out and you're looking at the glowing rubble. Now, the firefighters kind of took a stand up here, for about the last hour or so. We've been watching them. You can see a closer look of some of the rubble over here. Now, my IFB is going in and out, just to let you know. I might not be hearing you. There you go with the embers. Whoa. And there's a structure in the distance over there. I'm not sure if you can see it. There has been gas sizzling. These were two homes up here. This is a real exclusive area in Malibu, Carbon Canyon. The firefighters have pretty much started pulling out because there's not much left they can save. You're looking at what's left over of a house right here.
Be careful out there, Jody. You don't have glasses
They
on.
had more than a dozen trucks up here at the peak of it, and we kind of got caught in a roadblock. But it's really an eerie sight because the whole mountainside is kind of glowing with what's left of these homes.
Those
I don't
burning
have
embers.
IFB.
Multi-million-dollar homes. We just saw the burned-out carcass of a Mercedes-Benz there. This a staggering financial loss, but it's not the financial loss that we're most concerned about. It's A, protecting people, making sure everybody got out okay, and B, there is the loss of people's homes, and that's much more than just a financial loss.
Yeah, we know the insurance underwriters have to be nervous about this at this point. Did the snow, it looks like snow coming at you. The smoke and ash has been in the air all day in all parts of Los Angeles. I know that you noticed it, and if you have asthma and allergies, it's been an uncomfortable day.
All right, thank you very much, Jody. We're going to go to Marianne Cushy right now. Marianne, describe exactly where you are.
Mike, we're here on PCH, of course, and we are almost to Big Rock, and we have come this way because the fire department tells us that the fire is moving southward. As you can see behind me, it has moved quite quickly during the few minutes that we have taken to get here and set up. We have passed Las Flores Canyon Road, Carbon Canyon Road, and I've got to tell you, the area through there, it was absolutely raining fire. Incredibly, the fire has jumped the highway. You see now the sheriff's deputies, a line of them with their lights. That's pretty much all you can see out here because the power has been turned off. And the fire has jumped Pacific Coast Highway in some areas, and it is burning homes, a couple of homes at least, near the water. And we can't show it to you now. Look at these fire trucks. They're headed south right now toward Big Rock because that is the way the fire is headed, and hopefully they will be able to contain it down there. I have never seen such a traffic jam of fire trucks. They have absolutely packed Pacific Coast Highway further down there. They've only left room for them to come and to go. This area right now is deserted. The sheriff's deputies have gone knocking door to door. They have gone looking inside of these homes to make sure that everyone is out of there. I've spoken with some people. Right now they've gone away. They've been ordered out of this area. I've asked them, did you have a chance to pack clothes? They said nothing. We had the very few items that we packed, it absolutely wasn't enough. A man took his wife and his children and their two cars, and they just absolutely headed out of here. They wanted to see if their house up there had burned. They had asked me. It's just absolutely a rain of fire, and the heat up there is incredible. It's about 80 to 90 degrees, yet when you come further down, it's very cool. And the wind, however, it does pick up at times, and it is very gusty. So right now, that's the way it is. It's headed south, and it's a very dangerous fire. Back to you.
And this does represent the southward bend that Bob Turr in Chopper 2 was pointing along. That was about to happen. In fact, we're seeing it now.
We looked at her shot there, and we see it's inevitable. Those flames are going to burn down to the Pacific Coast Highway. Bob Turr's up there now. Bob, just how much of the coastline has that fire advanced to? In other words, the fire has gone down at least to Pacific Coast Highway. Along how long a stretch would you estimate?
Michael, can you repeat that, sir?
I was wondering how long the stretch of Pacific Coast Highway is where the fire has advanced at least all the way to the highway. Is it 4 or 5 miles?
I would estimate about 3.5 to 4 miles at this point. It is, as you can imagine, a whole wall of fire. There you see a home or what's left of this home burning up. Rambla Pacifica, we just got a word that 4 homes are engulfed in flames there, or just about to be engulfed in flames. We're coming around here. Let me go to 18. There you can see some homes. We can go left, Craig, if you want. What we're going to try to do is take you along Pacific Coast Highway, low level, but unfortunately the smoke is not cooperating. And there down below are some burned out homes and some homes that burned about 2 hours ago. So indeed, it's still very dangerous, very deadly, and continuing to burn. Now what we're going to try to do is get you over an area. We get in a little closer here. Okay, let's make a tight left. You'll see a little picture break up here. Tight left. Okay, we're doing okay. Okay, now let's just try to get in over here. Let me take you over to these areas. There you see some of these homes. I wanted to take you on a tour of this area here. Let me go to hypergain.
Tell us about Rambla Pacifica.
Rambla Pacifica.
Is this new houses or new fires?
That would be out in this area, right? Let me see if I can.
Yeah, that's just north of Las Flores Canyon Road.
Yeah, that's about this area right here. 4 structures consumed in that area of the fire. It's just getting worse and worse and worse. And I really don't see any positive signs for the most part out here, except the wind has become, if we can go left here and stay in the light.
So it's just an uncontrolled spread here. If you're talking about homes now being involved in Rambla Pacifica.
Let's go left and stay in clear air. We're going to stay in some clear air because we're having a little problem being at this high altitude. We don't want to get swallowed up by the smoke as well. So if we go straight ahead now, we'll take you through. If you can maybe take another reporter here, we got to get out of this.
All right,
thank you very much, Bob.
There, and we've got Air 2 on the other side.
We've got 2 aerial views. There is a live shot from Air 2, and Mark Dunn is up there. Mark, which direction are you looking? Give us some perspective here.
Michael, we're going from the southeast corner. We're heading toward the beach right now. We're following that eastern front that's burning all the way down to PCH. As you can see from the picture coming into your frame now, the intense heat, the vastness of the fire line here, they haven't been able to bring this fire line into Nick, if you could give me a little bit of a left pedal. They haven't been able to bring this fire line under control, obviously, as we've been watching all afternoon, but you can see the thickness of this fire line. You can see the embers behind it. What happens is the wind will lay down for a minute, the fire will go down into embers, the wind will kick back up, and then you see what happens right here. A firestorm develops again and engulfs maybe another few 50 or 60 acres in the snap of your fingers. You can see 2 fire lines now, they're coming together. This is the southeast edge of the fire, and it is heading toward the canyon that's full of homes. As we come to our left, just over the runner there, that's the runner of the helicopter you can see, we're right over the top of this fire. You can see that we're coming down through the burnt out area here where the homes are, and we're coming down to PCH where the firemen are starting to make their stand. Mike?
All right, we'll go back to Marianne Cucci now at Big Rock in Malibu. This represents the southward bend of the fire as it stretches down southward on PCH. Marianne?
Bree, the winds are starting to once again pick up. Actually, they are wind gusts. It's not a constant wind here. But in the last, I think, the last 2 to 3 minutes, you can see the progress of those flames. They are just lighting up the sky, clouds of smoke just billowing from those hills. And we could tell because it's getting harder to breathe out here. And we haven't been engulfed in smoke out here, but you can tell that the sky is just getting clogged with all of that white stuff. And the fire trucks are heading further down the road. They anticipate the fire getting down to Big Rock. What you're looking at is La Costa area, La Costa Beach up there. A lot of people worried about their homes. One man asked me if his home burnt down, and we saw the area up there. And I don't have good news to tell him. Most of the homes up there, at least on the east side of this highway, are up in flames. And the fire department obviously is doing as best they can, but it really is almost it's a sad sight almost to see because those flames are so absolutely engulfing, and you see the firemen trying with their hoses to try and put these flames out, but they are so overwhelming.
Yeah, looking at your picture,
right now.
Looking at your picture there, Marianne, it's hard to imagine anything escaping those flames.
Although
it's just a wall of flames.
It sure can happen that it jumps and leaves some homes unscathed. It's happened time and time again in the Malibu area.
And it's so ironic because you can think about the fact that just on the other side is the ocean, all that water, and there were a couple of homes down there. They were burning through the rafters. Fire department trying to put those out at least. Also, we can't show them to you now, but there's a line of Coast Guard boats all lined up and down this coast. getting ready, just to tell you how dangerous this fire is, getting ready to evacuate anyone who might be stranded out there on the beach. So far as we know, that hasn't happened at this time.
Do you know, are there many people standing out there on the beach? Sought refuge there?
We don't know of any. Actually, this whole area has been evacuated. It's deserted. There is no one here. In fact, there aren't any residences even trying to even get back into their homes. They have just cleared this area. The sheriff's deputy has been pretty thorough and going through house by house and getting everybody out on their bicycles, even those people who are curious, as we all know, who come and want to watch. They are simply out of here. It's just us and the fire department here at this location at this time.
All right, thank you.
Back to Carbon Canyon, where Jody Baskerville was kicking through some burning embers, as a matter of fact, to show us some of the devastation. We want you to be careful out there, Jody. Last week, a firefighter was injured when a burning ember hit him in the eye.
Yeah, the wind is really kicking up over here, and those embers are flying. I think that's one of the reasons why you're seeing a grouping of homes that have been destroyed, because with this wind, I don't see there's any way to avoid going up in flames. Now, we just in the last 15 minutes, Bree, we saw this hot spot kick up over there, and I'm not sure if there are any homes still standing in that area. If there are, I'm sure they're in trouble, because it looks like it's picking up steam as we go.
Is that a home we see there burning, Jody?
Yeah, I believe so, Michael. I'm trying to get a closer look. Yeah, it is a home. It is a home. It's right next to that group of homes to the right, or to the left, rather, my left.
There goes some mature foliage there that just went up.
And the wind is just really strong up here, so firefighters are having a tough time keeping this fire from spreading.
And it's pretty obvious there why you have no power up in that area. You see that utility pole there. It's getting ready to go.
Yeah.
Much of Malibu is without power right now, we're told.
Yeah, I can understand that, because I tell you, we've seen power lines down all the way coming up here.
And it's extremely dangerous being out on those streets. We hope if somebody is thinking about evacuating, they've been warned to, they go ahead and do it, because there are untold dangers just getting out of there. When you think about power lines down on the street, when you think about fire lines, fire jumping roadways and entire roadways being engulfed in flames, it's a good time to get out if you're thinking about it.
The stories of folks going back in after having once left are stories that we always hear at this time. But as you can see, this fire is no match for a single family.
Let's get another aerial view here from Air 2 this time, and Mark Dunn, who is up there. Mark, go ahead.
Well, Mike, I have some bad news. I think the winds are kicking up again. If you look through our picture now, what we're doing is we're looking at the Santa Monica Bay. Earlier we had a beautiful crystal clear picture there of all the lights in the bay. You can see now the picture's totally obscured with smoke. As we come around here, we're coming up to the southeast corner again of this fire. This is on the valley side, over on the side of origin of the fire, and you can see the hot spot that's kicked up over here again. Now this, if you can make out the lights behind this, not the huge amount of lights in the background, but the small amount of lights right up in the middle left side of your corner, this is a whole other area of homes. Not quite so densely populated as the valley, mind you, but still, these homes are becoming in danger again, as this fire is actually fighting against the wind. When it's going up against the walls of some of these canyons that are actually against the wind, it's creating it, as we've talked about for the last 2 weeks, it's creating its own weather, its own chimney effect, where it's shooting up the sides of these canyons and actually moving against the wind. But as you look at this picture, you can see that the wind is kicking up again. That heavy black smoke is reaching, the fire is reaching new fuel. It's kicking up that heavy black smoke again. Visibility is coming down to almost zero in areas, and it looks like we're in for a long night.
Are you flying right above Las Flores Canyon right now, Mark?
Actually, Bree, we're on the inside of that. We've just flown out of the inner circle, so to speak, of the fire. We're now pointed toward the valley. The left-hand side of your frame would be the valley. Matter of fact, if I lean out here, I'm going to go through the helicopter. We can show you the lights of the valley there, and I'm going to come back to the fire here. Off to the right in that direction, you can't see it now because it is obscured by smoke. That's where the Pacific Ocean is. That's where Malibu is. That's where all the trouble's happening on PCH. But just before we go, look down at this. We're having the whole trouble start over again on the valley side. Bree?
Oh, that is not a good sight to see. You mentioned the wind kicking up. If this is a typical Santa Ana weather night, there will be periods when the wind lulls a bit, then it will kick back up throughout the rest of the night, and then it will certainly start kicking back up tomorrow morning. The encouraging thing is we are told that it should begin to die down around midday tomorrow, and it well might be midday before they start to get a handle on these fires, because that was the case last time. The weather had to break before firefighters were ever able to get the upper hand.
The phone company's limiting calls to the area, by the way, so please don't try to call people in that area. It just makes it more of a mess for everyone who's trying to handle all the emergency services that are very important in a situation like this.
Right now, Pat Lalama has been collecting information for us. She is sitting at the update desk. Let's go to her for the latest. Pat?
Mike, let's give you an official summation of injuries, people being treated at the obviously invaluable Sherman Oaks burn unit. We have a British movie screenwriter who suffered 2nd and 3rd degree burns over 95% of his body in, quote, extremely critical condition. We also have his friend, a carpenter, 40 years old, suffering 2nd and 3rd degree burns over 60% of his body, also in critical condition. And I think, as you mentioned earlier, these were 2 men who'd gone back into the raging inferno to try to save animals and themselves became very, very severe victims. We also have 3 firefighters from the California Department of Forestry, all from Butte County in Northern California, admitted to the burn ward. However, they're suffering from smoke inhalation and 2nd degree burns to shoulders and arms, and doctors do believe that they will be just fine, and we're happy to report that. An update on road closures, obviously very important at this time of the day in Los Angeles, California, a nightmare in and of itself without raging infernos bestowing their wrath upon us. Let's do an update. Pacific Coast Highway from Sunset to Las Posas in Ventura County, Topanga Canyon from Mulholland to PCH, Malibu Canyon from Las Virgenes to PCH, Canaan Road closed at Agora, the Sunset off-ramps on the 405, both north and southbound. Need we tell you what a massive, massive nightmare that must be for anyone stuck on the 405. Obviously, almost trivial to mention it now. If you don't need to go there, don't. And Pacific Coast Highway at McClure Tunnel in Santa Monica, also a big traffic problem. Las Virgenes Road between Lost Hills and PCH. And one more time, I will tell you that fire officials have now officially stated that Malibu, the fire area, is a disaster zone.
The magnitude of this is overwhelming.
Yes.
Kim Mariner, right now in one of the hot spots. Kim, is that your video we're looking at right there? A major, major flare-up if it is.
Michael, it's incredible. It's just all gone. There were homes, many of them up on this hillside. They're just all gone. One house right there continues to stand. There is fire on the roof. That is a single-family dwelling, a 3-story single-family dwelling, but there is fire on the roof. It is the only house along this particular portion of PCH above, up on Rambla Orienta and several of the streets up above, that is standing at this time. Whether or not it's going to make it through, I don't know. A couple of the people that were up there fighting all day long. Dr. Lanzo, if I may just ask you, sir, you did your best up there today. The firefighting effort on your part, what did you attempt to do?
I just hung there, waited for the fire people to help us out, and nothing happened. We just overwhelmed us. Really couldn't do anything.
Did they have no water?
No water. There's no water on our side of the street. It was turned off. On the other side there was water, but I don't think it would have made any difference. This fire is too, it wouldn't have made a difference. There's no way.
No water at all.
Norman Curry, your home's up there.
Yeah, we're next door. I was there from about 2:30. He called me at work, and I was on top of the roof taking the leaves off, but we had no water. And so, I didn't think it could happen really, but I guess anything can happen in this day.
Jim Riley, you were with your house most of the day.
Yeah, I watched it go. I've been here 20 years, and a good 20 years. I have a brother-in-law that says, be careful of your possessions. They'll end up possessing you. I'm going to tell Donald that I am now a free man. No possessions.
Well, what a spirit, what an attitude at this point. It, for a lot of the people, just hasn't sunk in at this time. Many of these homes still continue to burn up on Rambla. That's Rambla Orienta up there?
Yes, it's Rambla Orienta.
And Orienta, and the other streets that are...
It's Rambla Vista. Rambla Vista goes up and down, back to the Coast Highway.
And then further down is Rambla...
That's Rambla Orienta.
Pacifica?
Over here, yeah, Rambla Pacifica is at the end of the street here, and it goes around on top of the hill. But so that's not in that community there.
So the majority of the houses we're seeing go right now are...
On our street, I think most of the houses are gone.
Orienta and Rambla Vista, those two.
Yeah, on Rambla Orienta and Rambla Vista, most of those houses are gone. Yeah. Matter of fact, our house right now is really kind of into the fire right now.
In fact, Vic has a picture of it right now. That's the house that you had spent the majority of the day doing your best to protect.
That's right.
It's got to be a heartbreak to look up there.
It is, but I guess you have to take the good with the bad. It was really a nice place to enjoy, but now it's gone, so...
Boy, that's the way we began this report. It's all gone, and that's the way it is. it's all gone.
Thank you, Kim. What a hellish scene. This fire is literally insatiable. There is nothing stopping this fire short of the Pacific Ocean as it burns toward the Pacific Ocean.
You know what's amazing to me is these folks stand there and they almost seem philosophical at this point, and I can't help but feel a little bit guilty that, as far as I know, my home's okay. It's not in that area. It's a tough thing to be a survivor in something this massive in a way, because your heart goes out to these folks.
Yeah.
And you just can't imagine how they can be stoic like that, even enough to talk to a reporter. They
Well,
must be in a state of shock, and our hearts go out to them.
Sometimes you are in a state of shock, and the way you respond initially is not the way you respond when the sun comes
That's
up
true.
tomorrow and you see the
you see
smoldering
it.
embers of what was once your home. And there's going to be a lot of emotional adjustment for those folks in the days and the weeks ahead. Here you see a map, and there you see Las Flores Canyon. That is one of the hot spots, has been for much of the day. Our Jody Baskerville is standing by there, so let's go to her for the latest from Las Flores Canyon. Actually, Carbon Canyon. Jody?
Carbon Canyon, that's right, Michael. Okay, we've been watching these fires jump from house to house. Right now, I've got Tony Durant, who's with LA County Fire Department. Tony, what about the water pressure? I know that's a concern, and it has been because you've had to use a lot of it.
Well, yeah, the water pressure's been real low. The hydrants that we have found operating have been very low pressure. They've been real slow to, it's just been a long time refilling our engine, so it's been slow getting us back onto the hot spots. Yeah.
What about the embers? I know that all these houses are very close together. Is it basically the wind and the embers that are making it bounce from one house to the next?
It was the wind, right? The wind, the fire, the flames were just blowing, just blew right through here very quickly, and we were watching it, and suddenly it spotted and just took off, and we were all overrun here. Fortunately, nobody got hurt, but it was real close. We burned our engine. And but you know,
your fire engine got burned?
Yeah, we lost, not too bad. We lost the part of the ladder and you know, some of the paint, but everyone's safe. That's the important thing.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tony, for bringing us that update. Okay, Michael and Bree, that's it from Carbon Canyon. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but they did lose an engine up here, but fortunately no one was hurt. All the firefighters are okay. They just lost an engine.
We can not only hear you, but we see that spectacular sight there. That is one of the hottest sights we've seen.
Yeah, and you are located just a little bit north of where Kim Mariner was talking to folks who had just lost their homes.
Yeah, Bree, there's a lot of them gone.
Up in air 2, let's get another aerial view. Let's go to Mark Dunn and see how this fire is progressing from his standpoint. Mark?
Mike, well, we just broke through on the other side of the smoke. As you can see now, we have a clear view of the fire. What we're going to do is we're going to come back around and we're going to take a look at that leading edge and how it's heated up since we last spoke. You can look at the glow of that fire now, and you can see that this fire is by no means over. This is just one hot spot. That's back toward the valley. As we pan over to the left here to show you the rest of this leading edge, we're heading down toward the ocean now. When we were over PCH just 2 minutes ago, as you know, we have to make kind of a racetrack pattern up here so that we can keep giving you these pictures. As we were down at PCH just a few minutes ago, fire had broken through and was between those two lines of defense we talked about earlier. It had jumped over the line of defense, the firemen that were defending those homes that were up inland. It had broken through there. It was between the two lines of firemen, and it was heading down toward PCH. I'm going to show you that right now. As we pan over, you can see the glow right down on the ocean. You can see the firefighters in the foreground. That's PCH on the other side of that glow, and firefighters on the other side of the fire there are trying to make a stand, keeping it from attacking, from assaulting those homes that are literally beachfront property. Mike?
A little bit disoriented looking at this long fire line there. Give us some direction here. Which direction is that fire line running? East to west?
As I go over to my right, Mike, that is north. That's in toward the valley. We're on the east side. We're on the east side of the fire right now. I'm going to pan down south toward the coast. It's a little deceiving because, you know, most people think the coast runs north-south, but with all the inlets and the coves, you know, at some point the coast actually runs east-west, and that's what we're running into now. As you can see now.
So is the fire line running diagonally to PCH?
Yes, actually perpendicular to PCH. You're looking at PCH right now. You can see the fire trucks right down in the left-hand corner of your frame. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, perpendicular is much better than diagonally, or certainly much better than parallel when you consider that fire is burning toward the ocean.
That's absolutely right, Mike. The ocean right now is on your left. Any lights you see out to the left of that line which is right in the middle of your picture now. Those are either boats or other helicopters that are circling down there. And as you well know, you've reported earlier, there's a whole group of boats offshore right now willing to give anybody that's totally trapped help in an offshore sort of way. Right now, though, we're looking at that fire that breached that fire line to your, the firefighter line to your right, and is now in between that upper line of firefighters and the firefighters that are down on PCH defending those beachfront property, those beachfront homes.
Mark, I know that you can only see this when the smoke clears a little bit. Can you tell what the firefighters are actually doing as they try to save the hillside in part of their two-pronged attack against this fire line?
Well, you know, Bree, I can't really see it, but I can tell you with a pretty good, pretty educated guess what is going on. Firefighters are trying to build a scratch line, or trying to build an actual fire break between wherever that fire is headed and where it has been. I mean, a scratch line is a line, a containment.
All right, we're losing you, Mark.
We're going to have to cut away right now. We're at Chris Conagla, and he has some breaking developments there. Chris?
Okay, well, again, we're down at the colony. I'm going to step out of the shot here so you can see it. Just behind us here is PCH across the lagoon, and just in the last couple of minutes, what looked like a tree, maybe a palm tree, suddenly caught fire, and now it has spread to adjoining brush. From where I am, I can't tell if that's on the other side of PCH or if it's on the ocean side of PCH, but I will tell you this. The colony and its residents, which up till now have been breathing a sigh of relief, are now breathing a lot of smoke. Perhaps you can see it. It's almost like snowflakes coming down. We're getting a lot of ash right now. I would assume the embers won't be too far behind it. It is definitely flared way up, and that is in an area which is kind of near a little shopping center, I believe. It's hard to see because we're down below a little sandy area right here, and in a few minutes we're going to move and try to get over top of this. There's a lifeguard tower here in a second. We'll try to move for you in just a moment as soon as we can, but right now that area has flared up, and it is raining down ash and some embers, and we'll keep a close eye on that because this is exactly what the folks here in the colony thought they were not going to be seeing any more of tonight.
You said the people in the colony are now breathing that smoke. Is it actually threatening the colony?
Well, the smoke is coming up over PCH and laying down close to the terrain, and yes, it is.
I mean, is the fire threatening?
Well, the fire seems to be moving this way, but Michael, from my vantage point, I can't tell if it's on that side of PCH or this side, and regardless, PCH isn't that wide, but there is a small lagoon, although we are at very low tide right now, and frankly, there's not a whole lot of water in there, but there is a space, and there's a lot of sand as well. So they have that as a natural barrier between the colony and where that fire has just now flared up.
Malibu Lagoon State Beach, that area, you're talking about that area, right, Chris?
That's exactly where we are,
okay,
yes.
That's
exactly where we are.
So you're just a bit west of the pier right now?
As the coastline goes, we're actually north of the pier, and I would say about a quarter of a mile. You know, this is really geographically, this is where the colony would start. It's just before you get to that big shopping center, before the upgrade on the way out of Malibu. It's just south of where we were earlier, where the Civic Center lies, and it's intensifying. As you can see, we can see that it's beginning to burn some of that brush. I don't know if Air 2 or Chopper 2 is in the air, can see that anywhere any better than we can.
But you can tell the Malibu Pier still appears okay.
Oh yeah, the Malibu Pier is at least a half a mile south of where this is right now, and it is okay. It is still okay. They have a couple of, looks like lifeguard boats. And can you see the embers? We've turned our light off so you can really see it now.
We saw them before better, and we're seeing them occasionally when we cut away to live shots, Chris. It's pretty obvious.
What we're going to do is we're going to move to try to get to a slightly higher vantage point and give you a better picture of this.
All right, we will check in with you shortly. In the meantime, we're going to Kim Mariner. Kim, where are you?
Well, Chris, still on Pacific Coast Highway in the 21,400 block, watching homes up on Pacifica Orienta continue to burn. The home you're looking at right now belongs to Dr. Lanzo, who is with me right now. Dr. Lanzo, you had spent the better part of this day doing what you could to protect the structure.
Yeah, we just watched it come, and it just enveloped us all of a sudden. The fire trucks were sitting with us, and it was kind of a calm, and then all of a sudden they told us to get out, and within moments the whole place was afire.
Your home and several others around it? Just
everything just went all up all at once.
You know, we hear structure protection, fire retardant roof. But how did your house stand in regard to that?
It had a fire retardant roof, but it's a wood house.
Oh.
So, no, it's just hard to believe. It's just going down.
The question, were you able to get out personal items?
I got my bicycle, an old tie collection, some pictures of my children, and a couple of clothes, and that's it. I just didn't think it was going to happen. I had a whole day to deal with it. I just didn't believe it was going to happen. I could have saved a lot more in terms of personal items. I have a very rare and very expensive clock collection. It's all up in flames.
Norman, were you able to get anything out?
Well, I didn't get anything. I had some time to get things, but I really didn't believe anything was going to happen. You know, it's my stubbornness in not taking things out because I thought that I was going to get back, you know. Like you say, we was there all afternoon, and, you know, we didn't have time to take things out, but as I say, you know, you think that you're going to get back, and that's what I was thinking at the time.
And then all of a sudden?
Well, you know, we was making an attempt to keep things as clean as possible. I was on the roof from about 2 to 4, and then the smoke started to come in, and Linzo had to help me get off the ladder. But we didn't have any water, so we couldn't do anything anyway, and the fire department was asking us to leave, so we decided we'd leave. And we came down here, and after that we went up the beach for a while and came back and see what we could do.
We put out some fires on the beach. There were these embers
we put out
that
a couple
were catching,
fires, yeah.
It's a helpless feeling. There's nothing we can do.
Nothing to do, really. And
you want to do something, you can't do anything.
We came back and we just simply could watch. It was like an inferno going, and we was enjoying the movie or something, but kind of sad at the same time.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't come to an immediate end. We continue to monitor the situation along Pacific Coast Highway between Carbon Canyon and Las Flores Canyon. We still see fire trucks up and down the highway protecting the structures that are immediately north of the Pacific Coast Highway. Wind shifts, we've been talking about them throughout the day. In a matter of minutes, the wind will go from the east to the west. We've just watched it shift back and forth. There aren't as many flying embers as we have experienced through the course of this evening, but the situation is, as you see, a picture says it all.
You're right. The wind shift explains how the fire seems to move both north and south at the same time along PCH.
You know, we have seen such a wide array of reactions from these people who have lost their homes, everything from despair to stoic reactions. We even heard some laughter a while ago, almost a resigned kind of laughter. Dr. Wendy King joins us on set right now. How traumatic is losing your home and standing there and watching it and not being able to stop?
Well, Mike, it is unbelievable. It's probably one of the worst things that can happen to you. And I'm sure that there are many people there who are really in a state of shock. That's very normal for something like this. It's very hard for the mind to accept and conceptualize that their home is gone. And that's literally what's happening today. And that's what we're all watching in horror, watching people lose their homes. Now, it's not uncommon for people to do a lot of the things that you've seen today. And that's that they appear to be not in touch with what's really going on. They appear to laugh inappropriately. They appear to not realize what's really happening. That's normal. That's part of the way the body and the mind deals with this. The real problem is going to be in the next couple of days when it all really hits in.
I would think that on the scale of stressors, compared to death in the family, compared to divorce, where is this? Right,
this is very, very high. Yeah, it certainly doesn't compare with losing a spouse, but once the real impact of all of this really comes in and hits home, then they will understand exactly how horrifying this whole experience can be, and also the fact that we've had some very serious injuries as well, and that's made it even more frightening.
And this impact has not begun to sink in yet. I mean, a person, he's going to spend the night, or he or she, in strange surroundings, maybe at a shelter, but first thing tomorrow, they're going to realize this is gone. They're going to realize they don't have a suit to put on to go to work. They don't have any clothes at all.
Right, Mike. And you know, I spent some time in a shelter a few days ago and talked with a family who had lost their home, and they were still in a state of shock themselves. And it didn't hit them until they went back home and they saw that their home was really gone. This poor gentleman didn't even have a pair of socks to wear. And when things like that happen, you realize that everything really is gone. And we do tie a lot of what we own and who we think of ourselves as by our homes. And so when they're gone, we really lose a piece of ourselves.
I had a relative who lost a home, and for forevermore, she said it this way: before the fire and after the fire, it became the passage in her life. The mental health department has a phone number if you want to talk to someone there. It's 1-800-854-7771. They man the phones 24 hours a day.
Okay, we're going back to Chris Canangla right now. Chris, you still along PCH there?
Yeah, we moved to a slightly higher point, Mike, and what's happened now is that this fire has crept dangerously close to the colony right here. Perhaps you can see in the background the flashing lights there where the fire was a second ago. They've just moved about 5 fire engines from further down PCH. What you're looking at now is the smoke as it's coming across in here, and the level of activity here, and I think the nerves have just began to jump here. Folks were just not out on the street at all. They've just come out. There's a gentleman on the far left here who's starting to water down the trees and on the front of his house with a garden hose. And we've just seen in the last couple of moments a few residents just kind of going up and down. We see a guy on a motorcycle over here. He's taking a look around. These are all residents. This area has been blocked off completely. You can't get in here unless you are a resident of the colony. And in fact, one of our news crews can't get in here. We're sort of stuck in this area too. We're going to go back over to where the flames are. And you can see in the background some units still arriving here. About 5 units just came up, and they're going to have to lay some landlines down in through there to try to fight this fire, as it is now in a little brushy area which is astride the creek. You can see the PCH is just above it, a little bit of a bridge section, but there is a little spit of land right here which does connect to the colony. And even though there's a lot of sand out there and a little bit of water in that creek area, this fire has got eyes, and it is looking for anything that can burn, and it is burning it. And it is, as you can see, coming right towards us, or towards the colony, a little bit over to our left. The ash is increasing. The one good thing is it doesn't seem to be throwing a lot of embers, or if it is throwing embers, they're really not going very far. So we're watching this very closely. In advance of that hotspot, we see a couple of other little flare-ups just in front of it by about 15 or 20 yards, and so that is a situation that they're going to have to take care of here pretty quickly.
Chris, if you can continue providing us that picture of the flames there on the ground. Our Mark Dunn has moved over the scene in air too, and he'll give us an aerial view and maybe explain what it looks like from up above too. Thank you, Chris. Mark?
Mike, we're as you can see in the foreground there, on the left side of your picture, you see Pepperdine, and we're trying to slide our way into the colony right now, which is just on the other side of that hill. You can see the flashing lights and the red glow in the background. That's the fire. That would be the eastern flank of the fire that has worked its way down toward PCH and the ocean. Right now, I think what we're doing is the little triangle you see in the center of your picture is the shopping center, and off to the, which is the Malibu colony. Behind that, which would be the top right of your frame, is the actual homes that are involved in the colony. So far, it doesn't look from this vantage point that they're threatened by flames, but as reported from the ground from Chris, that smoke and ember that are blowing over them now, that does create a problem. You just don't know which one of those embers is going to light off the neighborhood. Mike?
All right. Thank you, Mark. We're going to check out Carbon Canyon right now, where Jody Baskerville is standing by, watching some homes there go up in flames. Jody?
Yeah, Bree, we've seen some walls collapse. The houses that you're looking at pretty much are you know, for a loss right now, but they're continuing to burn, and I'm sure the firefighters are just going to let them burn out at this point because there's nothing they can do. Good thing is the water pressure, I guess, is okay around this area. But they still, we thought we saw a fire cooking up over here, Richard. I don't know if you can get that over here. That's about the newest burn area we've seen since we've been up here, and we've been up here about the last hour. Bria, I'm not sure if you can see that.
Yeah, we can see it, and of course the problem is that when an ember blows in this kind of shifting wind, it's going to pop up anywhere, and it does. It just pops up all around you.
We, of course, thank you, Jody. We, of course, have been covering this fire all day long. It occurs to us that perhaps some people are just joining us, just got back in town, just got home from work, and want kind of an overview and an explanation of how this got started and where it stands right now. So Tricia Toyota has been hard at work preparing that kind of piece for it. So let's go to her back in the newsroom. Tricia?
And Mike, if you are just tuning in, I want to give you an overview about what has been happening today to bring you up to date here. This is the second round of vicious wildfires that began in Calabasas just before noon today. And right from the very beginning, the fires created so much smoke that the sun was completely obliterated. At high noon in the mountains, it was as dark as a moonless midnight. The chaparral in these hills and canyons is just the perfect tinder for racing flames. The flames battered and blown by at least 30 to 40 mile-an-hour Devil Santa Ana winds. The fire quickly consumed a radio transmitter station on top of Saddle Peak Ridge. Fairly insignificant in the overall scheme of things, however, today. Firefighters threw themselves into saving lives and homes, throwing thousands of gallons of water on threatened structures and in the path of these flames. And yet these fires often take on a life of their own, as we've seen. Water-dropping chopper crews and fixed-wing aircraft assaulted the fire from the air. 2 people trying to save their pets from certain death were critically burned. One man was trying to outrace the flames when they overtook his car, burning it into charred and twisted metal. And he has been burned now over 80% of his body. The other fire victim was also taken to the Sherman Oaks Burn Center. And try as they might, however, firefighters could not stop this fire's march all the way down to the ocean. And once this out-of-control fire crested the mountains, it raced down the canyons, creating miniature tornadoes of radiant heat, devouring everything in its path. And we saw a number of those today. Firefighters who are very tired have been on their feet for days, valiantly battling the flames, trying to protect million-dollar view mansions along the coastline. But the fire has won on almost every front, scorching acre after acre, torching home after home. Fire officials admit that the resources are now stretched to the limit. One chief says that all he can do is to move from one area to the other, trying to save as many structures as he possibly can, and nothing is safe from the firestorms. Flames leaped high enough in this Malibu neighborhood to wipe out the power line, so of course they have no power there. Firemen just scurrying by, ready to leave the area and trying to stop the spread of the fire someplace else down the road. Almost an impossible effort, as you can imagine. Trees exploding from the radiant heat, letting the fire jump across ravines and streets and gullies. Law enforcement officials are telling us that the fire is of suspicious origin at this point. Somebody apparently has been seen leaving the area where the fire started, and arson investigators are now working on leads right now. So, for the second time in less than a week, it appears that another sick person has turned the serenity and peace of this rugged countryside into a raging inferno. And I want to just give you a couple more facts here on those people who have been injured, in addition to the firefighters who have been injured less seriously. The most critically injured person is 41-year-old Duncan Gibbons. He's a British citizen. He has suffered second and third degree burns over 95% of his body. And according to his doctors at Sherman Oaks Hospital, he is now on a respirator, breathing with the help of a respirator. And doctors have called his mother in Cornwall, England, to tell her about the news, and she is flying from England tonight to be with her son here tomorrow morning at the Sherman Oaks Burn Center. And the other civilian who was burned also, he is listed in critical condition. He is not as badly burned as Mr. Gibbons. He is Ron Mass, a carpenter, and both these men were trying to save their pet cats when the fire overtook them. Mike and Bree.
All right. Thank you very much, Tricia.
Again, the origin of that fire believed to be in the Saddle Peak area. Authorities have cordoned off the area so that they can look for any remnants, evidence that would indicate what kind of perhaps incendiary device that was causing all of this.
A $50,000 reward offered for anybody, the state offers that money, who comes up with information leading to the arrest and conviction of a firebug who starts one of these.
The fire department has now officially compiled the number 100 homes destroyed in Malibu. Our Dave Barker's in downtown Malibu right now to give us an assessment of that area.
Well, Bree, actually behind me here, you can kind of see a battle of the beach, I guess you can call it here. This is Cross Creek Road and Pacific Coast Highway. All along the beach here, huge flames leaping into the area. I'll tell you, this is a fire with an insatiable appetite, just continuing to move, just devouring every meal it can find, every patch of brush in the area. Now, come on over here a second. You have lived in the area here quite a while. I know you just walked by. Your name, sir?
My name is Mike.
This also has some historical significance in this area.
Well, yeah, just on the other side of the creek is the Adamson House, which is a museum and was originally owned by the old Ringe family, the people who bought the whole land tract of Malibu. They owned all of it.
Have you had a chance to see if things were all right over there?
I haven't been able to get down that far. That's where I was on my way to when I ran into you guys, just to check out and see whether it had gotten across the creek or not.
Okay.
And if it did, it's an old part of Malibu that's gone.
Just terrible, another terrible moment of this night. Thank you very much. I'll let you get down there to see how it is. I appreciate it. And Bree, Mike, you were talking earlier about, of course, this is a haven for movie stars in this area. I just ran into Charles Bronson just a few blocks away a few minutes ago. He didn't want to go on camera, but even he cannot get into his house. He and his wife very worried tonight, but they don't even know if they have a home or not. They just simply aren't being allowed in there.
Earlier tonight, we had a report that he was out in his backyard with a hose, as so many other homeowners were doing, trying to hose down his house, keep it from catching fire.
Just another bit of celebrity trivia here, as we were talking about how the fire can hit spotty areas. Homes south and east of Jack Nicholson's home were consumed, and Jack's home was fortunately spared, so he's feeling a lucky man tonight.
Chris Canangla along Pacific Coast Highway. Hello, Chris.
Thank you, Mike. Where concern is growing here among residents of the colony about this fire, which is still going here. It's closer to PCH than to the colony, but the wind is blowing the ash and embers this way. With me is a gentleman who just kind of joined us up here. We'll keep looking at the fire, but why don't you introduce yourself? What is your name, sir?
Bill Littlejohn.
Mr. Littlejohn, you live here in the colony?
Yes, I do.
All right, and what you are telling me is that this area where the fire is right now, you can't fight that from PCH. You literally have to go in there with a pumper.
Well, they can get to the parking lot for the Lagoon State Park,
if the gate is open. I'm sure they got the key for it. However, it's a problem for them to get hoses that far. Unless they have tankers with a sufficient supply of water, they won't be able to contain that damn thing.
And your concern is if that fire gets any closer, there are a number of trees inside the colony.
I have a whole bunch of Monterey cypress trees that are 60 years old and they're full of oil. And if they go, the colony will be in great, great jeopardy because they're just like a blowtorch. And this is something I talked to the captain about to make sure that this doesn't happen, because putting the trucks in the colony isn't where the problem is. The problem is right where it is right now, and it blows into the colony. If they can stop it there, they don't have to worry about the colony.
Now, you've had fires in this general area before, but what's your concern about this one?
Well, this is the first time in my 37 or 8 years here that the fire has ever burned like that this side of the Coast Highway. There were embers and small little fires that a group of us put out ourselves, and but nothing like this, never.
Tell me about the homes here in the colony. Do they have the fire retardant roofs we've heard so much about this past week?
Some of them are very old homes, and they're not updated at all. The newer ones are okay, and some of them have shingles on the siding and this sort of thing. So it's not a very good situation.
The concern then, it would have to be that even if this fire is kept in that general area, that if any of these embers are picked up by this wind, that if they land on a roof,
that's what
that could be a disaster.
There were embers landing here this afternoon even, before the fire was even over the ridge. So this is going to be so much closer, and we'll be getting ashes in the colony tonight.
And the homes are very, very close together. I guess your fear is if one of them should start...
A domino situation.
How many homes are there along this stretch of the...
There's about 120 homes in the colony.
Well, what are your thoughts tonight?
My thoughts are not so damn good. Sorry about the language. But
that's quite all right. We understand. Thank you. We're going to continue to watch along with this very anxious resident here at the colony. Let's swing the camera around to the left. Doug, come over here. We can see there...
flying out.
You see a lot more folks that come out, and perhaps you can see at least two people with fire hoses are spraying their trees. They've kind of sprayed the area where the little white car is over there, creating a little puddle of water. They're trying to do some kind of their own homegrown firefighting here, but they're going to need more help than those little fire hoses are able to provide. We'll swing back over to the flames and show you what's going with that. It does look as though it is dying down. That's good news, but there are still embers flying this way. Mike and Bree, we'll keep a very close eye on this for you.
Yeah, the thought of those flying embers getting into those old cypress trees, which, as the gentleman just told us, are loaded with oil, and setting off a blowtorch situation is a disturbing thought indeed. Chris, thank you.
You can sure understand the urge to do something. That's what those folks are feeling, clearly. And people are starting to feel a lot stronger about the death penalty and about tougher penalties for arson. It's a trend that we've been watching grow for a couple of years, and now the arson factor in the penalty question is something that we've been spending the day polling Channel 2 Action News viewers. This is an exclusive KCBS Channel 2 Action News bullet poll, and as you can see, among all respondents, the current penalty of 8 years in prison when someone sets an arson fire that results in the loss of property. 8 years is the maximum sentence right now. Life in prison is preferred. That's 46% of all respondents preferring life in prison as the penalty, as opposed to 8 years in prison. The death penalty, 14% of all respondents said they prefer the death penalty for arsonists.
Okay, clearly the majority of the people think that 8 years is just not enough. State offering a $50,000 reward. Down in Laguna Beach, they've got locally a $100,000 reward posted for whoever set that fire and cost hundreds of people their homes. Let's go up to Mark Dunn in Air 2. Mark, where are you right now?
Mike, we're in the Calabasas area now, and what we're looking at is the western flank of this fire. This is an area where earlier today, chemical dropping aircraft, they put a line around this fire to try to protect the homes that are off to the right of your frame. You can't see them now because of power out in that neighborhood. But there's still many homes down in this area that are still threatened by this little bit of fire. What's happening here, of course, as these fires are running into that chemical retardant that was dropped earlier, that's slowing their progress. As we pan over to the left, and Nick, if you can make a little bit of a turn to the left, we're going to see Santa Monica in the background. You see that glow, and this is the eastern edge of this fire. This is the part of the fire that is still very active. This is the part of the fire that's headed toward Carbon Canyon and back down toward PCH and towards Santa Monica, actually. Don't think that there's any fear right now of this fire reaching Santa Monica. I'm sure firefighters have plans to stop it well before it gets in and through the canyons and over the top of that hill. But as you can see, the fire hasn't stopped yet. The winds are kicking back up. Smoke is now climbing back up into the atmosphere, and we still have quite a problem out here. I keep focusing and showing you this other part of the problem. I know that Malibu is burning and that we have lost some homes over in Malibu, and it is very tragic, but we still have there's a lot of other parts of this fire that are still burning, and I think most of our crews are over there, so I want to show you this part of it too. The valley side is by far not clear of this, even though we have most of the major flame and fire going on over on the Malibu side of the hills. Mike, back to you.
Mark, how far are you from Los Angeles right now?
Well, let's see if we can get a perspective. Nick, maybe I could call on your expertise. How far away are we from Los Angeles, from the Santa Monica Basin right now? We're about 10 miles, Mike, from the city lights that you see now, the civilization as it would be, and of course, this fire, there's a lot of ground between here and there, but at the same time, there's a lot of fuel between here and there.
A lot of ground between here and there, and that's where the bulk of civilization is, but certainly there are houses scattered all in between this fire and that settlement over there in the distance.
That's right, Mike. All throughout the darkness that you see beyond the glow of the fire, many homes, hundreds if not thousands of homes in those canyons, because of course it is a very prime place to live, and people do make trade-outs to live in these areas. I mean, these are things that happen. Of course, we think this is a suspect. The beginning of this fire is in question, of course, but these are problems that people that live in the canyons, they have to cope with on a yearly basis. I mean, this is not the first time this area has ever burned, although it might be from this particular cause. Mike?
All right. Thank you very much, Mark.
That's the West Valley area, and he was talking about the origin of fire being in Saddle Peak.
We have Marianne Cushy standing by now in the Big Rock section of Malibu. Marianne, has the flame there burned all the way down to Pacific Coast Highway?
No, it hasn't. Actually, we have a little bit of good news to tell you about. Even though it's still windy out here, it appears, at least at this point where I am, between Las Flores Canyon and Big Rock, the wind has shifted. It's gone offshore. It's flowing. It's going in the westerly direction, and therefore it is not bringing the fire down as quickly as we thought it might have. We are trying to stay ahead of the fire. We thought it would be moving southward down Pacific Coast Highway, but at this time it is not. However, in the last 45 minutes, we have seen 3 homes go up just on this very hillside up there. And I know that you can't tell because it's nighttime, but we can tell because there's black smoke and then there's the orange flames. But we've seen 3 big, huge, 3 huge houses go up on this hillside alone. But right now, it seems that that fire might be contained right up at that area. But we're keeping a watch on it. The wind's right now taking it out westerly, which is good news. It's not moving down this way as fast as we thought.
Marianne, north of you is Las Flores Beach and La Costa Beach. You were saying in an earlier report, did you see flames up near La Costa Beach from your vantage point? You can't possibly see that far, right?
No, we're about, let's see, let me figure this out, about a mile away, and we had passed and driven through about 45 minutes ago through La Costa, and it was just, it was horrendous, absolutely horrendous.
Are there homes between that fire along the ridge there behind you and where you are?
Yes, there are. In fact, we just, actually right now, you can see one right now. There's black smoke going up. There's a house right there. There's about 3 of them. Three of them, and then I can see another one up there. I know you can because but through that really dim light.
Yes, we can see the line, the roof line. Yes, we can.
Yeah, there's a house, and also I might tell you that there are water drops out here, and it's highly unusual at night. Those aircraft don't go up at night. It's too dangerous, but there have been a couple of water drops within the last half hour over here.
Well, those flames certainly look ominous on the other side of that hill as they top that ridge.
Yeah, it's gone through that canyon and it's dipped in. We've been watching it the last half hour, but it's slowed down quite a bit. These winds feel good.
How often are you seeing a water dropping helicopter? As you point out, these are extraordinary measures after dark.
Just in the last half hour, only about 2 times. But and we can tell because of the low hum of the aircraft.
Marianne, in the short time you've been on the air, it seems as if those flames have gotten bigger.
Well, you know what? They have been, and it spurts up every once in a while, like you see right now. But I think it's because of those houses that are going up. It's added fuel, and it's condensed, and it just sort of this little mini explosion-like thing.
You think that's houses burning along that ridge there?
Yes. I think so. We had noticed it, that every once in a while, you know, you'll see that it's burning brush and it's sort of an even sort of burn, and all of a sudden you'll see this big burst of fire, and we can tell the winds are picking up again, and you can tell that definitely is structure, and it's feeding that fire quite well.
We'll keep an eye on that house. That we can still see a roof line on a house just above the ridge where it's burning now, and it has not gotten to that home.
Yeah, it's
so
not
we'll
too
kind of
far
keep
from
an
that
eye
one,
on
that's
that
for
one.
sure.
All right, keep an eye on that one for us as we check back to Carbon Canyon with our Jody Baskerville. Jody.
Yeah, we've been just watching the progress of some of the fire trucks out there. I don't know if you can see the lights of the fire trucks. They're moving up and down, and I'm sure they're trying to keep control of some of these embers. I don't know how many houses there are left to burn, actually. Right here, though, where a house that's right in the middle of it is still standing, and the firefighters have kind of turned this house into a command post. So luckily, it looks like the wind has died down a little bit up here in Carbon Canyon. We haven't seen a lot of the spray of embers like we've seen before, so that's good news, I'm sure.
The house that you were pointing out in our last report with you was obviously fully engulfed. Is it gone now?
Yeah, it's gone now, Bree. We've been watching as the walls have been falling, and that one's, you know, completely burned down to the ground now. We've watched it as it's
It doesn't take long, does it, Jody?
It really doesn't, and it's so amazing, Michael, because these are very large homes, and once this fire gets them, I mean, they just go down in a matter of minutes, it seems.
All right.
And it's very hard for the fire trucks in those areas. Are we losing? Let's see.
We just had a brief blip there. I think.
All right. It's hard for the fire trucks to get up in a lot of those canyon areas. It's steep,
very difficult access.
They can't get advantage. You bet.
There you see Jody on the left portion of your screen. On the right side, that is a shot from Air 2, where Mark Dunn is up there to bring us the latest. Mark.
Well, Mike, once again, we're still on the valley side between the valley and Santa Monica. And what we're looking at now is a flare-up that's just on the would be the eastern side of the ridge. If you take a look in the picture, I'm not sure if you can see it as clearly as we can, but you can see the glow, the red glow that's off to the right of the flare-up. It's a tremendous red glow. This is the main source of your embers, not necessarily the fire, although the fire does throw embers up into the air. When the wind picks up and you see this red glowing area off to the right, this is where all the embers are lying, the little pieces of wood and brush that are still not totally consumed. The wind picks those up, and that's what's going to cause it's fuel flying through the air, literally landing on a new source of fuel and igniting it. This is the problem. You can see that this goes for hundreds of yards wide behind this fire line. So even when the fire itself dies down, if the wind does kick up and that source of embers is still available, we're still going to have a problem. Mike, Bree?
This is a complete illustration of the history, the topography of Southern California. We're made of this chaparral, and years of drought, and then with last year's rains, make us a real focus for flames this year. We're seeing it now.
And this is as close as the fire has come so far to the city of Los Angeles. Firefighters again trying to draw some lines in the sand here. You saw earlier they had long lines of fire trucks around certain neighborhoods. They say the fire's going to have to stop here.
There we're looking at a shot of the valley from Air 2, and Mark Dunn has been showing us the fire line. It extends for well over 2.5, probably closer to 3 miles. The fire line goes all the way to Saddle Peak at the top, where the firefighters believe was its origin, an origin of suspicious nature.
That fire, a good 8 to 10 miles from the main areas of the valley there, and again, to reassure those people who were out there in the valley worried about it and watching the skies and watching their TV, the wind has been blowing in the opposite direction. The fire is not moving toward the valley. It has been moving on toward the ocean, which is good news if you live in the valley. It's bad news if you live in Malibu, where so many homes have already gone up. The official fire department estimation is that perhaps 100 homes. It seems from here that might be quite low, tragically, quite low. And again, more homes being threatened. Every time we go to a reporter, more homes have gone up there.
We have, of course, 5 injuries. At least 5 people are in Sherman Oaks burn unit right now. 2 of them in critical condition, 2 civilians in critical condition tonight.
A
we know
glowing
of 1
hillside.
death.
Glowing hillside with the valley off in the distance, San Fernando Valley. And that is the eerie scene that has been playing itself out all day and all night.
All right, Mark, tell us now where you are again, just so we can keep perspective on this.
Bree, we're still circling that the area of embers right now. We're contacting with base right now. What we're going to do is we're going to head the line. We're going to make a right turn down. We're going to head down toward the ocean. You can see Santa Monica Bay again off into the background. You can see the smoke kicking up. What's happening here is there doesn't seem to be a lot of wind up at altitude where we are now. Obviously, as you know, over and over again, we've mentioned the surface wind and how it creates itself, how it is created by the fire. There does seem to be quite a bit of turbulence. But I mean, we're over this ember field, and if you can see from right below me and how it extends for miles off toward the ocean. I mean, this is a tremendous source of ignition if the wind decides to kick up again ferociously as it did this afternoon. All these embers that are laying down here in this valley, in this canyon, will just funnel that wind up. And of course, right now, the wind is blowing directly toward Malibu.
Mark, the president also keeping a close watch on this. Tonight, he ordered the man in charge of the nation's disaster relief agency back to Southern California. He's coming back here, chief of FEMA, that's the Federal Emergency Management Agency, James Witt, is coming back just a week after he came here last week to look at the 14 fires in the 6 counties. They destroyed or damaged 800 structures or home last week. Anyway, he'll be back in Los Angeles tonight about 8:30 to see what else he can do. Here's a quote from him. He said, "We want to make sure that we do everything we can to maximize the availability of federal help to fight these fires and minimize the human suffering which the fires are causing." He said that right before he got on the plane. So many people have lost so much in these fires. These are not just structures that are going up. These are portions of people's lives.
You know, as we talk about the human toll, which is, of course, the important toll to discuss in fires like this, when we put together a tape of the highlights, we want to keep in mind that we're talking about people's lives, but this is a brand new tape that we've just put together, sort of the highlights of today's fire. So we'll show you the massive destruction of the Calabasas fire, 1993.
This was these pictures taken just moments ago. Some of them, they were just microwaved back to the studio, and there you see that fire sweeping along through the trees and the dense vegetation along a ridge top, and you see all of those embers just being hurled into the sky and coming down somewhere else.
A lot of the nature of trees in Southern California makes them just ripe for fires. A lot of them have heavy oils and go up very quickly.
The chaparral, the eucalyptus, if you ever burn eucalyptus wood in your fireplace at home, you know how easy it is to catch fire and how quickly it burns. And we have seen that time and again all throughout Malibu.
It's easy to see why they call it firestorms, the winds created by the intensity of the fire itself added to the Santa Ana winds. And sometimes the combination of the two create fire swirls that look like tornado of smoke.
There you see the silhouettes of some of the true heroes of the past week. The firefighters who have stood vigil and battled these flames as best they could, miraculously saving some homes against all odds. They're doing a remarkable job again tonight, again having to pick and choose, able to save some homes, but having to go against everything they've ever learned and just let the fire overtake some others because there's absolutely nothing they can do in many cases.
You know, we sometimes grow to expect that firefighters will get hurt in these fires, but it's always a horrible thing when it happens, and we do have a number of firefighters that have been injured in this fire as well.
See the burned out hulk of a Mercedes-Benz there along a hilltop. Nothing left. It's down on its rims. The tires obviously have just melted away in the extreme heat.
You can see how our possessions go.
They go in a hurry. If you're lucky, you get out alive. So far, you know, we had the one death earlier.
Right.
Two gentlemen did go back into an area where there was a very intense fire. They thought enough of their pets. They wanted to go and try to rescue them. It cost one of those gentlemen his life, and the other one is critically burned.
Yeah, there are two in critical condition in Sherman Oaks Burn Center. When we talked earlier about the firefighters having already been worn out from last week's devastation, we were being informed that the fire department had plenty of reserve troops, so to speak. Now we're told that, in fact, even those reserve troops are pretty exhausted, and yet a long night appears to be ahead.
And Chris Canangla standing by with the latest from his vantage point. Chris, where are you?
Thank you very much, Mike. The cavalry has arrived just in the last few minutes. The pumper trucks have arrived here along this road in the private Malibu colony. The good news is that the fire that we showed you a little while ago that was burning so intensely is now just embers. We're slowly panning over to that, and it's going to be, frankly, quite hard for you to see anything out there because there are no more flames that we can see, but we do see some hot spots, some small flames, some embers glowing, and occasionally a little hot spot will glare up. We did see some flame on the other side of PCH. That's disturbing, but certainly it looks a lot different than what it did before. Let's come back over here now, and I want to talk to a gentleman who is a little bit concerned that there weren't more fire pumpers here exactly when we showed you those flames some 30 minutes or so, or 25 minutes or so.
40 minutes ago, the Malibu Colony Drive was empty. There was not one hose in the colony, and it was scary. The two palm trees a half mile just on the other side of the bridge caught fire, and the flames were barreling towards my house.
What is your
colony? Jolly and Welch.
And you live here in the colony?
Correct. And I have a feeling that they want us to evacuate so they don't see how inept they are.
Well, we'll get their side of the story. I know you're quite concerned over the fact that they weren't here when the flames were, but they're there now, that's for sure.
Half an hour late and there's no fire.
All right.
Dave Barker's standing
All right, that's the situation here for now. They do have the pumpers here. It seems like everything is under control, and the hot part of that fire is out, but obviously the danger is still quite real.
Okay, we'll go back to you, Chris, in a moment. We're going to check in with Dave Barker, who's gone on a walking tour of downtown Malibu. He had started out at Cross Creek Road and PCH. Where are you now, Dave, and why the heck are you doing this?
Well, Bree, we just followed a phalanx of fire engines into the Malibu colony. It's kind of an unsettling development. I don't know if you can see all of them here, but there are probably 15, 20 fire engines that have responded here to Malibu Colony within about the past half hour or so. Just talked to one of the fire captains, and that fire we were out at Cross Creek and Pacific Coast Highway, they feel is a threat to the colony here. So that's why they've had such an immediate and extensive response here on the colony. So again, as you can see, they're talking to each other, getting all the logistics planned. And if anything would happen here in the Malibu colony, as you can see, there's plenty of protection here.
And you've been walking around. Have you met any obstacles in accessibility to places you want to go to show us these pictures?
Well, actually, yeah. Everywhere there are roadblocks. We tried to get up some of the canyon roads. We were unable to. We've been talking to residents with the same frustration. Yeah, there's just almost a roadblock everywhere you turn.
Yes. Okay. Right. Familiar sentiment. Thank you very much, Dave. Mark Dunn up in Air 2, that is, once again, and there you see that fire line unbroken, just consuming hillside, anything in its path off in the distance. Mark?
That's right, Mike. We're back on the east front of this fire now. This is fire behind us would be the Santa Monica area, and you can see down in the left-hand corner of your picture some red tail lights, some red flashing lights, actually on both sides of the bottom of the picture. We have firefighters that are moving into this treacherous terrain to try and make a stand with this fire line that is still advancing. As we make a little bit of a left turn now, we're going to show you the coastline as we continue to travel down in that direction. And you can see that the fire line is staying fairly consistent, at least perpendicular to the shoreline in itself. But as we come around all the way and we get down to the actual coastline, Nick, if you could turn a little bit more and come back on me, we can see that there's fire burning actually right down on the coastline. I'm going to go through the helicopter and show you this right through the window here because we're having a little bit of trouble with the wind. Here we go. We're going to come back around now. There we are. Now we're looking at the coastline, Mike Bree. This fire is burning between that line of firefighters that you can see in the foreground and the line of firefighters that we talked about earlier that was down on PCH making a stand at those waterfront homes.
Is that the coastline that we see between those two bright spots there in the middle of the screen?
That's exactly right, Mike. That's where we are right now. That white light that just flashed on up at us, that is right down there on PCH. And what you can see up on the lower left hand of your picture, all those red lights now, those are all firefighting vehicles dispersed throughout a neighborhood of, a neighborhood in that area right there. They're protecting property and personal belongings. But you can see right down on the coastline itself, the fire is raging a little bit out of control. Now we have firefighters that are down on that scene. They are trying to contain and control that situation. But as we've seen throughout the afternoon and throughout the last 2 weeks, sometimes this fire is just too tough to control. Mike Bree?
It looks like about another half-mile swath is about to burn right down directly to almost to the ocean.
Well, that's right, Mike. I think that's what they're trying to prevent here with this, with the way they've dispersed firefighters throughout this neighborhood.
This is the hillside attack you're talking about,
that's
right?
That's exactly right, Bree. This what you're looking at to the right of your frame is the hillside, the highlands, so to speak, overlooking not the Palisades Highlands where there's a major housing development. That's still a whole canyon away. The fire would have to consume another few hundred homes before it got to that development. But go ahead.
The flare-up we see there, are those homes burning now, or is that tundra?
That is tundra, I believe, Bree. Let's take a closer look. Yeah, I think that is brush. That would be the face. That would be the face of the cliffs that overlook the ocean right now. We're going to have to make a right turn because we're running into Los Angeles control zone at our altitude. But as we do, I'll open up and I'll show you that leading edge, or that western front. I'm sorry, that eastern front of the fire now, because we're on that side of the fire. Still moves on, still marches on toward Carbon Canyon, where those homes are in jeopardy. But as we do make the turn, I still want to show you that the coastline is also in jeopardy. Bree, Mike, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Mark. We go back down to the ground now. Marianne Cushy in the Big Rock section of Malibu. Marianne, there were some spectacular flames there behind you a little while ago. Have they moved closer to you? Yes, I can see they have.
Yes, they have, Mike. In fact, the wind has shifted. It's moving southerly again. Earlier, about 5 minutes ago, it's moving out toward the ocean, but now it's come further south. And yes, the flames are getting closer to us. We believe, however, that the fire department may have lit a backfire, and that may be responsible for what we might think to be a flare-up. They were sitting up at the top of those flames, screen right. We saw some flashing lights up there. There was a house up there, and we thought that they may have shot a flare over there to sort of light a backfire to perhaps prevent it from coming this way. There's more movement now of fire trucks in the south here on PCH, and they're right below the base of trying to position themselves right below the base of this fire, because as you can see, they anticipate this fire pardon me, moving southward here. Wind and dust is making it difficult to talk. I'm sorry. The wind right now kicking up again in the southerly direction. Fire engines are stopping right here where we are, and the flames spotty in some areas, but up at top it's taken off, and there's a house sitting just right up there on the right of your screen.
And directly in harm's way.
It's closer than it was a few minutes ago when we checked in with you and we saw where the flames were in relationship to that roof line.
Bree, there's another house too next door to the ones at the top of the flames as well. So I don't think it's good news for those two structures that are up there.
All right. Marianne Cushy will check back with you shortly. Thank you very much. We'll go right now to the update desk and Pat Lalama. Pat.
Mike and Bree, I actually have some very good news to report to you. We had been saying all along, but these were quotes from the fire department, that there had been one fatality, but now we understand that a Los Angeles County Sheriff's Lieutenant and 2 county firefighters were not correct in saying that someone had died in the fires. All 3, of course, provided information separately and based on disinformation or misunderstanding of the facts. And so at this point, we are very happy to report that there is not thus far a fatality, although of course we do have those 5 injuries, 3 of them serious. But again, very pleased to report that there is not a fatality, and the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department says that this has not occurred. Now I want to give you some other information regarding a new evacuation center. The Red Cross is reporting that they do have a new evacuation center that just opened moments ago at the Santa Monica High School, and that is at 601 Pico Boulevard in Santa Monica. I'll repeat that address one more time for you. That's the Santa Monica High School, a 5th evacuation center in this area at 601 Pico Boulevard in Santa Monica. And of course that is added to the Calabasas High School Evacuation Center, the Pacific Palisades High School Evacuation Center, the Agora Hills High School, and Point Dume Community Center at 6955 Fernhill Drive. Now, the Red Cross tells us they are not looking for volunteers at this point, but they do wish to take financial donations. So if you can, anyone who wishes to contribute money or donations, food, clothing, canned goods, can do so by calling 213-739-4543. Now please be patient. They only have 6 lines, and these very gracious and dedicated people are doing the best they can to get all the information out to people. But if you're willing to help with the donations, that's 213-739-4543. Now also regarding some very important school closings, 1 university and 1 elementary school affected by these fires. Pepperdine University will be closed tomorrow. That is official. Definite
permanently will be closed tomorrow. And at this hour, the university is requesting that at least staff report to work, but students, you're on your own, you can stay at home. Students at Topanga Elementary School should report tomorrow to Justice Elementary School in Canoga Park, and you can call LA Unified at 213-625-4000. Or for Spanish-speaking inquiries, you can call 213-625-4643. Back to you.
All right, Pat, thank you for the clarification on the fatality. Yes. The confusion was over that 41-year-old British screenwriter,
absolutely,
Duncan Gibbons, who is in critical condition.
Yes,
he's the fellow from Cornwall, England. His mother is en route here. Apparently, she has been notified.
Yes, and the Sherman Oaks Burn Center does say that he is gravely, gravely ill, very close to death, so we're wishing for the best for him.
We certainly are. He was one of the two gentlemen who went back in to try to rescue some animals, went into a badly burning area, and we have to tell you, Pat mentioned he was in grave condition right now. Both of them were badly burned. One of those gentlemen suffered burns over 75% of his body, the other one over 90% of his body, so it does not look overly good, but a lot of prayers going out for those two people right now.
Almost amazing there haven't been fatalities.
Yes, it is. When you consider a fire of this magnitude, and when you consider how many people were staying behind in neighborhoods, back up in cul-de-sacs, back up on winding roads, and waiting till the last minute to try to get out, it could be a whole lot worse. I mean, you hear about all these homes that are burning, but you're not hearing about a whole lot of people being trapped. That's the good news. Jody Baskerville in Carbon Canyon, where the fire has been burning quite hot. Let's go to her. Jody.
Well, Michael, we're watching this house in the distance as it's gradually being consumed by fire. Now, we were talking earlier about how a lot of the residents around here in Carbon Canyon, Carbon Mesa, had evacuated. Well, not everybody. John Steinman, his house, we were just watching it over here. Now, John, describe for me that the flames over there, the house next to yours is on fire.
Yes, the house next to us is on fire. It's burned completely to the ground. Our house is fine. We had plenty of fire clearance. We did a lot of brush clearing, and all our plants are non-flammable, so we felt pretty safe. We stayed there and waited it out as it went by.
Now, what about the water, John? I know the pressure has been very low. How are you fighting that?
Well, earlier when we saw when we saw the fire over the hill, we filled up trash cans with water and soaked our towels in the trash cans so we'd be prepared to put out any embers. But we didn't have any problems with our house because of experience in these fires and being prepared for it. But a lot of people, the houses that burned down, did not clear their brush far enough and so on.
Well, John has made a really good point, Michael and Bree, and that is about the brush clearance. One of the reasons his house is probably still standing and his neighbor's isn't because he had a larger clearance area around his home. And right now, firefighters are with their trucks right down there. We can see them, and it looks like they're being pretty successful right now as far as saving John's house. So brush clearance is important.
A lot of effort to clear that brush away, and if you don't do it yourself, it gets quite costly having somebody else do it. But you see the value of it. You see the value of it tonight.
Let's check in with Kim Mariner, who's on PCH between Carbon Canyon Road and Los Flores.
La Costa Beach area is what they call this particular vicinity, Bree. We've been looking very closely at more than a dozen homes that have gone up here during the course of the evening. One big three-story home has tried to prevent the flames from knocking it down, but sadly we must report to you that flames have reached the roof of this one remaining home up on the hill. Some of the streets up there that the homes have burned on, Rambla Orienta, Rambla Vista, we've watched several of those homes go up. This big three-story structure that you're looking at right now, a fire burning on the patio area earlier, now on the roof, and there is obviously very little hope, no hope of saving that particular structure. Structures on both sides of that big three-story house have gone through the course of the evening. In fact, it's hard to believe, but there were huge homes right next to it. Now it's nothing but ash and rubble on both sides, and the fire continues to rage up there. Again, we've seen well over a dozen homes go during the course of the evening. Homeowners standing down here. There's a little clubhouse here, La Costa Beach clubhouse, and several homeowners have come down just staring up at the hillside, some of them saying absolutely nothing, some of them with wonder the amount of time that they spent up there trying to protect the structure and having no success in doing so. All they can do, as we can do, is continue to watch the hillside. This one home that we thought might just make it through this fire, sadly must report that it's not looking too good right now.
As they said, they just weren't expecting this.
Kim, you said the one remaining home up there. Have all of the others caught fire?
Well, along this particular stretch of La Costa, up on Rambla Orienta and up on Rambla Vista. Now, again, along Pacific Coast Highway where we are, which is between Carbon Canyon and Las Flores Canyon, there are a number of homes on both sides of the highway, right down to the highway, that are fine. Structure protection has been paramount on the part of the fire department of all these homes here. It's the hillside homes that have gone. The ones that are right down on Pacific Coast Highway, at least in our vicinity, are okay right now.
But as you point out, these are the little windy roads that extend just to the east, off PCH and up into the hillside areas.
Windy roads with beautiful homes.
Yes, incredible views.
Homes. Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Kim. Let's go back upstairs to Air 2, and that would be Mark Dunn, of course. Mark, are you still along the eastern flank of that fire?
That's right, Mike. We're on the eastern flank. We've been making some orbits over here, trying to just, figure out what is exactly happening. What we're running into is we see that there seems to be a break in the middle of the fire line. We're there right now. We're going to have another helicopter pass through our frame here. Now we're heading toward the coast. I know that it's hard in the dark for everyone to orient themselves to where we are, but right now we're headed toward the ocean, so the ocean is going to be to the left of your frame. We're traveling in that direction. Are you? Okay, very good. Anyway, what we're seeing all along this area where there are little different valleys and gullies, we're seeing when new fuel is confronted by this fire. You can see right now on the left of your frame, we have a huge flare-up going. This is what happens when the medium brush and the trees that have been growing in these little valleys and niches, when they are ignited by this fire, we have these tremendous flare-ups. With these flare-ups, we have more energy that's released and more fuel around them are burning. So this fire is continuing to march. It's very difficult to give you a gauge on how far it's moved since, say, the last time we talked, but we know that it won't flare up like this unless it's running into new fuel. So we know the fire is still moving. Mike, go ahead.
If we could put the map back up, I don't know if you can see this, Mark, but we have a map of the area. There you see where the fire has burned down almost to the ocean, certainly to Pacific Coast Highway along what appears to be about a 5-mile stretch all the way from Carbon Mesa Road to the Big Rock beach area.
Mike, I can't see the map, but yeah, that coincides to what we're seeing up here, where the devastation. And as a matter of fact, when we fly in the middle of the fire, we have much better visibility because of all the embers we showed you earlier. We can make out the lay of the land a lot better, and anything between the western front and the eastern front is destroyed.
When you look at an overview from where you are, Mark, how many various spots, how many branches of fire do you see? I know there's the main east flank and west flank. Do you see other little ribbons of fire extending off in other parts?
Yeah, Bree, as a matter of fact, we do. We've seen a lot of that activity that fire that seems to have gone out on in the Calabasas area, then seems to flare up a little bit when it maybe works its way through a little bit of those, some of those chemicals that were dropped earlier. So we still have flare-ups in little spots over there. As a matter of fact, when we went across the fire to the western flank, we were trying to get in over where Chris was reporting about the colony. We saw a little ribbon of fire, maybe 5 or 6 miles inland from the sea, all by itself, and it was probably part of that flank that had just burned out. The rest of that flank had burned out and left that little bit of fire burning. So there are hot spots all over this part of Malibu, the Santa Monica Mountains. I think right now where this fire is burning is down into the area, if anyone is familiar with where the Santa Monica Conservancy is headquartered. They have a couple buildings down in a little gully in a valley. Obviously it's very hard to see in the total darkness, but it was in the path of the fire earlier, and I'm trying to figure out how much ground this fire has covered. I think that is in the area right to the bottom right-hand corner of your picture that you're looking at now. Bree, Mike?
Okay, of course, as you get closer to the ocean, the more intense the development becomes, Mark, and the concern is that that fire will march farther south, and you wonder how much farther south it will go before this night's over along the coast there.
Well, look at the spots in the picture now. These are all little spot fires in what looks to me like the middle of a housing development. And the reason I'm thinking that is because of the disbursement of fire apparatus that we talked about earlier. You can see it all through your frame.
You know, we've seen fire licking up at the homes right along PCH there also. You got to wonder about the little winding roads, the unpaved roads. There are so many of them. I mean, they can't even map them all out. There are so many of them in that area. God only knows how many homes are gone in those areas too. Those would show up as little flares, sort of isolated by themselves from the sky.
There's absolutely no accurate way to take account right now
Not at this
on
point.
the number of buildings that have been destroyed by this fire since early this afternoon. But we think it is substantial. The fire department, as of a couple of hours ago, was estimating 100. We think it's considerably higher than that. Here is one burning right now, a very large home, and there are extremely expensive multi-million-dollar homes in this area. This one is gone.
You also wonder about the amount of acreage lost in our beautiful national recreation areas. Southern California is known for its state parks. We've lost some state park land from last week's fires. Surely we've lost a lot of state park land in today's fires as well. When you look at the fire line, you can see that it runs along a very important part of national recreation areas.
And you see here how the fire in this particular building has broken through the roof now. And this all happens in just a matter of minutes, and I don't mean 30 minutes, I mean just a handful of minutes, just a few minutes. And a building is totally gone from all that intense heat around the fire. Suddenly there is a combustion in the home, and it's burning all at once all around. It's not as if it starts in one corner of the house and then slowly spreads. The whole thing just is up like a Roman candle.
Once it reaches this intensity, the degree heat, it does actually explode into flames from the inside out.
Chris Canangla, not too far away there. Where are you exactly, Chris? Hello, Chris?
Chris was in Malibu.
All right, we've lost Chris temporarily.
North of the Malibu Pier.
We will reestablish contact with him as we look at that large, expensive, what was a large, expensive, burning home there on your right.
Okay, Chris Canangla is on the picture on the left-hand side of your screen. Yeah, he apparently cannot hear us, but as you can see, he is in the same spot he was before, where there were folks in the backyard trying to wet down their trees and brush alongside the home. Now they've got a fire truck there. Apparently, I can't tell whether there are any residents there anymore. Maybe the fire department officials told them to get out.
It was really a very touching, tragic shot a while ago when people were trying to wet down their trees. They were quite large trees, and all they had was a garden hose without a whole lot of pressure, so they could only reach the bottom portions of the tree, which left the top entirely dry. And all it would take would be a cinder, a flying spark, to light on the top of those trees, and they go up like torches in no time.
In the picture we had up just a few seconds ago, it looked like in the left-hand side of your screen you could see where residents were still looking around. Yes, indeed, that's what it looks like. Either civilians or perhaps photographers. They've got some kind of gear strapped over their shoulders.
And
they're all wrapped up and protected from the embers.
You can see the wind there as we panned upward in the shot on the left and saw those trees. You can see the wind was still burning. It was blowing 40 miles an hour earlier today, gusting to 50 miles an hour. Right. Even tonight, it was been kind of on and off tonight. For the most part, it's been blowing. We've had a couple of lulls, but certainly nowhere near the kind of lull we're going to need to allow firefighters to do what they do best and finally get the upper hand on this. Again, the forecast calls for winds to be blowing for the most part throughout the night, and probably kicking up a little bit more in the morning, blowing through midday and finally beginning to diminish. And sometime after that, we might get a shift in the wind. What we need is to get some wind off the ocean, because that would be much heavier air. It would be carrying moisture, and that would stop fueling these fires the way that hot desert wind is doing right now.
What we really need is some rain, and we haven't had any of that. We're pretty far into the season now where we should be expecting some. Contrast this with the frigid temperatures they have on the East Coast, where they've just gotten through a storm and they had temperatures in the 20s today. We could really use some of their weather right now.
Yeah, you know, you watch this footage and you're reminded we live in a semi-arid area. Geographically, that's what we're classified as, semi-arid. Right. Basically, we live in a kind of a modest form of desert. And we have slowly learned some lessons, but we still build homes in very fire-prone areas. And Californians have gotten criticized for that a lot. Yes, probably more so than the people in the Midwest got criticized for building their homes in flood-prone areas. I mean, many more homes were lost in the Midwest to all those floods they had this summer. There you see the Malibu, 20,000 acres lost so far, 5 people hurt. At least 3 of them seriously, 2 in grave condition right now. We say 100 homes destroyed. For all we know, it could be double that. We know it's at least 100 homes destroyed.
We are known for putting up our homes, defying the odds. And of course, the Inland Empire fire, 7,500 acres. There, 4 people hurt, 4 homes destroyed. That's the tally from the fire department as of now.
That eerie scene.
That's just this week's tally.
Yeah, that's this week's tally after the devastation of 700-800 homes lost last week. we're going to be well over 1,000 homes lost very quickly there.
Kim Mariner's on the Pacific Coast Highway at La Costa Beach. Let's check in with him now. This is his picture, in fact, of a home up in flames.
Yeah, that's the one that we've been watching all evening, the one that refused to give up. Finally, fire has consumed it. So the homes here above La Costa Beach, up on Rambla Orienta, the majority of them have suffered the same fate as the one you're looking at right now. More than a dozen homes up in this particular vicinity gone. Firefighters, in fact, we can still see that some hoses are trained on the lower portion of that house as it continues to go up. There's a possibility that the people down below with the hoses can't see what's happening up above, but that house now is pretty much lost. Now, you asked earlier about some of the homes along Pacific Coast Highway. Mike Osterman is with me right now. Mr. Osterman, your home is here on Pacific Coast Highway. Give us an idea of the battle you've waged during the course of today.
Well, I've been real lucky. I've got a business that's up the street also on PCH, and the fires burned right to the back of my business and stopped, and it also burned into my backyard. The firemen parked their truck in front of my house, which is great, and left me a hose. So I've felt real fortunate. My next door neighbor is an elderly lady, and she wouldn't leave, so when it came into our backyards, I brought her across the street here to the beach club. And I keep going back and forth to check on her. But both our houses are standing, so...
What about the majority of the houses that are on the sides of Pacific Coast Highway?
They look to be okay. I'm surprised. It's burned right to our backyards and stopped. It's amazing.
You have had embers come into the yard?
Oh yeah, I've had fires in there, and I've used the fire hose to put them out.
What about the firefighters? Are they offering structure protection?
They're great guys. They've really been helpful. I've got a supermarket up the street, and I've offered to feed them. We can't get a truck to get up there, but if we can do it, you know, they're more than welcome. We'll probably just open the doors and let them come in.
Earlier this evening, we were looking. You were over here. This one house we thought might make a stand against the fire.
It was the only one that looked like it was going to make it. That was burning on both sides. It's a tragedy. I mean, it finally went. It looked like it started on the roof and burned right through to the bottom.
That's the word that is being used tonight, tragedy. Mike, thank you very much. Hope everything stays okay. His home along Pacific Coast Highway, and most of the majority of the homes that are right down on the highway are okay, Bree. It's the ones up on the hillside, as we said, that are suffering this tragedy tonight.
Kim, the house that we've been watching, can you tell us how long it's been from the start of that fire to what we see now as fully consumed?
It seems like forever. It's probably been about 3 hours that we've been in this particular vicinity watching these homes go one after another. Earlier this evening, when we first arrived here, there were 2 homes going. That quickly grew to 5, then up over a dozen. And this one particular home that we are focused in on right now was the one house that was thought might possibly make it through this fire here above La Costa Beach, but there's the picture.
Kim, what a beautiful home that must have been when the sun came up this morning, and what a sad, smoldering relic it's going to be when the sun comes up tomorrow morning.
No question that it's we don't know of any injuries that have occurred in this particular portion of the fire. And Michael, of course, we've been talking about all the injuries that have occurred during the course of the fire today. We should point out that the fire that started a week ago, last Tuesday, 61 firefighters were injured during the course of battling those 13 brush fires, 17 civilians, and add that to the number of people that have been injured during the course of this day.
Right.
Terrible toll.
By the time it's all over, we'll know surely of more firefighters who suffer the inevitable injuries in fires this massive. Jody Baskerville is covering fires in the Carbon Canyon area. Jody?
Yeah, Bree, we're just seeing a flare up over there. It's this whole area, most of the homes have been burned to the ground, but there might still be a few way back over there, and that's where we're seeing the newest flames flaring up. They've just had a couple of reinforcements come up here too, because they're worried about the homes that are still standing, and there aren't that many, but they want to try and protect them, and that's the house that we're at right now is one of the few that is still standing up here.
So the fire department does have trucks still attempting to get up there to those homes.
Yeah, it's just really tricky because they're very narrow, winding roads, and it's just a real difficult task with these big fire engines. With our SAT truck, we had a very hard time getting up here because they're just narrow and it's dark. There's no street lights because of the power outages, so it's real treacherous.
When folks see this scene and they say, well, they're just hanging around, what are the firefighters doing? Can you fill us in? You've been talking to some of them.
Well, right now they're trying to figure out where they're going to go next. But like I said before, Bree, the problem is getting up to the homes that haven't been burned. But at this point, they're standing around because there's really nothing they can do. Most of the homes in this area have already burned down to the ground, and they're just trying to protect the homes that are still standing. And they're right now protecting the home that we're right off their balcony right now, and that's what they're standing around doing.
It is going. Jody, thank you very much. We, of course, have been following this fire all day long. You wonder what the rest of the country is seeing. How are they looking at us right now? Well, our Bill Smith normally reports for us here at Channel 2, but today he's pressed into service for CBS News. A short while ago, he fed a package, a report to the rest of the country, which they will then turn around and play on the 11 o'clock news tonight. We'll show you that to see how the rest of the country is seeing us.
The fires finally could go no further. After sweeping through Malibu Canyon, tonight they hit the Pacific Ocean. Lifeboats stood at the ready to shuttle any trapped beach residents out to a Coast Guard cutter that was dispatched offshore. The fires continued their assault on homes along the hillside.
Mine looked like it was about the last one to go. I really had a lot of hope that it wasn't going to burn.
California Governor Pete Wilson arrived to address the fire disaster situation.
My reactions are twofold. I have enormous admiration for these firefighters. They are doing an incredible job. And your heart breaks when you look down and see these houses burning.
Roads in the area choked with people trying to escape the flames and with firefighters trying to hold whatever line they could. Some residents evacuated reluctantly. Others were trapped on the outside looking in.
I cannot go in. I cannot get my husband out. I cannot have access to my loved ones, and I cannot protect my property. This is crazy.
Okay, now we have a problem here because the fire is just all of a sudden coming up this hill.
The unpredictability of the fires caught up with firefighters, residents, and even the news media. This newspaper photographer suffered burns to his hands. This man injured trying to rescue horses from a burning barn. From Pacific Coast Highway near Malibu, Bill Smith for CBS News.
That is what they're seeing tonight on the 11 o'clock news, all the way from San Francisco to New York to Atlanta.
We knew that last week when we were the focus of firestorms. We were carried live in New York and as well as many other cities that are closer to home here. So we know that the nation is paying attention to what's happening out here now. Surely a lot of people are shaking their heads at all the natural disasters and unnatural disasters in the case of arson that we seem to be plagued with in the year 1992 to 93.
Although you consider the rest of the country, you consider the horrible floods in the Midwest, you consider the hurricanes in Florida, we are not alone in our misery tonight.
That's exactly right.
Which is no comfort.
Nope. Marianne Cushy's along Pacific Coast Highway in the Big Rock area. We knew that there were some homes ready to go up just minutes ago. Are we looking at that now, Marianne?
Bree, this is the fires here. We've been showing you this very same location, smack in the middle of Big Rock and La Casa, and the fire is here. It's traveled in the last hour and a half, and boy, these flames, you can hear them. It's ironic because they sound like they're rushing waves, and it's getting hotter out here. The temperature is rising. The fire engines have just arrived here. They've come from other areas. They've just fought this particular crew that's fighting this fire right now, trying to protect these structures on the west side of Pacific Coast Highway. Came from Magic Mountain. They fought a 5-acre fire there. Now they are here, and they are hooking up right now as we speak to try and keep these flames from jumping Pacific Coast Highway and into these structures that are lining the beach here right now. And this fire is moving really fast, really quickly. A sudden shift in the wind. We were watching it, and we thought that maybe this thing might simmer down, but just within the last 60 seconds, as a matter of fact, this thing, boy, it just kicked up. And to show you the drama of how quickly this thing can move, and we have to move right now, Glenn. Let's move.
And once again, Mary, as you move away, there are homes between that fire line and where you are right now.
Yeah, you know, the last time we came to you was about 10 minutes ago. We showed you how a house at the very top of this hill, and this fire has already reached past it. And I can speculate right now that I think that house is a goner. It's gone. It's just right at the top of those flames. You can't even see through the smoke.
Right, and we had been able to see the roof line of a home, at least in the same direction your camera's pointed now, just minutes ago when we checked in with you last.
Right, and boy, those flames are just kicking up. They're orange, bright orange, and they are heavy and intense. And there are more engines coming. They moved further south down Pacific Coast Highway because they were anticipating it coming down to Big Rock, and those fire trucks have moved north again to where we are to try and keep this thing from jumping over Pacific Coast Highway. We didn't anticipate that this fire would come down toward the roadway. We were just looking at some of the terrain here, but obviously we didn't predict it very well, because now it's reaching toward Pacific Coast Highway.
It looks like it's less than 50 yards away from Pacific Coast Highway. Is that a correct assessment?
You know what, Bree, can you repeat that?
It looks like it could be less than 50 yards away in some spots where we see the bottom of the fire line. Looks like it's
right at the street right now.
Yes,
yes,
you
it's
can
right,
see it
and
there.
now it's starting to, like I mentioned before, it's starting to just rain fire. And my photographer said, you know, this must be what hell is like, and it just certainly is. There's just flames now coming further south here. And to give you the exact location, we are right in between Las Flores Beach and Big Rock Beach. And there aren't really any intersections here to give you any better idea, but if you look at your map, it's just, you measure halfway in between, that's where we are in this fire.
That's all tundra, and then little hilly roads that snake through that tundra area. And we also saw what appeared to be a civilian car driving through there just moments ago. Is it possible there's folks still evacuating from that area?
Yes, there are. In fact, there are people straggling through on foot with their animals, and just a few minutes ago, we saw a person in a pickup truck just go rattling down the road, and the reason I say that is because he had a flat tire, and he was just hauling it down the road here trying to escape, and it was completely loaded with stuff that he had packed his truck up with.
Mariette, we're going to talk some more about those evacuations. Thank you very much. We will check back with you. On the telephone right now, we have Deputy Patrick Hunter with the LA County Sheriff's Department. Deputy Hunter, thank you for joining us. As Marianne Cucci just told us, there are a lot of folks right in the fire-affected areas who are just now beginning to evacuate. Is this a big concern to you?
Evacuated a number of areas and will continue to evacuate a number of areas, and that area is primarily bordered by Mulholland Highway, Pacific Coast Highway, Las Virgenes Canyon Road, and Topanga Canyon. And we're asking all of those residents who may be in that affected area to please comply with the deputy's wishes and evacuate.
Why is it that so many people wait to the very last minute, even though they are perhaps watching and they see the intensity even in their own neighborhoods?
Well, I think many people are reluctant to evacuate because they want to make whatever effort they can to save their home. But it's imperative that the deputies have their best interest at heart, and they would like those residents to evacuate really on the first request, so we can get them out as soon as possible and move on to other residents who may need our assistance as well.
That first request happened hours ago now in this area, in the Malibu area that we're looking at, where Marianne Cucci's camera is trained on the Big Rock area. Isn't that right?
And we will continue to work in the affected area until we are sure that we have evacuated all of those residents out of that affected area, and that may be, in fact, in the path of the fire.
What is traffic like there?
We had a problem with traffic earlier. We had some problem with people that were, in fact, driving into the area that simply didn't have a reason to be here. An additional lane was opened on Pacific Coast Highway to accommodate the large number of vehicles that were leaving the affected area. And we're asking those people that don't have any business in the Malibu area to please stay away, as we're trying to assist evacuated residents leaving the area.
These flames move so quickly, as we've seen time and time again. They surprise you how quickly they move. When people stay behind too long, are they, in fact, at times putting the lives of your deputies in danger?
Very often they do. What happens is when people choose to stay behind and try and protect their own home, they become an additional problem for law enforcement and public safety. If we, in fact, had evacuated them when they were asked, we could have moved on to other folks that needed our assistance. But when people remain in an area, they become an added burden for law enforcement and one other responsibility of the deputies in the area. And that's why it's very important that the people evacuate when the deputies come through and ask them to.
How much do you coordinate with the fire department to be able to fill us in on what direction the flames are moving, or at least what direction the fire department is working, and where the fire line might be in a few hours? We're trying to give people an idea of when it might be safe to go to bed.
Well, we continue to correspond with the fire department on a routine basis. We have talked to them many times over the last several hours to try and get an idea of which way the fire is headed, to make sure that our evacuation area is indeed in the path of the fire. So many times throughout the last several hours we have spoken, and we will continue to talk to make sure that those folks that lie within the evacuated area are indeed assisted out.
Deputy Patrick Hunter imploring those who are in areas designated for evacuations to please get out as soon as possible. Deputy, we thank you very much for taking time to appear with us here.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Mark Dunn up in Air 2. Mark, what we're really concerned with is the direction this fire is moving and how fast it is moving and what might be threatened in the next hours ahead.
Mike, that's exactly where we are. We're in the southeast corner of this fire once again. This fire has definitely made a move. This is the same fire line we've been looking at all night long. Look how close it's moved into these homes now, Mike, where they were maybe 3-4 miles away before. This is right over the next ridge now. This is basically still the Calabasas area, where the direction of our helicopter, which would be directly behind us now, is the Palisades Highlands development. I'm sure people are familiar with that. It's maybe a 1 or a 2 road in or out development. That's about 3.5, the fire is now about 3.5 miles from there. Now obviously before it gets to that development, it has to go through this whole valley. We are on the valley side of the ridge. If you look off in the distance now, that glow, that is the, when we were talking about before how this fire is kind of split up into 2 different fires now, at least on the eastern edge, that is the glow from the coastline. As we pull back up over the top of the ridge, now onto the valley side, all these homes right now are starting to become threatened by this ridge line that's moving in on them. This fire is definitely on the move. Mike,
we see some lights down there below that fire line. Are those homes down that we're looking at?
Exactly right, Mike. Those are homes. Now, I must report, we have seen some brave firefighters and their engine companies actually driving up behind the fire line through the ember field that we were looking at earlier. We can only assume that they're going to try and attack this fire from behind. What a move that would be if they did that. Mike, Bree, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Mark.
Our Marianne Cushie's along Pacific Coast Highway at Big Rock Beach, and she's looking just uphill to the east at homes burning above her.
Bree, we've been ordered out of here. The flames have just come over here, and we're being sprayed with water. Fire department is up over. The fire department is standing on the roof of the apartments and the homes that border the shoreline here, and they are trying to keep it. They are trying to keep the buildings wet, and these flames certainly are taking off.
All right, Marianne, we're not going to hold you up. You need to get out of there so you don't make it tougher for yourselves or for the fire department officials.
In the meantime, let's go to Jody Baskerville, who is standing by not too far away. Jody, go ahead.
Yeah, Michael, we were just watching the last couple of houses on the hill burning. It's kind of eerie because you can see the moon right above them. It's almost the same color. Now, over there in the distance, we can kind of see an orange glow, and it looks like that could be the next hot spot. It looks like the fire is coming towards us. The wind is really kicking up now. I don't know if you can see these trees bending in it, but it looks like that is heading in our direction. And I don't know if Marianne's on the other side of that hill. I'm not sure.
How far is that hill from where you are right now?
Oh, gosh.
Half a mile? Quarter mile?
Yeah, maybe a half a mile, Michael, maybe more.
And it appears the flames are just on the other side. Here we see, thank you very much, Jody, here we see on the right of our screen another burning building. Kim, is that the same one we've been following for a while? Kim Mariner?
Looks like it is the same
house. That looks like the same house up on a hill.
Kim was describing there were folks beneath it who were, for a while, fighting the fire with garden hoses, and he thought that perhaps they didn't even realize how fully engulfed that home was just above them. Can you check for us, Kim, now? Is there anybody, couldn't possibly be anybody in that yard now? Kim cannot hear us.
He can't hear us, but you look at the way this is burning. You look at that wall of fires that sweeps down toward those homes, and you realize the futility of a garden hose. Yes. It is, it is understandable how people would want to protect their homes, but this is not some little brush fire. This is a roaring, raging fire with a mind and a will all its own, and it is determined. It is insatiable. We have seen it sweep down over those hills all the way to Pacific Coast Highway along a stretch of about 5 miles, and it continues to move south, now moving past the Big Rock area.
Of course, Mike, it's easy for us to say that. It's not our home burning.
Not our home burning, and I can understand how people would want to try to save it.
Just the urge to do something when you're in the face of something that makes you so helpless.
We have 5 people in the hospital right now, at least 5 people in the hospital, and the majority of them were trying to protect their homes or remove animals. They waited too long before they got out. That is the common theme. They waited too long in an area that was gravely threatened and then tried to make their escape.
This is a home burning along PCH near La Costa Beach. Our own reporters sometimes put themselves in danger, and one of the jobs that we try to do back in our safe position at the anchor desk is to listen for information that might help them know that they're in danger, because they can't always know that right in their spot. And we ask them to go. You'll hear us do that occasionally.
And you see some of the reporters now wearing safety goggles, which is understandable because the air is just filled with these burning embers, not just some little spark that will flare up and then die in a second or two. These are embers that last for many minutes as they're picked up by swirling winds and carried great distances. And you get those in your eye, you can have a serious injury.
Last week, a firefighter did get an injury from a burning ember in his eye. He was okay, but he was injured.
Now, Kim Mariner, we understand you're ready outside that burning home there?
Yes, Michael, here along Pacific Coast Highway in the 21,400 block above La Costa Beach. Whether or not I can give you any weather, I can give you the conditions as they stand right now. It is getting a little cooler, and the wind has changed direction a little bit. Now, whether or not that's going to continue throughout this evening, I'm not a weather forecaster, but I can just tell you it's cooler here than it has been. Several of the homes are nothing but ash, rubble at this point. One home, two homes still going, three, four that we see, but we also have seen fire units going into the area. Fire units going up just to make sure that the people up there are safe. They're still dousing these flames that they can to try to keep the embers from coming over this way. This is the first bright spot, however, that we have seen all evening, the bright spot in the weather, that it is cooling off at this point, and the wind appears to have changed direction somewhat.
Kim, thank you very much. To bring in Steve Rambo and find out about the forecast. Kim was just saying, Steve, how the temperature seems to have cooled off there suddenly, although we still see those Santa Ana winds blowing quite hard, and that's the danger.
Well, that may be an anomaly related to what's going on with him, with what's happening with the fire. What I've been watching is how the air has become so dry across the Southland. One of the things that we do to measure air is the moisture in the air is to watch our dew point temperature. I've been watching that all day. Generally in the Southland, when we have temperatures into the 70s or 80s, we have dew points in the 50s and 60s. Today, we had temperatures in the 70s, 80s, and even 90s, but dew points in the 20s and teens. That's an indication just how dry the air is. Now let's just back up in time at one location, which we get a constant report, Point Mugu. Back to 6 o'clock, their dew point was at 16. At 7 o'clock, their dew point went down to 15, but in the last hour, it has gone up to 46. So they're getting a little bit of moisture back into the atmosphere there. They may be getting some, I don't want to say containment, but maybe some flame out, some burnout, at least at that one local reporting station. But elsewhere around the Southland, dew points are amazingly low. Humidities are down into the teens. Earlier today, we had humidity in Van Nuys at 6%, humidity at Palm Springs, 6%. So that's just an indication just how dry the air is out there.
What that means is the chaparral can just burst into flame with one
Well,
ember.
there's no moisture left out there to help it out. That definitely means that. So when you add the temperature from the fire, there is nothing left over. In fact, at some times today, we were probably in a negative moisture situation, if that could actually exist, where you would literally, the garden hose situation you've been talking about, that is a waste in that kind of dew point condition, because we're talking about putting water on a fire that is literally sucking up the energy of that water immediately.
That dew point coming up down around Point Mugu.
That may help him to feel a little cooler.
Was that because the wind swung around a little bit and you got a little bit off the ocean?
I'm still, no, in fact, I'm still getting 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. No, there are still northeast winds at 10 miles an hour at Point Mugu, all the way down the coast. LA's got a north wind at the airport at 10 miles an hour. The gusts have died out. Gusts have died out all around the Southland.
And once again,
last thing before I go, though, because I know you guys got to wrap and get back to the fire. A lot of people are concerned about what's happening over the next several days. Do we have that 5-day? Let's just throw it up. No, we don't. Well, at any rate, we're going to look at the winds dying out overnight tonight. Then there you go. Diminishing on Wednesday. A quick return on Thursday. Now, don't get too excited about that. Gusty, localized winds offshore Thursday and Friday, ending again on Saturday. The best news of all, just talked to the forecaster at the Weather Service doing long-range discussion, and he's telling me that within the next 6 to 10 days, we will have a major change in our weather.
Some relief tomorrow, though,
Not
Steve.
rain, but a major change.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Marianne Cucci was literally escaping the fire herself just a few moments ago along Pacific Coast Highway. Let's go to her now at a new location. Marianne?
Mike, the new location is barely a quarter of a mile from where we were last time. We moved about 2 minutes away, and firefighters are warning us that we need to keep ahead of this thing. It's traveling very quickly, and visibility will go down to 0. Can I ask you a couple questions? Just exactly what kind of trouble are you having controlling this thing?
The winds are blowing it south along the highway here, and what we're doing is protecting the ember. As the embers come across into the housing, we're making sure that all the way down the highway that these structures don't catch fire.
What about the water pressure? Because we you know, when we're really, because when we drive over them, they're kind of soft, and I just.
There's no problem there.
Yeah, okay. And are there any, we see stragglers of people coming out. Are there still people left in there who still want to stay?
People can stay, I suppose, if they want. There's no mandatory order. Most of them have left. But we've seen a few on the roofs and things like that.
And what's your game plan here? How far down do you anticipate this thing going?
We just keep, I'm not sure what the plan is there. They have to try to stop it at some location off of the highway here. But we're not, we just came in as a strike team. We're one of many along here. We just keep leapfrogging down as the fire goes along this way.
Okay. Thanks very much. And the fire, yes it is, it's progressing with no end in sight at this time. Mike and Bree, back to you.
So Marianne, what they're trying to do, what the firefighters trying to do is keep that bottom area of Pacific Coast Highway, the western edge of Pacific Coast Highway, wet so that the embers, if they jump across the highway, they don't make flames to reach out to the homes there.
The firefighters are on the roof trying to protect these houses at this time, and where we were just a few minutes ago, as you can see, they're moving down further and further down south. They're hopping up on the roofs with their hoses and trying to wet it down as this fire progresses. Hopefully none of these structures will burn.
Where are you going to move to now?
Yes, we're going to go further south, keep following this fire until till there's an end to it.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you, Marianne.
And the wind's blowing that farther south. That is a difficult and frightening proposition because all of those homes along there is blowing it right into heavily populated areas.
Bob Tur's in Chopper 2. Apparently he sat down for a while to refuel. Every 2.5 hours he has to do that. Let's check up with him now. Bob? Bob, are you with us? Bob Tur in Chopper 2.
I got to tell you, the fire seems to have spread, and really the flank that I'm very worried about is the Latuna Canyon flank, the west side of the fire. That's still burning out of control at this point. The other flanks of the fire, we're taking an aerial tour of the area, and on the back side of Saddle Peak on the east side, it's looking much better. We're going to be going down Malibu Canyon, taking a look at that area, seeing where the fire line is. It appears as though it has jumped Malibu Canyon and is burning very lightly. Now the wind conditions, Bree, are being very cooperative. They've simmered down extensively, and in fact, we're down to probably about 7 or 8 knots at this point. However, the wind is, the fire generates its own wind, and that's the bad situation. Now in the Los Flores Canyon area, Latuna Canyon, those areas are now being threatened. The fire has burned down to the shoreline. Fortunately, the fire department, the county fire, city fire people were able to keep the loss of buildings along Pacific Coast Highway to an absolute minimum. Only 1, maybe 2 structures at the very most. And right now we're at about 3,200 feet. We're on the backside of Saddle Peak, and we're going to be dropping down at a lower level to some of the earlier burn levels. What we want to do is take a 360 tour of the area and try to get you a good look at what the fire area is, the active fire areas. Now coming up now on Piuma Ridge, and the Piuma Ridge looks directly down along Malibu Canyon. Malibu Canyon has been shut down. It's looking pretty darn good at this area. It looks like the winds are being very cooperative, and the Civic Center may be spared. The Malibu Civic Center should be spared at this time. It's looking pretty darn good. However, we counted as many as 70 homes earlier that burned in the area of Los Flores Canyon, just above Pacific Coast Highway. That was the main portion that burned. And at this point, we still have LA City Fire Department helicopters still overhead doing yeoman's duty, dropping water on the open flames at this point. They're the only people that are still flying. What we're going to do after we get through at this point, Bree, is we're going to drop on down. We're going to go along Pacific Coast Highway. We're going to try to take a closer look at the area of Tuna Canyon, Los Flores Canyon, and try to pinpoint some of the burning structures there. So that's the situation. Go ahead.
Bob, if you could give us some kind of estimation. You've been flying over this fire for a long time. You have seen how fast it moves. If you could switch ahead 6 hours, I know this fire is somewhat unpredictable, but based on the direction it's heading and the speed at which it's moving, do you have any idea where this fire will be 6 hours from now?
6 hours from now, the fire will move closer to Tuna Canyon toward Topanga Canyon Boulevard in the area of the ocean. And it's going to be a progressive spreading. Now, about if we see a repeat of Santa Ana winds, it'll get much worse. The Santa Ana winds, however, will carry this firestorm toward the ocean. That's the only good part. But the bad part about the situation is that with respect to where it's going, you can only guess, but I think it'll be heading more toward Topanga Canyon and some of the homes in that area.
Bob, you know that where the Piuma Road runs into state parklands along Malibu Canyon Road. Can you estimate how much of the state parklands are involved in this fire?
Well, in this area, a major portion, once the fire left Saddle Peak and started burning toward Las Flores Canyon, that became part of the Santa Monica National Parkland.
Right.
That burned extensively. Also, behind me, there's a portion of parkland as well that burned as well. So really, those two areas were hit very, very hard. But for the most part, for the absolute most part, the fire, I'm lost air.
So
be
along
advised,
Malibu
I've lost air.
At least the state parklands
On
along Malibu
6.
Canyon Road seem to be
Well, if you
unscathed.
can still hear me, I'll continue to talk. The major portion of the fire at this point is the area near Las Flores Canyon, and that's heavily populated with several hundred homes. That's the area that I'm really worried about. That's the area we're flying into right now. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Bob Turr, trying to give us some idea of where this fire is headed and what lies ahead for us.
One of the things that surprised me from up in the air last week, Mike, was how often you would see little ribbons of fire snaking off into parts of what seemed to be wilderness, and you couldn't tell exactly what direction it would go. It would be jagged. It would go into a semicircular area. So it's very hard pinpointing
it's
when
really
these
hard to,
fires change.
And it swirls. The wind swirls. We saw what appeared to be some what would they be? Mini tornadoes in the midst of this a little while ago. Yeah. And so the wind is coming from all directions.
You can even see it on the camera when we watch some of the debris come at us at the camera lens, and then sometimes it will switch directions right in the middle of the picture. So you can tell that the wind shift is doing that to the burning embers.
This fire has been burning this particular house a good 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes now. This was a house they had hoped to save, and Kim Mariner is standing by near this house, and let's go to him live for an update. Kim?
Okay, Michael, the status right now along Pacific Coast Highway is we have seen a number of fire units heading from the Carbon Canyon area up towards Las Flores and further down Pacific Coast Highway. In addition, we have seen 3 bulldozers headed that way, so obviously they are attempting to make a stand at some point further up Pacific Coast Highway. Here along the 21,400 block above La Costa Beach, we've lost well over a dozen homes. 1, 2, 3 of them continue to burn at this hour, but the homes directly along Pacific Coast Highway, the houses that come up against on both sides, Malibu, of course, the south-facing beach, the homes on both sides of Pacific Coast Highway apparently have been protected at this point. But look at this fire as it continues to rage on the one house that had fought off the flames for so long and then just is going up.
As we watch that once beautiful home just knuckle under, beginning to crumble as we watch. Not much left of it now, just a skeleton, and the skeleton is disintegrating.
Luckily, we can only imagine what it must feel like to someone actually able to recognize that is his or her home from this kind of video.
Not house, but home. There is a considerable difference. At the update desk right now, let's go to Pat LaLama. Pat.
Well, Mike, of course, the most important thing tonight is making sure that all these people who are now basically refugees have a warm place to be and some hot food in their stomach, and that everyone is safe, that they've got all their family members around them. But tomorrow, it is very important, if you could all keep it in mind, to go to those disaster application centers. We have just been told that the federal government and the state and local agencies will extend the hours and the days. Now, as you know, these 4 centers opened up last week, but they will remain open, and they do invite you to come, and they will try to expedite all those agency availabilities to anyone who needs them, whether it's the state, the county, the feds, anyone that can help you. They will be available, so take advantage of that. Some more school closings to report for you in the Santa Monica School District tomorrow. Webster Elementary, Cabrillo Elementary, and Malibu High School will be closed until further notice. Needless to say, a devastating day for Southern Californians, and now let's look at a very painful overview of where this all began, the pain, the agony, and of course all the destruction. Right from the start, the fires created so much smoke, the sun was completely obliterated. At high noon in the mountains, it was dark as a moonless midnight. The chaparral in these hills and canyons is the perfect tinder for racing flames. Flames battered and blown by 30 to 40 mile-an-hour Devil Santa Ana winds. The fire quickly consumed a radio transmitter station, insignificant in the overall scheme of life in these scenic hills. Firefighters threw themselves into saving lives and homes, dashing thousands of gallons of water on threatened structures and in the path of these flames. Yet these fires often take on a life of their own. Water-dropping chopper crews and fixed-wing aircraft assaulted the fire from the air. 2 people trying to save animals from certain death were critically burned. One man was trying to outrace the flames when they overtook his car, burning it into charred, twisted metal and burning him over 80% of his body. The other fire victim was also taken to the Sherman Oaks Burn Center, and try as they might, though, firefighters couldn't stop this fire's march to the sea. Once this out-of-control fire crested the mountains, it raced down canyons, creating miniature tornadoes of radiant heat, devouring everything in its path. Dog-tired firefighters who have been on their feet for days valiantly battled the flames, trying to protect million-dollar view mansions along the coast. But the fire has won on almost every front, scorching acre after acre, torching home after expensive home. Fire officials admit their resources are stretched to the limit. One chief says all he can do is move from one area to another, trying to save as many structures as possible. Nothing is safe from this firestorm. Flames leaped high enough in this Malibu neighborhood to wipe out power lines. Firemen just scurried by, ready to leave the area and try to stop the spread of the fire somewhere else. But it turned into an almost impossible effort. Trees would just explode from the radiant heat, letting the fire jump across the ravines and streets and gullies. Law enforcement officials say this fire is of suspicious origin. Someone was seen leaving the area where the fire started. Arson investigators are working on leads right now. So for the second time in less than a week, it appears another sick person has turned the serenity and peace, the rugged countryside and tranquil coast, into a raging inferno. And of course, tonight, all our hearts go out to the 5 people, 3 of them firefighters who risked their lives, are in good condition tonight at the Sherman Oaks Burn Unit, and the 2 men who valiantly made a very valiant effort to rescue their animals, and now are both in very critical condition. And of course, we're all thinking of them tonight.
Yes, we are, Pat. Thank you so much.
A postscript to this, the Los Angeles County Fire Department reports 2,000 people have been evacuated because of wildfire throughout the Topanga Canyon area.
And probably more should be evacuating. There are a number of people who stayed behind who probably ought to get going. You see right there a fire billowing up above a home there, what was once a home. And Jody Baskerville is standing right near this scene. Let's go to her. Jody?
Yes, Michael, there's an example of the raging inferno Pat was talking about. It was a beautiful, beautiful mountaintop home, and we've watched as it's been slowly reduced to, burning ember, I guess. And there's just nothing left. That's the case with most of the homes in Carbon Canyon. Firefighters are kind of helpless at this point. They can't really do much about it. So they're just trying to, right now, protect the homes that are still standing. One of them is right here, but it's just a really sad sight because you know that's somebody's life going up in smoke.
Jody, have the firefighters put up lines around some houses there? By lines, I mean, do they have firefighting equipment around some of those homes?
Yes. In fact, the home that we're at right now, Michael, they've got trucks circled around here to try and keep the flames away from here. Because the wind has not died down that much, they're afraid about the burning embers, and they don't want it to catch fire because it's one of the few homes that are still standing in this area.
Okay, Jody, thank you so much.
Our Marianne Cushi is along Pacific Coast Highway and has been moving along with the fire as it snakes its way southward along Pacific Coast Highway. She's been in the Big Rock area. Let's check in now with Marianne.
Bree, the fire's just about coming around the corner. Fire trucks right now, you can see they're trying to keep ahead of it. Still, it's proceeding southward here along PCH, just right bordering the beach, just following the coastline, just very even. Every once in a while, it just flares up really big, and right now that's what the fire engines are trying to stay ahead of it. We found Bill Wilson here, watching this fire. He was evacuated about noon, you said, today. What did the fire look like at this time? I mean, that was like several hours.
Actually, I evacuated early at noon because I figured the progress was going to, make it to my house. But I probably pulled out around 4 o'clock or so, and by that time the flames had come down over the hill at La Costa Beach and were enveloping the houses there. And at that point, I was on my roof, and flames came into the backyard and through the eucalyptus 30 or 40 feet high.
So you don't anticipate you have any place to go back to tomorrow, do you?
From what I can gather, it's burned down.
Okay. You have a truck out here loaded with?
Loaded with everything I own at this point.
Like what?
Photographs, guitars, cameras, anything of value I could get in there. I was lucky enough to have advance notice and evacuate, my belongings, at least what I could, and then try to help some friends do the same.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much, Bill Wilson, who is among probably some of the lucky ones who managed to get some of the stuff out of his house. Back to you.
The firefighters, as we recall, Jody, have made several attempts to stop the progress of that fire as it moves along PCH there, and so far have been unsuccessful at stopping it anywhere along there.
Kim Mariner is standing by with a shot of the house that is now beginning to collapse from the roof inward. He's along PCH as well in Malibu near La Costa Beach. Kim?
It continues to crumble at this hour. This house, the one that appeared not to want to go, in fact has gone, along with at least another dozen homes along La Costa Beach. We see right now, and you can take a look at the firefighters that are spraying water on the houses directly on Pacific Coast Highway. And we got a call from a lady a short time ago who apparently thought that the house that she was seeing up the hill may have been hers. She's not been in all day, but she lives along Pacific Coast Highway, and I can tell you that in this particular vicinity along La Costa, all of the houses right on Pacific Coast Highway are okay. It's the houses up on the hill that have gone. Firefighters are behind each and every one of the houses here on Pacific Coast Highway from Carbon Canyon up to Las Flores, and right now spraying water on these homes, trying to protect them from the embers that continue to come down the hillside. As this wind shifts, continues to change its direction. It is cooling off down here, but the wind direction changes all the time. The embers coming down to Pacific Coast Highway, and firefighters doing what they can to protect all the homes. Obviously, no power in there. We have seen firefighters going up on the hillsides, up into Rambla Orienta and up into Rambla Vista, and apparently what they're doing is just ensuring that all the people in there have been taken care of. That there's nobody trapped up in there. There are firefighters at virtually all the structures up there right now, just surveying the situation. But this one house.
This house that we've been watching go up in flames and now beginning to collapse, how close is that to Pacific Coast Highway? I know that you're up in one of the little hilly roads that snakes off PCH. But
right, but I'm going to guess, Bree, that it's a couple hundred yards away from Pacific Coast Highway. It is away. There's probably one house, at least two houses between the burning structure and Pacific Coast Highway.
There on the left on your screen, you see the site as Kim Mariner seeing it from the ground of that burning home. On the right of your screen, the aerial view as seen by our Bob Turr. Let's go to him right now. Bob?
Well, I mean, you can just see that, and I can feel it up above here. It is very hot. Radiant heat is very, very difficult, very hot, and you can see these canyons of fire. And this is about a mile square. That tells you how big it is, and it continues to burn toward the ocean, but also spreading laterally off out toward the east. And that's the dangerous situation, because just east of there we have a couple hundred homes in Las Flores Canyon down to Tuna Canyon, and then eventually it winds up over to Topanga Canyon. And so you can see the danger associated with that. Now I'm told at first light they're going to be bringing in the aerial bombardment team in here, the tankers, and they're going to lay in those heavy Phos-Chek lines one after another. That's going to be the main thrust to try to save these homes. Fortunately, right now, most of the fire is burning in an inaccessible area, very steep, tight terrain, and as we come over here, it looks almost like looking into a furnace. It's just that hot. 2,000 plus degrees down there, and that brush just does not have a chance at all. It's very, very smoky, very hot, and as we come around doing our left turn here, there you can see that the winds are still coming out of the northeast at this point. There's a change. I'm getting some more information. Fernwood area is now being threatened, and that's just west of Topanga Canyon. That is now one of the areas that the fire department is very worried about, is the Fernwood area. So if you're watching this or hearing it on KNX, the Fernwood area is the next area that they're worried about, and you may want to start making a move and packing your belongings, your precious items, getting your car backed into the driveway and listening to official reports and determine whether or not they make an official plea for you to leave. The fire department or the police department ask you to move from the area and get out of harm's way. Now's the time to do it, not when you see the smoke.
Bob, what are those vehicles we see off in the background there?
Well, that's a number of fire vehicles, pumping units, and battalion chief vehicles. What they've set up is a scrimmage line. They're there, they're going to put themselves between the fire and between the homes, and it's their job to protect the structures. And that's what these guys are going to do. That's what they get paid to do, and that's what we're going to be watching. They're in there to make sure that the structures that they're protecting don't burn. However, you know, you're dealing with 2,000-degree temperatures, radiant heat, and with that sort of situation, it's very difficult to save these homes, but that's what they're going to do. They're not going to try to stop the fire. They're going to try to stop the fire from burning down the homes.
Bob, you haven't seen it move as far as Latoona Canyon Road and Fernwood Pacific Drive, have you? Because there are homes along that area. You're right.
Not that far to the east yet, but it is slowly moving there, and I mean very slowly. When this fire first began, we're going through a 1,000-foot updraft and downdraft here. Sorry about that. I'm sorry about the shake. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that when this fire first broke out, it was running like a locomotive, you know, very quickly over the hills and down to the ocean. But now the winds have died down, things have subsided somewhat, and it's moving very slowly off to the east.
Bob, there are an awful lot of canyons in the Malibu area, which of course are in severe danger right now. But a lot of folks in the San Fernando Valley, just over the hill there from you, are concerned about their safety and their homes too, even though the fire is considerable distance away. Is there any immediate, or do you see long-term danger to the valley?
No, I don't see that unless we get some more Santa Ana winds and perhaps another fire start in those regions. People have got to be very vigilant. We've had some arson fires, arsonists running around starting these blazes, and with the Santa Ana winds, you're going to have to be very vigilant and watch out for that sort of thing. But in terms of this fire, no, the only way that they'll have to worry about is if the wind shifts 180 degrees and starts spreading flames and burning embers toward the San Fernando Valley at that point.
Bob, we'll tell you, down on the ground, there is a new concern right now, and that concern is possible looting. We can tell you that they have nearly 100 sheriff's deputies out, and they're working 12-hour shifts.
Oh, that's
all of
terrible.
Well, they've been patrolling some of these evacuated neighborhoods in the Malibu area tonight, and they're
we're going to go straight.
They're definitely keeping an eye out for looters. Tens of thousands of acres of coastal hillside brush, of course, going up in these flames. A lot of people fled with only all the possessions they could get stuffed into their car trunk. Of course, they left everything else behind. Now, we should tell you that many areas of Malibu, the authorities simply will not let you in, but there's some areas where people can get in, and those are the areas that the sheriff's deputies are patrolling, looking for looters. We have not had any reports of looting as yet.
No, and as the flames move away from some of those hillside homes, and it appears there's no more danger, firefighters are also escorting folks back to their homes, the lucky ones.
Bree, Michael?
All right.
There's so many roadblocks that we've seen along Pacific Coast Highway, Malibu Canyon. It would be very difficult for looters to get into this area. However, I'm sure there's a few opportunistic people out here, but for the most part, this is very inaccessible. In fact, I've been told that Topanga Canyon and Pacific Coast Highway is where there's one roadblock, and the Los Angeles Police Department will not let people go on beyond that area, and that is, even if you have identification showing you live in the area. So you'll find it very difficult, if not impossible, to get into this area.
Well, let's hope it's difficult, because the folks who live in there have suffered enough misery without the vultures swooping down on them. We were talking about what some of the things people grab when they leave. Sometimes it's a painting, sometimes it's pictures. One thing that people nearly always grab when they can is their pets, and Marianne Cushy is with a lady right now who was able to save her pet. Marianne?
Michael, the fire continues to move south on PCH here. We're in the Big Rock area, and the fire apparently is also moving along the coast, but it's also, as you can see, it's moving more on the interior part of it, and that continues to move south. We find people all along PCH here. They're standing here watching the fire. And first of all, Christine, you live at Malibu Colony. You haven't been able to get back home, have you?
They wouldn't let me get through at Topanga, so I walked to her house, hoping that I could get through, but I've been here with her.
So do you have any idea if your house is still there or not?
There's a bunch of trucks out front, fire trucks, but it's okay so far.
And you all are holding on to your animals here just in case you have to escape suddenly? Is that what the idea is here?
Yeah, it's the most important thing.
You're standing here watching these flames up here, and you think you're safe?
Well, what they told me is that as the fire burns along the ridge, the crew comes up the highway and wets the houses down. So I'm hoping.
And you don't want to leave?
I'm not.
A lot of the houses up there have been evacuated. You want to stay?
leave.
Why not?
No insurance. Yeah, no insurance.
You have no insurance?
No.
How do you think you're going to protect your house?
With these hoses?
Yeah.
Until they come down and do it for us.
Okay. Well, things right now, at least a quarter of a mile down into Big Rock, appear to be calm right now. That fire, however, is still going strong. We continue to monitor it. It continues to move southwardly here. The residents are holding tight, and they hope their houses won't be affected. Back to you.
Holding tight to their pets, too, who seem a little bit shell-shocked at this point.
They are, and I think the humans are holding on to them for some sort of their own security. It always feels good to have, you know, your furry little creature close to you, and it's making them feel good as well.
Well, you know, the pets must be traumatized severely by all of this going on. Bree, you are an equestrian. You have horses. You have for many years now. You know that around the 4th of July is a terrible time for them because they're frightened by the loud sounds and I suppose the fireworks in the air. This must be just devastating.
One of the concerns today that folks were expressing was for horses that were trapped in an area that was soon to be covered by flames, and a request went out over the radio for anybody who had trailers and happened to be in the area to go there immediately and help those horses evacuate.
There we see the scene from Pacific Coast Highway, I assume, where only emergency vehicles are allowed through. The flames have burned right down to the highway along about a 5-mile stretch. And earlier, some of the embers had jumped the highway and had set a fire along a row of very expensive beachfront homes. We're told they're able to confine it to that one home and knock down those flames. But PCH is very wide, and you can see the danger when embers can go that distance across a roadway and start a fire on houses that probably have fairly fire retardant roofs. The way it looked from above, those were those flat roofs that appeared to have fire retardant material on them.
They're using PCH as a natural barrier, and Harvey Levin is parked along one of the areas there that we know quite well in Lowe's Santa Monica Hotel, which is providing an evacuation center of sorts for people. Harvey?
Of sorts, Bree, yes, they are providing an evacuation center at a reduced rate in the hotel. They're serving complimentary meals for a lot of these people who are very, very upset over being evacuated and being able to bring very little. The hotel is also being gracious by allowing a number of animals in. We have Buster right here, along with Rebecca, and you're from New Zealand, actually.
Yeah,
now tell me what happened to you.
It was about midday today, and the helicopters came over telling everybody to evacuate, and so pretty much packed everything up and headed out.
Now, you were where?
In Montenegro, Calabasas.
And when you left, how close were the flames?
There was just thick smoke. I couldn't see the flames, but it was really heavy, and so I didn't hang around to find out.
So you don't know what happened to that?
No.
What did you,
no idea.
aside from Buster, what were you able to bring?
2 cats, 2 children, 2 other adults, a couple of carloads of stuff, and that was it.
Okay, thanks for joining us. There are a number of other people here. Right over here we have Tracy, and Jasper is the cat, and I've forgotten your name.
Terry.
Terry. Where were you? What area do you live in?
Topanga, Fernwood Pacific, about halfway up the canyon wall, and the fire's on the other side of the canyons coming up over the top.
Coming in the Fernwood area. It's coming down from the Saddle Peak and Tuna Canyon, and it's coming right over the hill. We could see them, so we got enough time just to get our 2 cats and bird and a few belongings and wedding pictures and get out and come here and just be safe watching everything. It's just horrible. It's right there now.
So you really don't know what's happened to your house?
No, but there's a fire station at the end of our street, and as I left, I asked them, please protect our little house and all the houses around us. Everybody was still on their houses with their water buckets and their hoses hosing down, and you know, we were saying get out because it's too scary to stay around here. Topanga Canyon is just it's a danger zone trying to get out. It's one way and that's it.
Okay, thank you very much for speaking with us. We are going to stay here for a while and bring you more people and talk talk about what they chose to bring and talk about the plight that they face right now. They're staying in a very nice hotel, but under terrible circumstances, and we will be back here shortly.
Right,
Mike and Bree, back to you.
Thanks a lot. At the Fire Command Center is our Jose Sanders. That is at Topanga and Pacific Coast Highway. Jose has been around that general area for quite a while. Now let's go to him and find out the latest, Jose.
Michael, we took a tour throughout the area just to find out what we could. This area here at Topanga Canyon Boulevard and PCH has become sort of a staging area for the various fire departments from throughout southern and central California. And this fire has been burning for so long and so intensely, it is now starting to take a toll on some of those firefighters. Joining us now is Jay Bressler, who is from the Laguna Beach Fire Department. You have had your hands full in the past few days, Jay.
We sure have. We really have been busy.
Now, you suffered some injury yourself.
Well,
tell me about that.
We were up on street, and the fire came down, and we were out of water, and the hydrants went dry, and I got a little bit too much heat and too much smoke, so I had to get rehabbed, and now I'm ready to go back up and join the strike team from Laguna and San Clemente.
So you actually passed out?
Yes. Yeah, but I'm fine.
That's good. Now I want to find out, Jay, battling this one, battling the one, your neck of the woods, what's the difference? What's the similarities?
Both hell. Just it's hard to keep ahead of it with the winds and the brush and the wood structures. They're just going, and it's the same problems that we had in Laguna with the winds, and it's just a lot of fire.
And you guys have had a break since it's been a week now, huh?
Tomorrow will be a week, right? So,
what's your plan now? You said you were trying to...
I'm trying to get back with our strike team, and I'm waiting to find out where they're located now, and as soon as I do, I'll get a ride back to where they are and rejoin the team.
Okay, Jay. Take care of yourself.
Right.
Thanks for talking to us. Get some rest. That's it from the situation from Topanga Canyon Boulevard and Pacific Coast Highway, whereas more than a couple of firefighters told us, if hell is like this, we'll see you in church on Sunday. Mike, Bree, back to you.
Yeah, and I'm afraid there's no rest for those weary firefighters
Good
tonight.
line.
Kim Mariner is on Pacific Coast Highway at La Costa Beach. He's been watching the devastation there just within a few hundred yards of Pacific Coast Highway. Kim, fill us in, please.
Bree, we had a couple of scary moments a short time ago when this structure, the one we've been watching all evening, collapsed and sent with it a shower of sparks over the neighborhood. Fire units are protecting all of the structures. There are firefighters on top of the homes here on Pacific Coast Highway across from the La Costa beach area, and they are trying to protect these structures. That shower of embers, of sparks that came from that one particular home did land on several of the structures, but the firefighters were there. They are watering down these homes, these roofs along Pacific Coast Highway, and have been successful in keeping the fire from coming down here. The house up there is lost, but it continues to shoot out those embers, those sparks that are coming down towards Pacific Coast Highway, and as the winds continue to swirl around, keeping a very close eye on that particular home and this particular hillside above La Costa Beach.
That is a factor we hadn't considered, Kim. Those are 2- and 3- and sometimes 4-story homes, and when they do collapse, the skeletal remains of them, or the roof or whatever collapses, it hadn't occurred to me that it would send out a shower of embers like that.
It certainly does. It would look like a fireworks show there for a while. The embers came down, the wind hit it just as the house collapsed, and the roof portion of the house collapsed, and the embers did come down this way. But like I say, they have been successful in keeping the roofs watered, and no additional structures have been burned at this point.
How many yards would you say the wind carried those burning embers?
Well, it's got to be a couple hundred yards, no question about that. They shot high into the air and then came down here on Pacific Coast Highway, some of them going across the highway, others going on the structures that are on the side of the away from the beach, the homes there, and fortunately they are watered down enough at this point that they did not ignite those homes.
Are there still firefighters, though, continuing to water them down right now?
You bet there are. On top of the house directly across from us right now, there is a ladder on the garage. There's a firefighter on top. Saw him just a short time ago. Another home right here. They have been watering down that particular roof. So they're being very careful about these structures here on Pacific Coast Highway in the 21,400 block.
All right, and we see that just above that house, the house we're looking at to the right of that particular frame is nowhere near the biggest flame, although just above, on the ridge just above it, you see what appears to be fire going out.
Right, that would be Rambla Orienta up above.
Okay.
And, you know, interestingly, Bree, you mentioned about what people bring out. Several of the homeowners that we had an opportunity to talk to that spent several hours up there trying to protect the structure themselves, being on top, watering down the roofs, said that they got away with nothing because they really didn't think it was going to happen. I mean, it just didn't sink in that fire was going to consume their entire house. And several of the people we talked to just left with nothing.
Even to begin the building process of a house in this location, you sort of have to take an optimistic denial as your mentality, because we defy a lot of odds building our homes on cliff sides in Southern California, building them on hillsides that can burn. And when a tragedy like this happens, we clearly see how much denial we have to exercise every day to do what we do with real estate out here.
Well, that's very true, Bree. And you know, it's interesting. I had an opportunity on Friday to go up and talk to some of the folks that had suffered losses in the fire in Santa Barbara in June of 1990. And several of the homeowners that I spoke with said that one of the healing processes for them was to dig through the rubble in the days immediately following the fire, to be able to say, this is gone, and know that they have to start over. It was therapy for some of them, just digging through the rubble and knowing that some of those memories, the things that they've had a lifetime, were in fact gone.
To begin the mourning process.
All right, thank you very much. Kim, we're going to bring you up to date now on the fire damage. Here now is the very latest that we have. Malibu fire still burning out of control, zero containment. They haven't stopped it anywhere, really. They have saved a few homes. Flames have blackened 20,000 acres at last report. 5 people injured, at least 3 of them seriously, 2 of them gravely seriously injured. And at least 125 homes have been destroyed, the number probably much higher than that. The fire in Riverside County remains at 7,500 acres. We have reports of 4 people who have been hurt there. Flames have destroyed 4 homes that we know of. And again, it could be somewhat higher than that. Last week, as in a gauge, when we were saying the official count was 50, it was about 4 times that, the way it turned out. We just have no accurate way of counting right now.
Bob Turin, Shopper 2, has been watching it extend eastward. He's concerned about the Fernwood area, although it's still away from the Fernwood area. Right, Bob?
Well, Bree, I just got a phone call from Peter Wallerstein, who's a very well-known Save the Whales person. Anyway, he lives down in the Fernwood area. He just called and told me that the flames are coming racing down the hillside now, and they're still a distance off, but they are coming down the hillside, and that he's very worried, and that he's in the he's making preparations right now, taking our advice and packing up all of his things that he can't replace, photographs and pictures and things like that, and getting it into his car and getting ready to get out of the area. So there are some people worried about the Fernwood area at this point near Topanga Canyon. The picture that you're seeing right now is just about Las Flores Canyon, between La Tuna Canyon. Now there's a big black spot that you're not looking at right now, and there are several hundred homes in that area, and power is out. And the power is out for obvious reasons, so you can't really see the homes, but what you can see are the numerous fire department units, pumping units down on the ground with their lights going, and what they're doing is they've created strike teams, and when that fire gets closer to those homes, that's when they'll break out those 1.5-inch lines, and as the fire approaches, they'll knock down those burning embers, protect those roofs, and try to protect exposures, and that's how they make their stand. Years ago, the fire department would try to stop the fires. But in these kind of winds, these kind of wildfires, you don't stop the fire, you can't do it. So they got smart and they started fighting the fires on a one-to-one basis. They tried to, and they have been very successful at preventing these homes from burning. So their first goal is to protect life. Second goal is to protect property. And if they can, they leave the Foch-Check dropping bombers to try to slow the progression of the fire. So with the depleted resources of our fire department, they're trying to do their best at protecting property. And these guys are stretched to the limits. They're stretched very thin at this point, and our heart goes out to these fellows down there, and men and women working these fire lines. The heat is about 2,000 degrees. As you're on the fire line, you have not only the worry of being burned, but also breathing in these red-hot gases that can cause permanent or serious injury. The other thing is, you know, we've seen a photographer that got burned, a couple of firefighters. If you should, God forbid, get burned, best thing to do is get water on that burn, ice, and get and seek the professional help of a physician.
Bob?
Yes.
You said that you'd spoken to Peter. Did you ask him if he was about to evacuate or if he'd heard orders to evacuate? Are they going to ask those residents to get out of there soon?
Well, there was talk earlier about the possibility of evacuating that area. Then when we mentioned it on the air, that's when we got the phone call from Peter. Now, if Peter wants to call in and give us a size up, he may want to call the station, talk to the news desk, and maybe we can get a direct telephone contact so you can talk to him. But he sees the flames, and at this point, he's not waiting for someone to knock on his door. He's doing the smart thing. The time to get ready to leave is now, before the flames are literally at your back door.
Right. Well, we don't want to hold him up, but if he'd like to give us a call, we'd like to know about his location in Fernwood. Surely there are lots of residents there concerned.
Bob Turr, thank you very much. We'll check back with you as we look at those hellish flames there. Let's go right now to Dave Barker, who is up above Malibu Canyon Road. Dave?
Yeah, Mike, we're on the western edge of the fire. We have big problems developing here within the last few minutes or so. Let me walk out of the picture so you can see what's happening here. Malibu Canyon Road is directly behind me. We're about a mile north of PCH. Now, until about 10 minutes ago, this fire has stayed on the other side of Malibu Canyon Road. However, it has jumped the Canyon Road, and as you can see, it is about to hit this ridge behind us here and come down the draw here. And when this fire comes down, we're going to have some big problems. The fire units have been screaming all around us here. The large Hughes aircraft facility, just probably about 100 yards from this area here, over the next hill over Pepperdine University, and here it comes. Again, it has jumped Malibu Canyon Road for the very first time all day, and we have a new leading edge of the battle here on the western side of this fire. Wind gusts right now tremendous, probably 40-45 miles an hour. We have been just warned to get out of this area, so we're just going to show you this just for a few more moments. Again, the western edge of this fire has now jumped Malibu Canyon Road and heading our way.
Dave, earlier they were saying Pepperdine University was not in any danger, but now with the fire leaping over Malibu Canyon Road, that could change that scenario as well.
It has definitely changed that scenario. We're leaving. We're being warned right now to get out of this area.
Go. We've got to check back in on that spot, though. Get set up someplace safe.
All right, we're leaving.
Check in.
Thank you.
All right. As you can tell, it gets right down to the minute, and our reporters do the best they can to give you the update you need.
The director, producer's telling me something in my ear, and I can't understand where we're going next. Could you repeat it, please?
All right.
Where are we headed next, producer? Jody Baskerville in Carbon Canyon. Let's go there. Jody?
Yeah. Well, Michael, we're still here in Carbon Canyon, and as you can see, thankfully, the fire looks like it's pretty much dying down. We just see burning embers where the foundations of those houses are. The fire trucks are coming up through here, too, so they've obviously got some concerns about keeping control of those embers. The wind has died down considerably also, so that's good news also. But pretty much the same. Now, we see an orange ridge over there, and I don't know if that might be where Dave Barker is, because that was kind of where we had come from, was that church where he was talking about near Hughes aircraft. But that orange ridge, that could be where that fire is advancing, but I'm not real sure because I'm not sure of that location.
All right, well, we're keeping an eye on that too, Jody. And you have, again, told us that homes in the area are threatened and firefighters are doing the best they can. As we can see, they've still got their flashing lights in the background.
Homes threatened over such a wide area.
It's incredible. When you look at the map and you see how it ranges from east to west and all the way from north to south, from its origin, it's incredibly devastating. And
we saw that it just jumped Malibu Canyon Road, which again is a wide area, but it's easy to see how it could do it. I mean, we had the case a while ago where that burning home began to collapse. Kim Mariner was telling us about it, and he said the glowing embers were carried by the wind about a quarter mile, at least a quarter mile. And so it would be quite easy for those embers just to blow right across the roadway.
They become a fireball, too, when they're whipped up by those winds in different directions. Not just solo embers, but together become like a fireball when they leap.
Our Jose Sanders is at Fire Command headquarters there along PCH. Let's go back to him. Jose?
Yeah, Michael, as you mentioned, the fire has jumped over Malibu Canyon. We want to talk now to Brian Jordan, who's the spokesperson for LA County Fire Department. Brian, we were talking about an unprecedented deployment out here. How many people do we see and how many companies, and what can you tell us about your firefighting efforts?
We're going to have eventually
over 2,000 firefighters and 500 fire engines in the Topanga to Malibu area attempting to extinguish this fire.
What's been the biggest problem lately in dealing with this thing?
Lately, with the winds and the rugged terrain, and I mentioned we do have wood roofs that are burning, so of course that's extending the fire, making the fire move faster. Firefighters are trying their best to knock down the flames. One of the problems we do run into is water pressure.
Water pressure. How big a problem has it been?
It depends on how much water is being used at the time. The area does have lots of pressure, as in most areas, when it's not being used, but once you start trying to get thousands of gallons of water out of one system, it starts to diminish.
Do you know anything about this? Dave Barker was just telling us, I don't know if we can see it, Don. I'm going to scoot over here so you can swing back over in that direction. We're told the fire's just jumped over to Malibu Canyon. I don't know if you know anything. I've been in contact with any of your forces down there right now. Can you tell us anything about that?
Okay, if the fire has in fact jumped Malibu Canyon, that's another road is jumped in this blaze, and I'm sure we're putting companies, deploying companies in the proper locations. We do have companies here from Los Angeles County, City, Ventura and Orange, and other fire departments.
Okay, Brian, thank you so much. Do you anticipate having any more people? We're still seeing firefighters coming here from all over the place.
Fire companies will be arriving to this fire through the night.
Okay, thank you. Good luck.
You're welcome.
Thanks for talking to us. As we said, unprecedented deployment out here. They're going to be busy throughout the night. Mike, Bree?
Yes, they will. It's going to be a very, very long night, and it'll be a long time before they get any relief, at least midday tomorrow, we're told now, before the weather begins to break a little bit and finally give those beleaguered firefighters the hand they so desperately need.
But this is bad news. At 9:20, the fire was reported to have jumped Malibu Canyon Road. Our Dave Barker watched it happen and reported it and then got out of the way. That's frightening. They were not so worried about Pepperdine University earlier. Now they're more concerned about that, of course.
There you see the last dying vestiges of that fire that consumed a beautiful contemporary home there. Kim Mariner standing nearby that home, and to bring us the latest now. Kim?
Right, Michael. Fire units here, there's not much more to burn in this particular area above La Costa Beach. This one remaining home continues to send sparks and embers out over many of the homes that are along Pacific Coast Highway, but the structure protection that has been provided on the part of the county has been successful in keeping these homes from going up. Many of the fire units are now moving to areas where there is much more concern. There's not a lot they can do about the dozen or so homes behind me that have gone up. Right in the middle, as the smoke is cleared, right in the middle there is one home up there that has had structures burn on both sides of it, but it is okay. There are many fire units still up in that vicinity, up on Rambla Orienta and up in that particular neck of the woods, keeping an eye on that structure and a couple of other structures that are nearby. But at this particular juncture of the fire, the units are moving to areas where they can be better utilized, because they have done a heck of a job in protecting the houses along Pacific Coast Highway. The ones between Carbon Canyon and Las Flores Canyon on Pacific Coast Highway have been protected by fire units, and none of the houses there at this point have gone up.
That one home that's still standing up there, Kim, yes. Can you tell, are firefighters up there dousing that with water now?
Yeah, you know, the smoke comes and goes, but I can tell you that there are fire units up there. We have watched them go along the ridge area protecting what structures they can, and that one particular house does have fire units around it. As to whether they are spraying water or not, I'm sorry, I'm just not in a position where I can answer that question.
Any more people you see trying to evacuate at this late moment?
The only people we're seeing going up and down Pacific Coast Highway right now are emergency units. The people that we're going to get out have gotten out.
Good.
All right. Kim Mariner reporting live from Malibu. Thank you very much. That home has been burning now for about an hour and a half. There's not much left of it. Virtually every home in the neighborhood, he said, had gone. Only one still standing.
Let's go to Carbon Canyon now. Jody Baskerville standing by live with some more information from Carbon Canyon. Jody?
Well, we were looking over the horizon over there. It looks like something is starting to catch over there, but we can't see whether it's a house or a building. I'm not sure about the location. Richard, do you know where that is? We're not sure, but everything else around Carbon Canyon is pretty much burned out. It looks like that area right there is where there might be some problems. And also we have a red-orange glow here. And it kind of looks like there might be flames coming up this way, but you really can't tell because we're about a mile away from where we are right now, so it's hard to see.
Those are burning homes we see off in the distance, Jody?
Yeah, they are. Most of those have pretty much burned down to the ground. We've been watching them all evening long. fairly large homes set back on the hillside of Carbon Canyon.
How have the firefighters changed their strategy in the last few minutes since we checked in with you last? Have they moved on to other locations?
They have, Bree. I think they've pretty much given up on this area. There's not much they can do, and so they left about 15-20 minutes ago. Took all their equipment, the trucks, and are, I'm sure, heading off in that direction that you're seeing right now.
Okay, thank you very much, Jody. Dave Barker was near Malibu Canyon Road. The fire had jumped that road, and he was in some amount of danger a little while ago and had to evacuate himself and his crew. We ready to go to Dave? Okay, we're told we're ready to go to Dave. He will be talking to us shortly.
We've got to get him into a safe spot because they literally pushed it right to the last second.
That is a dangerous new development when it jumped that road, which would have been a fire break.
And it would stay a fire break.
Okay. Let's go back to Kim Mariner, standing there in that neighborhood.
You know,
Kim?
Michael, the irony of it all, just a matter of moments ago, 7 fire units from Santa Barbara County just joined the force down here on the lines. It was in June of 1990 that Los Angeles County firefighters were up assisting the Santa Barbara people in the fire that burned the paint fire that destroyed over 500 homes. We have a lot of units moving along Pacific Coast Highway right now, going to the head of the fire, trying to take a stand. But the status right now here on Pacific Coast Highway above La Costa Beach, the fire has done the damage that it can do. The homes directly on the highway are okay. It's the ones up on the hill that are gone. We see U.S. Forest Service units going by, again, Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department, a lot of emergency units using Pacific Coast Highway tonight to try to offer some structure protection and try to get to the head of the fire.
So they're pulling, a lot of units pulling out of that neighborhood, going to other neighborhoods, Kim?
Well, I don't want to make it sound as though this area is being neglected. There are fire units here that are going to be able to protect several of the structures along Pacific Coast Highway, where they had one unit in front of every house. Now they're finding that one unit can protect 2 houses, and so they're able to free up one unit to go to an area where it is more needed.
All right, thank you.
We were talking to earlier to Marianne Cushy, and she was saying that there were folks that were standing by on the beach ready to protect their homes that were oceanside, and they were just going to hold tight. Are there some of the diehards out where you are too, just down on the beach?
Actually, there are structures on the beach side of where we are. La Costa, a membership clubhouse here where members that live in the neighborhood have come down and tried to keep an eye from there on the fire up on the hillside. They are here because they just want to be nearby. We have not seen, we're not talking looky-loos here, we're talking about people who have homes up there, that have investments up there, that have their lives up there, and they're just staying here and keeping an eye on it.
Kim, did fire basically sweep that neighborhood, or did it hit some areas, and did it pick and choose, or just how did the fire move through that neighborhood?
Pick and choose is a fair way of putting it, Michael. I can tell you that when we first arrived here, which would have been about 4.5 hours ago, there were 3 homes going, and they were in different vicinities above La Costa. Then as the evening wore on, the structures, the radiant heat from the structures caught nearby homes. How those embers got in here, where they came in from, it was virtually pitch black when we got here at 5-something, 4-something. It was pitch black in here, so I don't know what was on the other side. But it was very hit and miss at first, and then eventually virtually every house here went.
All right, Kim, we're going to go to Bob Turr next in Chopper 2. In the meantime, we're ready to tell you now that as the fire has jumped Malibu Canyon Road, Pepperdine University, folks are pretty worried, and they've evacuated Pepperdine University now. The folks who are working there at research at night, folks who live on campus are all affected by evacuation at Pepperdine University.
Well, actually, they moved out non-essential personnel earlier in the day. Now they're getting everybody out of there.
The last person.
Let's go back upstairs to Bob Turr, Chopper 2. Bob?
Well, that's right. The bad news, and it's just terrible news, is the fires jumped Malibu Canyon Road, and that means we have just literally hundreds of more homes threatened. And in fact, if the Santa Anas really whip up, that would be the direction that the flames would carry it. The Hughes plant, scientific plant that Hughes Aircraft uses, is in that area. That's now being threatened. On the other side of the Hughes plant is the Pepperdine University, and that is threatened at this point as well. They're just about looks to be about 50 to 75 fire department units now rolling to that area.
Looks like we've momentarily lost our chopper shot. Let's see if we can get Bob back.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay, things are crazy up here, a lot of gremlins. Anyway, the Hughes plant is now being threatened, and there's a priceless information store there, and of course the university, the Pepperdine University, that's another area. Now, Larry, if you'll pan off to the right, over toward Pepperdine, what we're going to do is we're flying over it. We flew low level, we couldn't give you a picture, so we're flying at a much higher altitude. But that glow that you see right there are the flames literally licking at the doors of Hughes aircraft plant right off Malibu Canyon Road, right above the Pepperdine University. And there, we understand from listening to the fire units, they're going to make a stand. The other information that we've got is that, according to fire department reconnaissance ships, is that they think the Fernwood area is about an hour and a half from being overrun by fire, about an hour and a half from now, gauging the wind speed and wind direction. So that gives you to prepare and do the best that you can. For RF, I'm 240 degrees from Wilson.
Bob, that Fernwood area, which they say will be overrun within an hour and a half, any way of knowing or estimating how many homes are in that area?
Well, I'm familiar with Fernwood, and there's a few hundred homes in there as well. It's near Topanga Canyon, and it's a very densely populated area. It's at the bottom of a canyon, and there's a lot of brush and a lot of trees in that area, and that spells, you know what, danger, explosive situation. And the other problem with those canyons is that it's very difficult to get in or out. So this is the time to do it, right now. Not 15 minutes from now. Just get going now, because Topanga Canyon is one way in, there's another way out. You can take Saddle Peak Road, but the problem with taking Saddle Peak Road is that that's overrun by fire as well. So you got two ways out. Make use of it. Do it now. Get your loved ones out of there. Get your animals out of there. And get your priceless photos out of there.
Rest assured there will be a traffic jam of people trying to leave. You want to give yourself as much of a cushion as you possibly can afford.
Bob, how many miles, if you can estimate in miles as opposed to acres, has the fire advanced since approximately 6 o'clock tonight?
Oh, since 6, I would estimate we've got an area of about 10 miles by 10 miles square burning out of control. And the center of it is burned extensively. And really all you can see in those center areas are the homes that are still burning. But for the most part, the flanks, the east and west flank, south flanks are still the hot spots at this point.
All right. Thank you very much, Bob. We'll check back in with you shortly. Meantime, we're now ready for Dave Barker, who was literally chased by the fire out of his location a little while ago. Right after that fire jumped Malibu Canyon Road. Let's go to Dave and find out the latest there. Dave?
Mike, this is an absolutely frightening scene behind me. The worst fears of all the firefighters and officials in this area this afternoon are realized tonight. The fire, as we mentioned a few moments ago, has now jumped Malibu Canyon Road to the west and is now threatening Pepperdine University. And to my left here, this huge Hughes aircraft research laboratory. Of course, not only home to a lot of Hughes projects, but to General Motors and a lot of other secret projects, a multi-million-dollar facility here. Now let me show you here, Marco, if you can come back to me. This fire started about a half an hour ago. We saw a circle about this size, and that's all jump Malibu Canyon, and it started right there. There was immediate response from the fire crews there. They couldn't put it out. That's how fast this thing spread, and really lays testament to the wind-driven flames here. Marco, I just really don't even know how to explain this any further, except for just to let the picture show you how quickly this fire is moving. Where we were broadcasting just 6 or 7 minutes ago is now totally engulfed in flames, and again, the flames are headed straight towards Hughes aircraft and Pepperdine University.
In 6 or 7 minutes' time, you have any idea how many acres have gone up there?
I don't know about acres, Mike, but I can tell you it has probably moved, I'd say, about a half a mile in about 10 minutes.
How much of the natural landscape or the man-made landscape around Pepperdine might act as a fire break? Do you know, Dave?
I don't. I cannot see Pepperdine. It's actually on the other hill from here, and I haven't been over there.
There you see that firestorm, though. Dave, is the fire heading directly toward Pepperdine?
Right, it's heading directly towards Hughes and Pepperdine, towards the ocean.
So both of those facilities are in serious danger right now?
Just imminent danger at this point. Hughes, I'd say Some of the flames are probably a couple hundred, maybe 300 yards from the Hughes facility right now.
This is
and again,
horrifying.
Pepperdine, although it's obscured, it's just directly on the other side of the hill.
You say only 200 or 300 yards from Hughes right now?
Right. And again, there's just a cavalcade of fire vehicles that are responding to this area. We have seen, when we were in the other location, there were a lot of fire vehicles going up the hill towards us and warning us to get out of there and getting into place. But now we're seeing a lot of them coming down. I'm not sure exactly what that means, whether they're just giving up on the plant here or what. But again, you can just see the fire.
Dave, are there concerns about explosions at Hughes Research Labs?
Yeah, we brought that up earlier. We don't know what type of volatile materials are inside that plant. Again, it's a research facility, and that's about all we know right now. That's all they would tell us, except for to say it's not only for Hughes, but a lot of the major U.S. corporations around the country have real intricate research projects going on inside this facility.
That's right. It's a major brain trust.
Yeah, you say that Pepperdine is just over that hill. As the crow flies, give us an estimation. We're talking a half mile or a mile or what?
Yeah, I would say probably a half mile to a mile from this plant here. I mean, they're almost adjacent to one another.
Was there just no way that firefighters could wet down the land opposite Malibu Canyon Road, that is the land to the west of across Malibu Canyon Road?
It's a great question, and they were doing that. They were doing that when we were here probably 3 or 4 hours ago. But when you have the ferocity of these winds and just a small spark, as I just illustrated, you can't stop it.
Think how dry and thirsty those winds are, and you can wet something down, and they're going to evaporate the little bit of water on the ground or on a tree in virtually no time.
Right, exactly. And I don't know, it's a real strange phenomenon, I'd say about, it's been going on for about 20 minutes, just sustained winds now. We're having, it was fairly calm, I'd say, up in over the past couple of hours, but again, over the past 20 minutes or so, we're having these very strong, sustained high winds as we had this afternoon.
Dave, can you tell there at the Hughes facility, are there a line?
Okay, the fire crews are moving right next to the facility now. Marco, can you see that now?
Yeah,
again, yeah, they were, I'd say, about a half mile outside the perimeter. Now they're going right up next to the facility.
That was my question. They're going to try to establish a line around that facility to protect it.
And there has been one there all afternoon. There's been fire crews stationed up there waiting for this to jump the road. It didn't, and they didn't expect it to. But again, about a half an hour ago, it has, and now they're fighting it back towards the building.
Water pressure in the area is still good?
Pardon me?
Water pressure in the area still appears to be good?
The water pressure?
Yes.
No, the fire crews, in fact, talked to one about 15 minutes ago when we were at the other site. They said there's plenty of water, but the pressure's not very good.
Look at the intensity of those flames.
It's unbelievable.
And now look at how they're being blown.
We hear it roaring. It sounds like the fire itself is, we're hearing a lot of the roar from the fire itself.
Yeah, well, again, it's the wind. You may be hearing that coming off my microphone. The wind is just voracious here. Now, keep in mind, as you look at these pictures, a half an hour ago, there was no fire on that hill.
Right.
I mean, no fire.
This
and now
is a new fire line.
Completely engulfed.
Mm-hmm.
It is moving extraordinarily fast. You know, it's very difficult for us to tell how fast it moves here. We see it burning in one spot, and we don't have perspective really. But you say it's moved about half a mile in the last in recent minutes.
Yeah, I would say at least probably over the last 20 minutes or so, Mike. Now we can take a look. Here's where it's really spreading. I don't know if you can see me here. I'll just kind of point to it.
Yes.
There's the Hughes facility there, the greenish lights in the building.
Right.
The fire is right above it now.
So it spread it's moved half a mile in 20 minutes. If it moves another half mile, it is consuming Pepperdine University.
Definitely going to be on Pepperdine. There's no doubt.
And there's nothing now between Hughes and that fire except that ridge and then the row of trees we see. Is that, am I reading our picture correctly, Dave?
Yeah, exactly right. It's hard to tell now. Again, it's frightening for me. We were just standing up there just a matter of minutes ago, and now that's totally involved with flames. And there are scores of firefighters up there. A little bit. They were concerned about us. Now I'm concerned about them.
They have evacuated Hughes, of course, but are there some folks that would be asked to stay there because of highly secret things going on at Hughes Research Labs, that people that might actually be in the building now?
Well, there were some. We did speak with some Hughes officials earlier. They just introduced themselves as Hughes firemen, and those were their words. And I said firemen, and they just kind of winked and said firemen. So
it would be very interesting for us to get a shot from the air from Bob Turrup and Chopper 2 and get some perspective on this fire, which we'll be trying to do. We'll be trying to set that up momentarily. But in the meantime, you can see it's already climbed up the hillside there to the right of that Hughes research facility. It is within a couple of hundred yards now of the facility itself. And just over the hill is Pepperdine University, one of the most magnificent and spectacular schools anywhere in this country.
You know, Mike and Bree, I would say, at least at this point, it looks like the fire is going west of this facility, bearing right down on Pepperdine. So if it goes in its present course, it may miss Hughes here, and again, bear right down on Pepperdine. But we'll just have to watch this.
From all over the world to go to Pepperdine University, partially because of its picturesque beauty.
And we see the circle there around the Malibu Canyon area where the fire is, and we can see how close it's getting to Pepperdine University on a direct collision course with Pepperdine, bearing down on it. You can probably feel the heat in Pepperdine right now.
The Southern California economy already in pretty bad straits. This is the worst of news.
It's devastating news, and additionally, there are a number of homes in that area, too, that would be directly affected. Bob Turr was telling us a few minutes ago, hundreds of homes would be in this fire's path on its present course. And there is no reason for this fire to veer off course. You're not going to be able to stop it with water. The only hope is that those winds shift directions a little bit. And there on the left of your screen, you see the shot from Chopper 2 and Bob Turr. Can you hear me, Bob? Okay, we will be checking in with Bob momentarily, but you can see the ferocity of that fire.
Mike, for a minute, let's find out where Dave Barker is in relation to the closest flames, and we're concerned about his safety as well. So let's find out if he's okay.
No, we're fine, Bree. We weren't a while ago, but again, we are.
Yeah, it looked like you weren't a while ago.
Yeah, it's
just as you were leaving when it was jumping Malibu Canyon Road.
Right. It's just a totally ironic situation. This afternoon, where I'm standing now, was totally engulfed in flames. I don't know if you remember us all talking about it from Hughes, but there was a very rich neighborhood where I'm at right now that was being lapped with the leading edge of the flames. Now this is fine, but the problem over here, over Malibu Canyon Road, is the devastating problem now. And I would say this fire is probably 3 times the size of the one that was over here this afternoon. And again, this has just come up over the past half hour, 40 minutes.
That's right. Hughes aircraft on the left of your picture there, the Hughes Research Laboratories.
We remember you up there earlier today, Dave. We could see the fire off in the distance, but there was no real sense of urgency up there.
Absolutely no threat whatsoever this afternoon, and they did not expect it to jump Malibu Canyon Road here.
It's a total...
By the way, if people don't understand this road, this is also the road that turns into Las Virgenes a little farther north from here. So people get confused. Malibu Canyon and Las Virgenes are actually the same road.
What is that structure we see there in our monitor right now that is being surrounded by those flames?
Is that yeah, there's I don't know what you would call it. It was actually where we were about 10 minutes ago. It's just a huge metal structure. You say it's on fire. I can't see the monitor now, Mike.
Okay. Well, it's about ready to go up, it looks like.
It looked like maybe some transformers.
Yeah. Or a communications
So what we have,
tower.
That Hughes Research Facility being threatened by flames, and just over the hill, Pepperdine University.
Yeah, we're told there, by the way, the structure you were talking about, there's a lot of communications equipment up there.
Yeah, it looked like it might have been some sort of satellite equipment.
Or something.
Well, we got a lot of homes in that area, a university and a major research facility threatened right now. Also in the Big Rock area, we have a number of homes being threatened, some of them burning. Let's go to Marianne Cushy right nearby there. Marianne?
We are at Big Rock Beach right now, Mike, and this is Big Rock Road, and it's a very bad situation here. There's a command post set up, and hundreds of homes are being threatened up in that area. Firefighters are being brought down, one of the battalion chief tells me at this time, because they are running out of water, and therefore that's creating a very dangerous situation. The fire department here is trying to wet down and absolutely soak the houses here on the other side of Pacific Coast Highway to try and save them. The road, there is a road, I know it's pretty dark, but you can see there's a car coming down right now. That's the road. One firefighter said once this thing comes down this way, mean and nasty was how he described it. It's just going to come just a pathway all the way down here. There's dense, thick terrain, brush right here, lots of fuel for this fire.
A couple of dozen homes, Marianne?
That's the situation right now.
How many homes?
I can bring back to you.
Marianne, how many homes would you estimate? A couple of dozen in there?
One more time.
How many homes would you estimate are being threatened?
No, not a couple dozen. Hundreds, according to the battalion chief.
Hundreds
not a couple
of
dozen.
homes are that close to those flames?
That's what the battalion chief is telling. This is what I asked him. I said, how many homes up there? He said hundreds. And he tells me he's bringing down his firefighters because they're running out of water. And it's a dangerous situation. No civilians he wants up there. He wants everybody out of there.
this is a catastrophe in the making of mind-boggling proportions.
Yeah, it has been for a while. Let's check in with Dave Barker, who is out near Hughes Research Laboratories. And do you have a resident with you, too, who's now concerned about his safety?
Well, yeah, it's a man who considers himself very lucky. Jim May, come on over here, Jim. Your house was saved. Actually, where we're standing now, the inferno was upon us here this afternoon. Your house is all right?
Yes, the house is okay. We had fire equipment, and and a friend and I had a dozen hoses everywhere, and we were very fortunate. This is the worst fire we've seen since the 1970 fire. We've gone through about 5 or 6 of them, but this is very bad.
I know you had your mind on other things this afternoon, but when you looked across Malibu Canyon Road here, there was probably no chance that you would thought the fire would go over there.
Earlier, we didn't think. They had set a backfire on this side, hoping it wouldn't leap the canyon, and I spotted it before the firemen down in the cul-de-sac did, and now it's raced up the hill and it's racing down towards the Pepperdine campus, I believe.
Yes, it's absolutely amazing. You probably saw what we saw. It was just a little spot, maybe 6 feet across, and then this.
We know better because we've seen the embers jump half a mile, and that's what happened here. You were watching, I'm sure, as we were, and I saw a little flicker, and then the next thing you know, it jumped one time and then another. It's
well, Jim,
it's frightening and spectacular at the same time. It's very sad, though.
It is almost a visual dichotomy, the beauty yet the powerful destructive nature of this fire. Give us a sense. There's the Hughes facility here. Give us a sense as to where Pepperdine is from that facility.
Okay, Pepperdine is right over the way the wind is blowing. It's from here, it's southwest of Hughes, just slightly, and it'll probably get to the Pepperdine campus. I don't know how much there is to burn over there, but there are some canyons right by Pepperdine that will probably burn. And John works at Hughes, and he was telling me about some flammable materials up there. I don't know how much I should...
John, you want to come up here and talk to us a second? All right. John, I'm Dave Barker with Channel 2. You work up here at Hughes?
Yeah.
Can you tell us? I know it's a research laboratory. Can you tell us about maybe some of the properties inside the facility?
Well, it's mainly offices and research labs and whatnot. There's a lot of explosive gases in bottles up there that, if they get hot, could go off. But the buildings themselves are built pretty well for fire, so we shouldn't really have any problem with the buildings, I wouldn't think.
And not only the structure itself, it's just a terribly important research facility for this country, isn't it?
It's an extremely big research facility, yeah.
Okay, and Marco, if we can go ahead and take a look at this fire again. Talk to me a little bit more about how many people work in there. I mean...
there's about 450 people that work in there. Just doing research and development. We also do work for GM, research and development and whatnot, but mainly aerospace, satellite communications.
There's also residential areas. Can you talk about the scope of that on the other side of the hill?
Yeah, they're about, well, the college is on the other side, right. And we walk to it. We can walk to it during lunch breaks, so it's only about 300 yards away through the hillside there.
There is student housing right over the hill there. Some of it's north of the campus, and faculty housing north of most of the campus. So it's all being threatened right now.
Dave, speaking of that, at Pepperdine University, a spokesperson for Pepperdine University has just informed us that fire has reached the eastern edge of the campus.
Yes, it has reached
and
the
faculty and students have been moved to the gymnasium.
Yeah. Yeah, again, just a shocked look as you say that on the faces of the residents here. We wouldn't have known this 45 minutes ago, and now look at this.
The surprising thing is that there are still faculty and students on campus there. You would think they would get those people out of there now.
Mike, did you hear what the residents just said?
What did he say?
I don't know if you heard what the residents said, but they said all of the dormitories and where the people are is on this side. So that's the area that would be hit for over the hill. So.
Right behind it. All right, and you see those trees there burning. They're going up like giant torches, and you see just the sea of embers being blown away from them, being blown considerable distances and spreading this fire who knows where next.
Let's check in with the Pepperdine University president, Andy Benton. Mr. Benton, please let us in.
Can you tell us what the situation is there, Mr. Benton?
Are you in the gymnasium, number 1?
Pardon me?
Are you in the gymnasium now?
No, we have established earlier this day what we call an emergency operations center, and this is where we maintain communication with the campus and make important decisions like when to evacuate the residents' life areas and so forth.
When are you going to evacuate?
We've moved all of our students to the gymnasium area, and there are probably 20 of us here maintaining contact with the fire department.
Is that isolated from any kind of other structures or trees, and is it fireproof?
Actually, we maintain a green belt around the campus, so it has a fire retardant effect, and we actually feel very safe on this campus.
You have sprinklers all over that entire carpet of green around Pepperdine. It's known for its beauty.
They've been running all day, Ms. Walker.
Fire has reached the eastern edge of the campus, though.
It's actually one ridge over from where we are here, and we're watching it very carefully.
Will you maintain as long as you can tonight, or will you begin in the next 15-20 minutes to assess whether now's the moment?
Well, we're watching it very carefully. The fire department advises us that our campus is very safe and secure, and this is a good place to be. So we're gonna ride it out here.
So you calculated that this afternoon, that you would try to batten down the hatches. Of course, this afternoon it didn't look like Pepperdine University was going to be involved.
Well, that's right. We had quite an experience in 1985, and took note of some decisions that might need to be made in a situation like this. And I think we're making the right ones. We're doing the best we can.
I'm sorry, sir, I should have asked you this at the beginning. Is it Mr. or Dr. Benton?
Dr. Benton.
Dr. Benton, we're getting an awful lot of telephone calls here at Channel 2 News from parents who are very anxious about whether their son or daughter is there on campus. Now, how many students are on campus right now?
At this moment, we think there's probably not more than 300 or 400 students. Many during the course of the day have gone to be with friends in the valley and in Santa Monica and so forth. So the student population is fairly low right now.
And are you offering those 300 or 400 students transportation out of there if they choose that?
If we have to leave campus, we'll manage that as well.
But right now, I mean, that's not an option that you have transportation to get them out of there?
Well, in fact, the students are headed toward the field house, which is where the fire command center is set up, and we're quite confident that they'll watch things very carefully and they will be safe there with them.
All right. You feel fairly secure then, obviously, or you would be evacuating.
That is right.
So you count on that, all that beautiful green, lush land that you've been cultivating all these years to maintain a fire break for you.
Dr. Benton, let me ask you about those dormitories. From what we're told, they are on the leading edge of the fire. Are they in danger of going up?
Actually, what's on the leading edge of the fire would be some faculty staff condominiums on campus, and they have been evacuated, and there are fire department personnel deployed all along those properties, and they're watching them very carefully.
As we are looking on our monitor here, I don't know if you have a TV set in front of you, I believe what we're seeing now is up that hill, the fire as it advances toward Pepperdine, because you're just over the hill, I believe.
That's probably right. We're at least one ridge line away, but it's close.
Dr. Benton, let me ask you, just because I feel that as a devil's advocate situation it requires, we need to know what you might tell a parent who says, gee, my son and my daughter's there as a student, and I don't like the idea that they're going to batten down the hatches and hold tight tonight.
Well, it's not a decision that is entirely our own. We're doing it with the encouragement and with the advice of the fire department and those that have dealt with fires in Malibu many times and know our campus very well. So we're handling it responsibly and to the very best of our ability.
Well, that is reassuring to know that that is advice from the fire department. They think you're perfectly safe there in that gymnasium.
We're all watching it very carefully.
Okay.
We'll be checking on you every few minutes.
Dr. Benton, the best of luck to you and your faculty and all the students there, the 300 or 400 students who are still on campus writing this thing out.
Dave Barker, did you hear the interview with Dr. Benton, Pepperdine University president?
Yes, I did, Bert.
Okay, so you know that there are folks there that we're going to be looking out for.
Yeah, let me bring up another concerning point here. We have fire engines moving in on the other side of the hill now. To where the fire was this afternoon in the residential area. Embers from that fire are now coming over here. In fact, the gentleman, Jim May, who we were just speaking with, who was going to stay with us, said, no, I'm going to get over to my house. We're going to get the hoses out again because the embers are now coming out our way towards the residential area.
Even in a fire like this, fire hoses or garden hoses can't seem to do too much, but I suppose it's better than standing around and doing nothing.
Bree, at the strength of that wind as it blows those embers, totally vertically, totally horizontally, away from those trees. That is a strong wind blowing out there, and it's a sustained wind. This is not gusting. That's a sustained wind.
This is a sustained wind. Yeah, I would say probably 30, 40 miles an hour, Mike. And you're right. These embers, and these are large embers. I'd say about the size of a large soda cracker coming directly horizontal.
Off the palm trees.
Yep. So they'll burn for a while before they hit the ground or whatever they hit. whatever structure.
Yeah, wherever they go. Again, it is hard to see the scope of this fire now. The smoke is just enveloping this area. So again, just hard to tell how much flame is over there.
You certainly wouldn't want to be driving in the area with those embers flying around. I
don't know if you can see the road, though. We, along with the fire engine, it's riddled with cars. So apparently this canyon road is not closed off yet.
Well, it would seem that the embers that big, that intense, that many of them could ignite a car.
Dave, Pepperdine University, of course, covers acres of land, too, that we need to get an aerial view about. So Chopper 2 is headed over to cover you from the sky. We'll be checking back with you as we get Chopper 2 in position to take an aerial view of Pepperdine University. We'll be keeping an eye on that all the time. Let's switch to Marianne Cushy, who's near Big Rock and the beach area there. She's just above PCH, looking at homes that are aflame there.
That's
Marianne.
right, Bree. The flames are coming around the mountain. Big Rock, you're looking at it now. One huge house just going up in flames as you're looking at it. The darkness of the sky just absolutely lit up with orange flames right now. This is the command center. Firefighters here from Hawthorne, from all over the Southland here. Fire trucks coming down Big Rock Road right now. The message is it's getting absolutely too hot, even for them up there. I spoke with one of the battalion chiefs. They say that they're running out of water. It's getting too dangerous, even for them. Fire trucks are lining up this road headed downward, and they are expecting a major onslaught down here. We're at Pacific Coast Highway and Big Rock. That's the intersection, and they are all bracing themselves right now. Alan Donlin is here with the Orange County Fire Department. You've been on duty since last Thursday covering the Laguna Beach fire. We talked about the chimney effect down this road. What's that mean? You're the one that told me it's going to be mean and nasty when it gets down here.
What we're worried about is the chimney effect will come through this little canyon area. It'll preheat this whole area, and what we'll have is just a great big fireball coming right down at us and towards these homes, and this is what we're trying to stop and prevent at this point in time.
You think you can do it with the water hoses here, of everybody here lined up?
We've got enough engines. We're going to give it a heck of a fight.
Okay, thanks very much. Alan Donlin, he's been on duty. He was fighting that Laguna Beach fire, and now this, and a lot of these guys and women have not had a lot of rest since last week. They've been going strong. No days off, no time off for some of them at least, and they are just looking up, and here they come down this road, Big Rock. It's just getting too much for them up there.
And Marianne, again, this is an area where you said there are literally hundreds of homes, and from the looks of and the size of those flames, the deep glowing flames over the hill, they're being fed by homes right now.
Yes, absolutely. And to give you an estimate, I mean, I couldn't tell you. The battalion chief just shrugged his shoulders. He said, I absolutely don't know. And because they're not able to get up there, they have no idea what's going on up there. Obviously, hopefully, everyone has been evacuated from that area, but we simply don't even know the answer to that question either. Oh. And this place is just, look at the sky. It's just no longer dark of night anymore. It's just turned orange.
It is aglow. When you consider that there have probably been a couple of hundred homes lost already. Where Dave Barker is, there are a couple of hundred homes threatened. There are hundreds of homes threatened when you are. We are looking at the potential of as many homes lost in this fire as were lost in all of the fires last week. What a catastrophe in the making. Let's go back to Dave Barker. Dave.
Mike, you see the picture. The fire just continues to come over these hills. It just doesn't appear to stop. Just when we thought the hill behind us that you're seeing now was out, it's flared up again and bigger than ever.
Folks that are along the edge, the western edge of Pacific Coast Highway, who have homes closer to the ocean, are you able to see what any of them are doing? Are they out there watering their homes down?
No, I would imagine they are. No, from my vantage point, it kind of ends at Hughes.
That's right.
It ends at Hughes Aircraft. Yeah, I cannot see that, nor can I see Pepperdine.
You're up the hill, so you're pretty close to those flames.
Yeah, we're very close right now, but it's pretty limited view. We have this one side of the hill, and that's it.
How much closer to Hughes Research Labs right now, Dave, are the flames?
Well, they're actually wrapping around it now. We see the flames and real deep red flames behind the facility now, but no flames upon it yet.
It appears the entire hillside is ablaze there.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, the entire hillside. And I see a red glow beyond it, too, and I'm not sure exactly what the terrain is on the other side of that hill. But,
yeah, you know, the interesting, and in fact, it's a tragic thing is they well might have a kind of a natural berm around that facility there, but we saw just a few minutes ago what happens when those palm trees catch fire.
Well, look what we have here. Marco, can you see it? We have a palm tree right in front of the facility that started on fire now. Mike is Just as soon as you said that, we see a tree now in front of the facility. That's probably just maybe 10 yards from the building itself on fire.
And is the wind blowing toward the building?
Oh, it's, yeah, directly right on the building.
So as that fire spreads, what we well might have is what we had a while ago on those other burning trees, which would literally shower that building with glowing, burning embers.
Yeah, glowing, burning, and large embers. These are as big as any fire I have ever seen, embers.
Let's go back south along Pacific Coast Highway, back to the Big Rock area and get an aerial view from Air 2 with Mark Dunn. Mark?
Bree, we're just west of Topanga Canyon now. We're on the, which would be the eastern front of the fire. We're looking back towards Santa Monica, as you can see. That little finger of light that comes toward the fire, as you see the fire reaching out for it, that's the Castlemar area right along the coastline. Mike, as we take off along the ridgeline here, we're going to show you where this fire is headed. Of course, you've already reported that Topanga Canyon is in jeopardy, and that there are some communities up in that area that we were looking at earlier. The earlier communities we were looking at, where we were pointing out that that fire was making sort of an end around and threatening those communities with the communities of Fernwood and Topanga Park. And then beyond that would be Glenview, and then beyond that, you see off in the top of your picture, would be the Palisades Heights area. 2 hours ago, we wouldn't even have considered mentioning those areas, but now, as you can see, the fires encroached on them so quickly, and the ember fields that Dave Barker has been talking about, the size of the embers. Once again, you can see it from our picture up here in Air 2. You can see that the ember fields that we're flying over are just intense. The size and the degree of the embers and the amount is severe. And as we pan, we'll make a little bit of a right turn here. We'll look back over toward the coast, and you can see the intensity of that fire and how it is burning now. The worst thing that could possibly happen now would be a continuation of the Santa Ana winds. I've been away for a little while, so I don't know what the latest forecast is. Looking at the smoke as it's rising straight up into the air, I would say the upper winds now are not that high. The ground winds, again, as we've repeated over and over again, that creates their own weather on the ground. The winds could be ferocious down there. We might have to go to Kim or Dave to find out about the winds down there.
Yeah,
but you can see the fire encroaching on surrounding communities left behind that they've already devastated. We're looking back at the Big Rock area. Bree, Mike, where we looked earlier, we thought firefighters were dispersed in that community and making a stand. It looks like while we were away, they were overcome by the flames. Mike, Bree?
Well, one place where the firefighters we know are in short supply, where they're having severe manpower problems, at least we're told they are, is the Big Rock area, where they're expecting, or at least trying to hold up, a chimney effect and a fireball working its way down a canyon area towards some homes there. Captain Steve Root is on the telephone with us right now, the fire department. What can you tell us about the efforts to hold back that Big Rock fire, Captain?
Well, one of the big efforts that we've been successful with in the past at Chatsworth Fire is our helicopter operations. Our pilots flew tremendous sorties in Chatsworth all night long, and air operations at night is a very dangerous flying capability, but we're going to bring the pilots back in. We've just given them a rest and maintenance our helicopters, which is extremely important because we don't want to lose those birds. So we've brought them back. We're on our way right now back to the Big Rock Drive area to start putting some water into that canyon here. So it's a very, very dangerous mission that these pilots are flying right now, but extremely important because firefighters are stating that they've lost water or they have poor water. So the incident commander is asking for specific drops where the firefighters need them the worst.
We're seeing some water landing on our lens right now. Are we getting some residual effect from the water drops?
Well, I don't know if the choppers are there on scene that, or if that's just the overspray from the firefighters there in front of the cameras. But our pilots are inbound right now where they've got tanks that are filled with 340 gallons of water, and I tell you, these pilots are laying it in as fast and as quick and accurate as possible.
On this Big Rock fire, we were told it was several hundred homes there. Is that the information you have?
Well, as I'm looking at the map here that you had on your graphics, you can see that there's quite a number of homes in that tight little street cul-de-sac area. It's very difficult for the firefighters to get in, but they're doing their best to make access into these roads. A lot of the accessibility is being thwarted by the high flames, as you can see on your screen right now.
Captain Ruda, thank you very much. We hate to cut into you here, but right now we have a shot from Chopper 2 and Bob Tur up over Pepperdine. Bob, you want to describe the scene there?
All of flames that are now burning toward the Pepperdine University. They've already moved through the area of the Hughes plant along Malibu Canyon. That's the bad news. There are a number of homes and ranches in the area, but it seems like it's moving slowly. That's the good part. So we've got a firestorm on all flanks. It's just terrible, terrible news at this point, and it's getting very smoky and limited visibility, and I'm going to have to move out of here. But at this point, there's about a 1.5 mile stretch of flame on a high wall overlooking the Pepperdine University. It's already moved through the Hughes plant area. I can't tell whether or not any structures. Well, let me look on down here. Doesn't look like most of the Hughes plant has made it out safely. That's the good news. The bad news is it's now heading toward Pepperdine, but as I recall, Pepperdine, newer structures, and they do have adequate brush clearance in those areas. It's up to code, so that should be a pretty good sign. Back to you.
All right, good signs have been few and far between. And this shot right now, I'm not sure where we're getting this shot. It's obviously from the ground. That is Marianne Cushy's camera there, watching flames totally devour that hillside, devouring with that hillside a number of homes in there. Let's talk to Marianne right now. Marianne, go ahead.
Mike, it's getting really hot here. It's Big Rock, Pacific Coast Highway. The fire, as we predicted, as the firefighters predicted, that is, it came around the corner and it is here. You can hear the shearing sound. I don't know if you can pick that up in this microphone. The firefighters just here, and they are just frantic, at a frantic pace right now, trying to protect the homes on the other side of Pacific Coast Highway. The wind is just carrying this, and it's all the way down to the road. Hopefully it won't hop the road, but they are soaking down these houses all along the beach here, and it's getting really warm. I mean, the skies above us are either white with white smoke, or they are lit up with orange. The houses that we saw at the top of the hill there, they are absolutely gone. The fire, as you can see right there, it's burning in that little hole area, and the firefighters were right. This Big Rock Road provided a chimney, and this thing just came swooping down here. And look at that huge flame. It's just absolutely
awful
it's
contrast. We often know of the Big Rock area as one of our favorite spots to go fun and sun. To see this with the backdrop of flames behind it, to see the street sign, Big Rock, and then the flames behind it is, it's terrifying.
Bree, as Hurricane Andrew swept across Florida, people sat there and were powerless to do anything about it. Yes. As the rivers began to rise in the Midwest this summer, people stood there and watched, powerless to do anything about it. Now we see our own destructive force of nature sweeping our hillsides, burning up our homes. We sit back and we watch, powerless to do anything about it.
Mike and Bree, one other thing, there was a resident here, and they've all fled. Actually, they've gone south. They were standing here watching it come down. Now everyone's disappeared, but one person said, you know, we had these fires, and then earlier this year, you'll remember those floods, those terrible floods when we were all out here then, and they had mudslides and homes were destroyed and damaged then, and now this, and it's just really, they just can't believe it.
We have to be wondering about insurance and the underwriters and what the kinds of losses that will be turned into them, and how much of a problem that might create in the future. We were talking about the losses in the billions as perhaps the expected losses out of last week's fires and these fires combined. They were at about $500 million from last week's alone.
Yeah, and that figure was still climbing. What's happening there, Marianne?
I'm sorry, I didn't know my audio was hot there. We were standing right near a fire hose, and they just had to suddenly make a movement because this fire it was threatening a car and a vehicle. It's coming down closer to the road, and one of the water hoses just happened to be right near us, and we had to get out of the way. Sorry.
This is hand-to-hand combat. This is Pork Chop Hill all over again.
I know you have to take a balance on covering a fire like this. You have to decide where's the next square foot of space it's safe to stand on to get a good vantage point, and also not to hamper firefighters' efforts. So we want you to be careful, Marianne.
Bree, look at this, the hillside as it slopes down there in the middle of the picture, slopes down to where that fire is. That is the area, that is the natural topographical notch where they're worried about the fireball coming down and consuming those homes. And just moments ago they were talking about dumping water in there and heading off that fire. That looks hopeless at this point. They're still trying. They're still dumping water in there.
It tells you a lot about how serious these fires are, that they're even willing to put the choppers up in the sky at night to do water drops, because, as Captain Steve Ruta explained to us, it's a very dangerous thing to try. And they do it only when they absolutely have to. Clearly, this is desperate measure.
Homes in this, you were talking about the dollar figure, and my math is going to elude me at the moment, but the homes in there, the structure, purely the structure, not the land it sits on, but the structure, in most cases has to average about $500,000 in there, I would imagine, for each one. And if you figure you're going to lose hundreds of those homes, it's a staggering figure.
Surely before recession hit, it was difficult to touch a home for under $1 million or $2 or $3 in that area. These are top-of-the-line homes along the coastline.
These are view homes, and they're still going to have that. Still going to have a view. It will be an ugly, scarred view of the hillsides. The ocean will still be beautiful, but it is going to be a blackened wreck of landscape that people are looking out on.
Mike, I think when the shock sets in, we can all expect a sense of dread and depression to come with it about the future to rebuilding L.A. I think that the term rebuilding L.A. will take on a much larger meaning.
It sure does, Bree. As we look now at the scene there around Pepperdine, that I believe that is by that research facility. Is that correct, Dave Barker?
Yeah, Mike, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, those are the palm trees you're looking at now, totally engulfed in flames, directly in front of the Hughes Aircraft Research Laboratory.
So far, no flames seen in the building itself, though. Is that correct, Dave?
No, I don't see any yet. You know, there's one point that Patty Eckert, our reporter, was telling me a couple of days ago that concerns me now. She was telling me down on Laguna Beach that many homes actually began on fire from the inside of the homes because the radiant heat from the outside actually came through windows and lit curtains on fire from the inside. So I don't know how hot it is on that mountain there, but I would imagine this facility is in trouble one way or another.
How far are you from that facility?
Probably about a quarter mile, half mile.
All right, you're somewhere between 440 yards and 880.
This covers 72 acres, this facility. It's the Hughes Nationwide Center for Basic Research. It opened in 1960. This was the nation's first working laser location. The first working laser was developed there.
Fireballs, literal fireballs. Yes. Those aren't just embers. Those are fireballs coming off those trees.
Right. Some of the large prawns coming right off the palm trees there. Now, keep in mind, we spoke live with one of the workers of that plant within the hour, and he said there are indeed volatile and poisonous gases, he said, inside that building.
Well, this is research and development for Hughes aircraft. We certainly would expect that there'd be a lot of top secret stuff, and you would think that they would be in line for government grants too, as President Clinton has talked about making research and development a new effort in his administration so that we can be competitive globally. You would think that a blow like a fire at Hughes Research Labs would be especially devastating in view of that being a spot where we could hope the California economy to start to look strong again.
And it's not only Hughes, as you remember, Bree, but it's also General Motors has some research going on inside that facility, other major U.S. companies. So this could be a huge, really paper trail disaster here.
Yeah, it appears, though, Dave, from our vantage point, that the wind is blowing from our right to our left, and there we see the building in the middle of our screen, so it appears these embers are being blown away from that building a little bit.
Right, exactly. It's not threatened right now. However, Marco, can you? Yeah, there's a huge fire, though, on this side of the building below it. So who knows what could happen with that?
You must be feeling overwhelmed a bit, Dave. You've seen an awful lot unfold here in the last couple hours. I know that you couldn't have been expecting it to go over Malibu Canyon Road yourself, and now this.
You know, a thought just crossed my mind. Back in 1989, I was on the East Coast covering Hurricane Hugo, and a palm tree came down on our satellite truck. We had to ride out the hurricane all night long in a disabled satellite truck, and I remember that morning, you know, thanking God and saying, you know, I don't think I'll ever see anything like that again in my life. However, I'm having those same feelings here tonight. This is just devastating and overwhelming.
Dave, on the telephone right now, we have Mr. Malcolm Curry, who is the retired chairman and CEO of Hughes. Mr. Curry, thank you for joining us. I know you're watching this on your TV set now, and you see how dangerously close those flames are coming to that facility where you've invested a good portion of your life. What goes on inside that facility there?
Well, it's basic and applied research that supplies the whole corporation with new concepts, new devices, new computers, whatever.
One thing that was a concern earlier is that obviously a lot of research goes on there, and we didn't know exactly what kind. Are there any kind of flammable materials or other things in there which might ignite?
Oh, sure. Yeah, they use a lot of exotic gases and all kinds of materials.
What kind of safety devices have been set up to prevent explosions in the event of something like this, Mr. Curry?
Well, they have a pretty good safety system, an internal sprinkler system. I'm not sure anything can combat this, though, you know, once it starts.
Well, you're talking about 2,000 degrees of heat when you get close to that fire. Obviously, something that intense would ignite those gases inside the building.
Well, I think so. Actually, over the last 30 years since the laboratory has been there, there have been several fires that have swept through, and it's been a narrow escape each time. I hope it is this time.
What kind of brain trust is at risk here if this goes?
What kind of what?
What kind of information, what kind of loss will it represent to Southern California economy if we lose this building?
Well, you know, I'm not sure you can directly translate it to that. It's been the source of many radically new developments over the years. The first laser was invented there. They're working on super fast new computers, new kinds of software. They've worked on many devices fundamental to satellite communications. All of these things, of course, are really more in the minds of the scientists that work there more than anything else.
How many people would lose their jobs, Mr. Curry, if there's no place to work in that building?
Well, I'm sure the company would take care of them. They're not going to lose their jobs just because you know, the building is hurt.
So ideas are really the stock and trade of what goes on inside that building. But you did mention those gases, and I want to get back and ask you one more question about them. How much of those gases is in there?
Oh, it's hard to quantify. Most of the gases are in tanks outside of the building, as a matter of fact.
Outside the building?
Yeah. I don't know exactly where they are now, but the new wing of the building, it's on the downslope side where I recall some storage tanks for them.
What kinds of gases do you know? What kinds of gases are we talking about?
Oh, they use hydrogen, helium, various industrial gases.
All right, we want to thank you very much, Mr. Curry, for explaining what's going on there. Perhaps we might be talking with you a bit later on as we watch the progress of that fire.
This is an aerial view of the Hughes Research Lab.
That is just incredible, and the fact that those tanks containing gases, some of them flammable, are outside the building causes new concern also. And we saw those palm trees there just giving off enormous amounts of embers blowing in that area. Fire totally out of hand there. Although at last word, we were told that apparently the fire seemed to be
spreading out and around.
Yeah, I hear, let's see, who is that?
Sounds like Mark Dunn.
Mark Dunn up in Air 2. Can you hear me?
Fernwood.
Right.
Mark? This is Chopper 2. Chopper 2.
All right, there's Bob Turr and Chopper 2.
Who else? Hey, Bree, Mike, where we are is Fernwood, and I got some good news. Donald Manning, the chief of the LA City Fire Department, had it out with Chief Anthony and ordered him to put his helicopters back up in the air doing water drops. So they got into a little sparring match. The chief won. Their helicopters will be back in the area making water drops throughout the night, trying to protect these structures. I'm now over the area of Fernwood, and this is on the edge of Topanga Canyon, where Old Topanga Canyon meets up with Mulholland Highway. Now this area is threatened. It's about an hour and a half away from some of the first flames moving into some of the populated areas. Electrical power is still operating out here, so people that are watching this newscast should know that this area is threatened. There you can see a live picture, and there's homes directly in the path of the fire. These are a number of homes. There are literally hundreds and hundreds of homes in the Fernwood area, all the way into the Topanga Canyon, and this could be a terrible firestorm. And you got to remember, Pacific Coast Highway and the 101 freeway. To get to those areas, there's only one route, and that's Topanga Canyon. So Fernwood and some of the smaller roads like Saddle Peak Road are very small. Saddle Peak has already been overrun with flame. Now's the time to get into your cars and get out of there, take your loved ones, your prized possessions, and get on out, or prepare to leave and wait for the official word. But we're being told about an hour and a half before Fernwood, that area is threatened by flames. So the situation is getting dicey for you folks down there. And you may want to take the fire department's warning, sheriff's department's warning at this point. I got to tell you, these flames are intense, 2,000 degrees. We've seen over 100 homes burn on the other side of Saddle Peak, and these homes are now being threatened as the fire slowly makes its progression to the east. Back to you.
Bob, as we get closer to that hour-and-a-half mark, which will be about 11 o'clock, when you first thought it would be reaching there, we'll be checking back with you several times in the Fernwood area.